A not-so-meet cute. Prologue. Lottie. Hey, girl. I don't like the cheeriness in her voice. The smirk on her lips. The overuse of her toxic, throat-choking perfume. Hey, Angela, I answer with wary trepidation as I take a seat at the table in her office. With a flip of her bright blonde hair over her shoulder, she clasps her hands together, her body language conveying interest as she leans forward and asks, "How are you?" I smooth my hands over my bright red pencil skirt and answer, "Doing fine. Thank you. That's so wonderful to hear." She leans back and smiles at me, but doesn't say another word. Okay, what the hell is going on? I glance behind me to the row of suited men, sitting upright in chairs, folders on their laps, staring at our interaction. I've known Angela since middle school. We've had one of those on-again, off-again friendships, me being the victim of the intermittent camaraderie. I was her main squeeze one day, the next it was Blair who works in finance, or Lauren who works over in sales, and then the friendship would come back to me. We're constantly interchangeable. Who's the bestie this week? I'd always wonder, and in some sick, demented way, I'd have a hiccup of excitement when the bestie card landed on me. Why stick around in such a toxic friendship, you ask? The answer is threefold. 1. When I first met Angela, I was young. I had no idea what the hell to do during such a vibrant roller coaster ride. I just gripped the handles and held on for dear life, because frankly, hanging with Angela was exciting. Different. Bold, at times. 2. When she was nice to me, when we were deep into our friendship, I had some of the best times of my life. Growing up in Beverly Hills as the poor girl didn't lend its hand to many adventures, but with the rich friend who looked past your empty wallet and welcomed you into her world, yeah, it was fun. Call me shallow, but I had fun in high school, despite the ups and downs. 3. I'm weak. I'm confrontation's bitch and avoid it at all costs, therefore raises hand here I am, doormat, at your service. Angela. I whisper. She smiles at me. Can I ask why you called me in here and why the FBI seems to be lined up behind me? Angela tilts her head back and lets out a hearty laugh as her hand lands on mine. Oh, Lottie. God, I'm going to miss your humor. Miss? I ask, my spine stiffening. What do you mean, miss? Are you going on vacation? Please let that be the case. Please let that be the case. I can't afford to lose this job. I am. Oh, thank God. Ken and I are headed to Bora Bora. I have a spray tan scheduled in about 10 minutes, so we need to get on with this. Wait, what? Get on with what? I ask. Her jovial face morphs into something serious, the type of serious I don't see very often from Angela. Because, yes, she might be the head of her lifestyle blog, but she's not the one who does the work everyone else does. So, she never has to be serious. She sits taller, her jaw grows tight, and through her thick, fake eyelashes, she says, Lottie, you're a true pioneer for Angeloop. Your mastery behind the keyboard has been positively unmatched by anyone in this company, and the humor you bring to this thriving, money-dripping lifestyle blog has made this trip to Bora Bora a reality. Did I hear that right? Because of me, she's able to go on her vacation? But, unfortunately, we're going to have to let you go. Hold up. What? Let me go? As in, no more job for me? Like a bolt of lightning, 3 of the men come up behind me, 2 on either side, flanking me like security. With their heavy-set shoulders blocking me in, one of them drops a folder on the table in front of me and flips it open, revealing a piece of paper. My eyes are too unfocused to even consider reading what it says, but taking a simple guess, I'm thinking it's a termination paper. Sign here. The man holds a pen out to me. Wait, what? I move the man's hand away, only for it to bounce back right where it was. You're firing me. Angela winces. Lottie, please don't make this a thing. You must know how difficult this has been for me. She snaps her fingers and an assistant magically pops up. Angela rubs her throat and says, this conversation has truly taken it out of me. Water, please. Room temperature. Lemon and lime, but take them out before you give it to me. And like that, the assistant is gone. When Angela turns back around, she sees me and clutches her chest. Oh, you're still here. Yeah. Blinking a few times, I ask, Angela, what is going on? You just said I make you a ton of money. Did I? I don't recall making such a statement. Boys, did I say anything like that? They all shake their head. See? I didn't say that. I think. Yup, do you smell that? That's my brain smoking, working overtime, trying to not lose it. Calmly, and I mean calmly, I ask, Angela, can you please explain to me why you're letting me go? Oh. She laughs. You've always been such a nosy little thing. The assistant brings Angela her water and then rushes away. Sucking from an unnecessary straw, Angela takes a long sip and then says, your 1-year anniversary is on Friday. Yes. That's correct. Well, per your contract, it says that after a year, you're no longer under restricted pay, but instead receive your actual salary. She shrugs. Why pay you more when I can find someone to do your job for less? Simple bottom line thinking. You understand? No, I don't. My voice rises and 2 large hands land on my shoulder in warning. Oh, for fuck's sake. Angela, this is my life, this isn't some game you get to play. You told me when you begged me to work for you that this job was going to be life-changing. And hasn't it been? She holds her arms out. Angeloop is life-changing for everyone. She glances at her watch. Oh, I have to get naked in 5. Spray tans don't wait. She twirls her finger at the guys beside me. Wrap it up, boys. 2 sets of hands grip me and help me up from my chair. You can't be serious, I say, still not quite grasping what's going on. You're having security drag me out of your office. Not by my choice, Angela says, the picture of innocence. Your hostile attitude is making me use security. Hostile? I ask. I'm hostile because you're firing me for no reason. Oh, honey, I can't believe you see it that way, she says in that condescending voice of hers. This is nothing personal. You know I love you and still plan on your monthly invitation to brunch. This is just business. She blows me a kiss. Still my bestie. She's lost her goddamn mind. I'm pulled toward the door but I dig in my 2-season Sago Jimmy Choo heels. Angela, seriously. You can't be firing me. She looks up at me, tilts her head to the side, and then presses her hand to her heart. Look at you, fighting for your job. God, you've always been scrappy. She blows me another kiss, waves, and calls out, I'll call you. You can tell me about your horrible boss later. Oh. And don't forget to RSVP to our high school reunion. 2 months away. We need a head count. And just like that, defeat whips through me, my heels let up in total shock, my body goes limp, and I'm dragged by my underarms through the offices of Angeloop, the most idiotic and absurd lifestyle blog on the internet, a place where I didn't want to work in the first place. Peers watch me. Security doesn't skip a beat as they drag me all the way through the tall, glass front door. And before I can take my next breath, I'm staring at the obscenely large Angeloop sign outside of the office, box of my office things in hand. How the hell did this all happen? Chapter 1. Huxley. I'm going to fucking murder someone, I shout as I throw my suit jacket across my office and slam my door. Seems as though the meeting went well, JP says from where he's leaning against the expansive wall of windows in my office. Seems as though it went incredibly well, Breaker offers from where he's lying across my leather couch. Ignoring my brother's sarcasm, I grip my hair and turn toward the view of Los Angeles. It's a clear day today, fresh rain from the night before eliminating some of the smog in the air. Palm trees reach high to the sky, lining the roads, but look small compared to where my office sits above the rest. Care to gab about it? JP asks while taking a seat in a chair. I turn toward them, my brothers, the two idiots who have been by my side through thick and thin. Who have ridden the ups and downs of our lives. Who have dropped everything to join me in this crazy idea of taking over the real estate market in Los Angeles with the money Dad left us when he passed. We've built this empire together. But the smarmy looks on their faces makes me want to punt their goddamn dicks out of my office. Does it look like I want to gab about it? No. Breaker smirks. But fuck, do we want to hear all about it? Of course they do. Because they were the ones who said I shouldn't meet with Dave Tony. They were the ones who said it was going to be a waste of my time. They were the ones who laughed when I said I had a meeting with him today. And they were the ones who sarcastically said good luck as I walked out the door. But I wanted to prove them wrong. I wanted to show them that I could convince Dave Tony that he needed to work with Kane Enterprises. Spoiler alert, I did not convince him. Capitulating to my brother's stares, I take a seat as well and let out a long sigh. Fuck, I mutter. Let me guess, he didn't fall for your charm. Breaker asks. But you're so personable. That shit shouldn't matter. I slam my finger into the armrest of my plush leather chair. This is business, not some goddamn parade of nurturing friendships and coddling one another. I think he missed something in business school, JP says to Breaker. Because wasn't fostering business relationships an entire course? His sarcasm is grating on my nerves. I believe it was, Breaker says. I went in there and kissed his ass. What more does he want? Did you wear lipstick? Not sure his girlfriend would appreciate finding another pair of lips on her man's ass cheeks. Breaker smirks. I hate you. I really fucking hate you. Breaker lets out a bark of a laugh while JP says, hate to say it, but we told you so, bro. Dave Tony doesn't work with just anyone. He's a different breed in the city. Many have tried to break into the vast amount of real estate he owns, many have failed. Why did you think you'd be any different? Because we're Kane Enterprises, I shout. Everyone wants to fucking work with us. Because we have the largest real estate portfolio in Los Angeles. Because we can turn a broken down building into $1 million business in a year. We know what the fuck we're doing, and Dave Tony, although successful, has some dead pieces of land on his hands that's hurting his business. He knows it, I fucking know it, and I want to take those pieces of land off his hands. JP grips his chin and asks, what precisely did you say to him? I hope not that. Because, although your little speech made my nipples hard, I doubt he'd appreciate the tone. I roll my eyes. I said something along those lines. You realize Dave Tony is a prideful man, right? Breaker asks. If you insult him, he's not going to want to work with you. I didn't insult him, I shout. I was trying to get on an even playing field, you know, let him see that I'm a pretty normal guy. Both of my brothers scoff. I am a normal guy. JP and Breaker exchange glances and then both lean forward, and I know what's coming, a classic come to Jesus moment. They like to perform them on me from time to time. You know we love you, right? Breaker asks. And so it begins. We're here for you, whenever you need us, JP adds. I drag my hand over my face. Just get the fuck on with it. You're not normal. You're anything but normal. None of us are. We live in Beverly Hills, are constantly invited to premieres and celebrity gatherings, and have been in the headlines on page 6 many times. There's nothing normal about us. Dave Tony, now. He's normal. How the fuck so? I ask. Because he doesn't get invited to celebrity after parties. Breaker shakes his head. No, because he's down to earth. Approachable. You could easily grab a beer with him in a bar and not feel the least bit intimidated. You're the exact opposite. You're flashy. I'm not flashy. JP nods at my watch. Nice Movado, is it new? I glance down at it. Got it last week. I raise my eyes to meet my brother's knowing looks. Am I not allowed to spend my hard-earned money? You are, JP says. The way you live your life is completely acceptable. The house, the car, the watch, all earned and rightfully so, but if you want to connect with Dave Tony, then you're going to have to get on a different level. And that doesn't mean dressing down, because he'll see right through that. He already knows you're a flashy guy. But he needs to see you in a different light. Oh, I like that, Breaker says. A different light. That's what he needs. He taps his chin. But what would that light be? Irritated, I get up from my chair and grab my suit jacket from where I tossed it. While you two morons think about it, I'm going to grab lunch. If only Tony could see this moment, where Huxley Kane doesn't ask his assistant to grab him lunch but, like a mere peasant, walks the streets of Los Angeles to fetch his own food, JP says. I slip on my jacket, despite the heat outside. Ignoring them, I cross toward my door. Could you grab us something? Breaker calls out. Sighing, I call back, text me what you want from the deli. Pickles. All the goddamn pickles, JP yells as I make my way down the office hallway to the elevator. Luckily, the doors slide open for me, so I step in, press the lobby button, and lean against the wall, hands stuffed in my pants pockets. Get on a different level. I don't even know what that means. And I know I'm a businessman who's made deals with people I've gotten along with, but I've also made deals with people I absolutely despise. The difference between me and Dave Tony: I don't give a fuck who takes my money or who I sell to. Business is business, and if it's a good deal, I'm going to take it. I offered Dave a fucking good as shit deal today, better than what he deserves, if I'm honest. And instead of shaking my hand and accepting it, he sat back in his office chair, scratched the side of his cheek, and said, I don't. No. I'm going to have to sit on this. Sit on it? Sit on my goddamn deal. No one sits on my deals, they take them and thank Jesus Christ himself for doing business with Kane Enterprises. I push through the elevator doors when they part, weave my way through the busy lobby, and then head out of the office building toward the hole-in-the-wall deli that's just down the road. 2 blocks. I don't usually send my assistant, Carla, to grab me food, because it makes me feel like an asshole despite what people might think of me, and I also enjoy the second to get out and breathe some fresh air. Well, it's LA, so fresh air is an overstatement. But it gives me a second to reset before I get back behind my desk, where I control our billion-dollar operation with my keyboard. My phone beeps in my pocket and I don't bother looking at it because I know it's JP and Breaker's orders. I don't even know why I told them to text me, because they get the same thing every time. Same as me. Philly cheesesteak with extra mushrooms. And, of course, pickles. It's our go-to sandwich. Something that we don't eat often, but when we do head to the deli, it's our usual. The sidewalk is more crowded than normal. Summer has hit Los Angeles, meaning tourists are sweeping in, celebrity bus tours will be at their max, and driving on the 101 is going to be a hellish nightmare. Lucky for me, I only live 30 minutes from the office. As I approach the deli, a familiar black SUV pulls up in front of it. When the door opens, I catch sight of Dave Tony, speak of the devil, stepping out of the vehicle. What are the odds? Whatever they are, they look like they're in my favor. Nothing like a good follow-up to try to secure the deal. Maybe JP was right, Dave Tony might change his mind when he sees me picking up lunch. That's definitely on a different level. I button my suit jacket and pick up my pace. Never miss an opportunity in business. Never. As I grow closer, I'm dangerously caught off guard when I see a feminine hand pop out of the vehicle behind Dave. I slow down and zero in on the hand. The small hand with a very big engagement ring on it. Holy shit, Dave is engaged. I'm assuming he is, since he's holding the woman's hand. But engaged? Hell, how did I miss that? Usually I'm aware of such. My thoughts pause and I blink a few times as the fiancé turns, giving me a profile view. Holy fuck. Looks like the engagement isn't the biggest surprise of the day. Thanks to her tight-fitting dress and slender frame, there's no doubt in my mind that Dave Tony's fiancée is pregnant. Dave Tony, engaged with a baby on the way. How? When? He waves to the driver, shuts the door, and then glances behind him, just enough for us to make eye contact. His eyebrows lift in surprise and then he turns all the way around and waves to me. Kane, didn't expect to see you on the streets. Yeah, neither of us expected to see each other, but I'm not going to let the shock of this new development rattle me. Showtime. I plaster on a smile. Just enjoying the sultry California sun while on my way to get lunch for me and my brothers. I walk up to him and extend my hand. He gives it a brief shake. This deli is our favorite. Is that right? Dave asks in surprise. It's Ellie's too. I've never been, but she was telling me they have the best pickles. My brothers are a sucker for the pickles as well. I hold my hand out to his fiancée. You must be Ellie. Shit, that's rude of me, Dave says with an awkward laugh. Yes, this is Ellie. Ellie, this is Huxley Kane. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ellie says in a very sweet southern voice. One that I've heard before. I shake her hand and then let go, only to say, let me guess, you're from Georgia. Her smile brightens. I am. You could tell. Yup, this bodes well for me. My grandma is a self-proclaimed Georgia peach. I spent many brutal, humidity-filled summers out on her screen-eden porch, rocking on chairs with her as she filled me in on the latest town gossip. Really? Where about? Peachtree City. Her eyes widen in delight. She presses her hand to her chest. I grew up in Fayetteville, just east of Peachtree. Wow, what a small world. Yes. Yes, indeed. Especially since my grandma actually resides in San Diego, and I've never been to Georgia, actually, but they don't need to know that. They also don't need to know I recognize her accent because I dated a girl in college from Peachtree City. All semantics. Delighted with the small connection I'm making in Dave's world, I turn toward him, only to be met by a very territorial-looking man. Uh-oh. Jaw clenched, brows narrowed, his eyes find no humor in our small, very small world. Dude is practically marking his territory with that angry snarl. I wouldn't be surprised if he started circling Ellie and peeing all around her. Given what he knows about me, flashy, a flirt, Mr. Page 6 not recently, thank God he must think I'm a threat. Which, I'm not. I mean, yeah, Ellie is a petite bundle of blonde. Pretty, with blue eyes, but she's also pregnant, total nightmare, and she's engaged, therefore, completely off the market. But given what my brothers said, Dave probably doesn't see it that way when it comes to me. Which means, I need to salvage this and fast. But how? How can I possibly make it light bulb? Did you see that brilliant flash of light? Yeah, an idea has emerged. It might not be smart. It's definitely not the most intelligent thing I've ever thought of, but Dave seems to be growing more and more tense by the second, so here goes nothing. Please don't come back to bite me in the ass. Famous last words. Fayetteville, huh? I wet my lips. Here goes. Wow, crazy. I think my fiancé's parents are from Palmetto. Isn't that just north? Yeah, fiancé. Told you it wasn't intelligent, but it's the best I've got. Yes, Palmetto is just north of it, Ellie says with such joy, while Dave moves his hand around her waist in a protective embrace. Fiancé, he asks after clearing his throat. You're engaged, Kane. There's genuine interest in his eyes, and the tension that was collecting in his shoulders is slowly easing. Yup. Huh, I'm surprised. I can't read him. Does he believe me? Is he testing me? Am I making this exponentially worse? I hope to fuck not. I don't want to lose this deal. I refuse to let it slip through my fingers, not when I'm so close. To have those properties would be exponentially beneficial to our portfolio, especially with what we have planned for them. And to snag a deal with the elusive Dave Tony would make me that much more victorious. My business mind takes over, leaving my common sense to the wind. So, before I can change my mind on what's about to come out of my mouth, I swallow hard and say, yup, engaged and expecting. The minute the lie leaves my lips, a gross feeling takes over, because fuck, I know how hard some women try to get pregnant, and to lie about something like that. Hell, it doesn't feel right. But like I said, common sense is nowhere to be found at this moment, it's pure idiotic instinct. Really? Ellie cheers. Oh my gosh. She rubs her belly. So are we. Dave, isn't that exciting? That really is. Dave's face morphs from unsure, protective boyfriend to a look I haven't seen on him before. Compassion. Understanding. Dare I say camaraderie? I stick my hands in my suit pants pockets to keep them from fidgeting as I tell the biggest goddamn lie of my life. Yeah, my grandma introduced me to her back in Peachtree. It was one of those love at first sight meet cuties. Ellie clasps her hands together. Oh, I love meet cuties. I shrug. Yeah, and we hit it off quickly. I attempt to gaze off toward the sky as I think about my imaginary pregnant fiancée and how much I gulp love her. We did things a little backwards, with getting pregnant first, but I guess we've never done anything right, according to society's timelines. Same, Dave says, and I see it, right there in his eyes. A new appreciation for me. This is what the boys were talking about. This was what Dave needed, to see me as a human. This is me, meeting Dave on a new level. Connecting on a new level. In this moment, he doesn't see me as the flashy, take no prisoners businessman, but rather, someone he can ask out for a beer and talk through his worries about becoming a father. This might very well be exactly the kind of in I needed. A little chit-chat, and a cute white lie that isn't going to hurt anyone. He doesn't have to actually meet this imaginary girl. He doesn't even need to know much about her. Just the idea of her makes me that much more appealing. Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea after all. Maybe this was actually pure brilliancy at its finest. Mark my words, by this time tomorrow, he'll be calling me up, no longer willing to sit on my offer, but more likely willing to take it. Huxley Kane, you're an absolute genius. Dave, wouldn't it be absolutely divine to have Huxley and his fiancée over for dinner? What now? Dinner. Ellie clasps her hands together and continues, it would be so lovely to talk with people in our same situation. Leaning forward, Ellie says, family has been less than thrilled about us waiting to get married until after the baby is born. My parents are quite traditional. Sweat breaks out on my upper lip as I try to keep my face neutral. A dinner date. With my fiancé. Oh. Fuck. Aboard, Kane. Aboard. That would be wonderful, Dave says with a jovial smile. Fuck. How does Saturday night work? He continues. Saturday night? Double fuck. That's 4 days from now. 4 fucking days to not only find a fiancé, but a pregnant fiancé. Huxley Kane, you're no genius, you're an absolute moron. Oh, give him a second to talk about it with his girl, Ellie says. I'd say thank God for Ellie, but the anxiety-ridden dinner date was her idea. Why don't you get back to Dave and then let me know if it's a go? I love cooking. I could make us a real southern meal if you'd like. My mind is already formulating excuses as to why my fiancé and I won't be able to make Saturday work. And maybe we can talk about the deal some more, Dave says with a genuine smile. Fuck. 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 Can't say no, now. Not at the risk of securing the deal. Christ. Despite the desert that is my mouth, I swallow hard and nod. Yup. My voice cracks. Saturday sounds great. Wonderful. Ellie claps her hands. Oh, I can't wait. I'm going to make my best peach cobbler and collard greens. Dave will exchange information with you. Perfect, I say with a shaky smile. What the hell am I getting myself into? Oh, babe, we're going to be late. Let's stop by the deli after our class, that okay? Dave asks. As long as I can get double the pickles, Ellie says while pressing a kiss to Dave's lips. The PDA makes my stomach roll. It's not that I find them repulsive, but it's a stark reminder of the hole I just dug for myself. Okay, we're off to Lama's class. Talk soon, Dave says with a wave. I give them a wave in return, hoping my hand doesn't look shaky, and without going into the deli, I turn around and head back to the office, my mind swirling with how to get out of this fuck up. Huxley Kane, you're a complete and utter moron. Chapter 2. Lottie. Hands on the steering wheel, I stare out at my childhood home and also current place of residence, a small bungalow that has been in the family for years. I mean, years. Grandma Prue bought it back in the 50s and passed it on to my mom, who raised me and my sister, Kelsey, all by herself. The white stucco has faded over the years and looks more cream than anything, and the red clay tile roof needs more repairs than what Mom can afford despite her live-in boyfriend of 13 years, Jeff, wanting to replace it for her. Speaking of Jeff, he's out in the front yard in his oversized jean shorts and classic white undershirt, pushing his mower. Jeff always has an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, because even though he doesn't smoke it, ever, he finds comfort in knowing that he could if he wanted. Don't ask me about the psychology behind it, he's great to my mom and he's been a wonderful sounding board over the past 10 years for me and my sister as well. So, if a cigarette dangles from his mouth, so be it. Could be worse. But Jeff being in the front yard creates a flaw in my ability to bring my box of office things into my room without questions. And I don't want any questions from Jeff or my mom. They can't find out about Angela firing me. That would be a debilitating disaster. No, they can never find out. Why? Well, because they were the ones who begged and pleaded for me to find another job that wouldn't include me working for someone with whom I've shared a toxic relationship for years. But you know how it goes. Parents know nothing, we know everything, and then we have to eat our freaking words later on when we realize. Should have listened to said parents. Ugh. Not wanting Jeff to become suspicious, I get out of my dilapidated VW Bug, leaving the box in the back, strap my purse over my shoulder, and plaster on a beautiful smile that I know will bring joy to Jeff's day. "Hey, Lottie Bug," he says, using the nickname Mom gave me years ago. "Hey, Jeff." I wave as he turns off the mower and adjusts his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. "Yard is looking great." "Thank you. I think the beautification committee will have to notice us this year." "Oh, Jeff, always so hopeful. You see, we live on the border, and I mean, one street over, from the flats in Beverly Hills. And every summer, there's a committee that walks from house to house, picking out the best yards in the neighborhood and awarding them prizes. We've always walked through the flats, taking in the fabulously manicured lawns curated by professional landscapers, not the actual owners. It's a bloodbath the week before the judges take their walk, including here at our house, because the last house on the route is across the street, and in order to see the house, you see ours, just past the bushes, and Jeff is bound and determined to be noticed. You'll have to get Mom to fix the roof if you want any shot at it. There's a fat chance in hell that our yard would ever be noticed. The beautification committee is made up of a bunch of rich snobs who would never look across the street. But it's nice to give Jeff hope, especially since he works so hard. His shoulders slump in defeat. I told her that I need the roof to be pristine. Those broken shingles will never get the win. I think I'm going to call the boys over one of these days and fix it while she's at work. Act first, ask for forgiveness later. Very smart approach. How was work? I pause in my pursuit of the front door. Keeping my smile in full force, I say, "Great. Just a typical day." Yup, a typical day of meandering around the streets of Los Angeles, killing time before I could return home, knowing full well my mom and Jeff are aware of my schedule and if I arrived home any earlier than normal, they'd be suspicious. And luckily for me, during my meandering, I was told to go buy some pantyhose by an endearing homeless man who scowled at my bare legs. I bought some consolation mint ice cream, which fell victim to the summer California sun and ended up dripping down the front of my white blouse, and, to top it off, I tripped over a street grate and tore a heel off my 2 seasons ago Jimmy Choo shoes, which is why I'm walking barefoot into the house. It's been one of those days. Promotion is in a week, right? Jeff asks. Are you excited? You can finally find a place of your own. Insert the deep sigh here. I give him a thumbs up. Super pumped. Without another word, I open the door to the house and immediately smell Mom's homemade fish sticks. Lord Jesus, not again. This girl can't catch a break. Jeff, dinner is almost ready. It's me, Mom, I say, heading to my room, but before I can get too far down the hallway, Mom peeks her head around the doorway to the kitchen. Lottie bug, just in time for dinner. I wave my hand at her. Not really hungry. I grip my stomach. Late lunch. I might have an apple later. Don't be ridiculous. Go wash your hands. Yes, she still makes me wash my hands before a meal and freshen up. I'll have a place setting waiting for you. Sighing, I say, thanks, Mom. I reach my room, shut the door, and then slide down against it until my butt hits the floor. God, I need booze. I pull my phone out of my purse and text my sister. Lottie, booze needed. Day drinking when Mom and Jeff leave tomorrow. You in? Kelsey, my Irish twin as Mom likes to call her, is only 12 months younger than me, and is an up-and-coming organizer. Yeah, I was confused when she told me that little nugget of information as well. Basically, she started her own organizing business where she goes to different people's houses to show them how to organize their pantries and closets to be more functional, so, how to not be pack rats. I asked her how she differs from everyone else jumping on the home edit trend, and her answer blew me away because it was actually well thought out. She focuses on organizing sustainably. Instead of encouraging all of her clients to use clear acrylic bins, she works with a company that offers sustainably sourced organizational products, as well as products made from fully recycled materials. Better for the environment and better for your home. See. Blown away. Apparently, she's one celebrity away from being discovered. I believe her. She makes just enough right now to grow her business and to afford a small studio apartment in West Hollywood. My phone beeps with a text. Kelsey, shouldn't you be at work tomorrow? I stand from my spot on the floor and untuck my shirt before texting her back. Lottie, I should. I set my phone down and undress, tossing my clothes in my hamper, not even bothering with the stain. The damage has been done. I put on a pair of shorts and a tank top and tie my long brown hair up in a knot. Kelsey, don't tell me that Ho fired you. Lottie, consider me unemployed. Kelsey, I freaking told you this was going to happen. She's such a God, Lottie, if you ever talk to her again, I'm going to disown you. Do you hear me? Lottie, trust me, Angela is dead to me now, despite what she might think. Kelsey, let me guess, the narcissist still thinks you're going to be friends. Lottie, yup. Anyway, I'm not telling Mom and Jeff, not until I can figure something out. They still think I'm moving out next week when I get my promotion, aka, downgraded to unemployed. Kelsey, your secret is safe with me. I'll be over around 9 with tequila and margarita fixings. Lottie, can you come with the idea notebook? Kelsey, already packing it? I got you, sis. Lottie, I love you. Kelsey, love you. And don't worry. We'll figure this out. Feeling relieved, I set my phone down on the dresser, because if Mom sees a phone anywhere near the dinner table, she snatches it away and tosses it in the toilet. I've fallen victim to such thievery once and only once. After drying your toilet water phone in rice overnight, you quickly learn to never do that again. I head down the hallway and to the dining room, where I catch Jeff press a chaste kiss to my mom's cheek. He whispers thank you to her before taking a seat. He's changed his clothes as well, hands free from any landscaping dirt. I know he'll be right back outside after this, but I appreciate his understanding for my mom's rules at the table. Smells good, Mom, I lie as I take a seat. Jeff loves her homemade fish sticks. I loathe them. But I eat them because I was taught at a very early age, you eat what's on your plate and you don't complain about it. Be happy you have food at all. Thank you. I made some of your favorite cobbler for dessert. Now that's something I can choke down fish sticks for. You're amazing. Thank you. Mom takes a seat, and then as a cute family of 3, we link hands, Mom leads us in a prayer, and then we dig in. Thankfully, Mom gave me smaller portions. I can easily take this down for the promise of some fresh cobbler. How was work, sweetie? Mom asks while putting a dollop of tartar sauce on her plate. She passes the sauce to Jeff, who takes a scoop as well, and then to me. I load up my plate with the pickle-ridden dipping sauce because it's the only way I can chew through the sticks of fish. It was great, I answer, the lie feeling raw on my tongue. 3 things I learned while growing up with a strong, independent woman: you don't lie, you don't cheat, and you always work for what you want. Well, I just lied, but I can't possibly stomach telling the truth. Not when Mom and Jeff told me just like Kelsey what a bad idea it was to take a job from Angela. Hot and cold Angela. Narcissistic and erratic Angela. They told me to wait out the job market, that something would come along for a graduate from UC Irvine with a master's in business. Something would come. Anything would come. Nothing came. Absolutely zero opportunities. I became desperate. Student loans were knocking at my door, responsibility was flooding around my feet. I needed a job. Angela was my only option. She offered me temporary placement within the company, a lowball salary that forced me to live with my mom so I could maintain living in Southern California, and a promise that if I performed my job well, that after a year, my salary would triple. Yes, triple, that's how much of a pay cut I took, and she'd give me a permanent position. Mom and Jeff said I'd be a fool to take it. That she'd screw me over somehow. But I had no other options. Absolutely none. So, I had no choice, in my mind. I took it. And I slayed. Over the next few months, I saw extreme growth of the lifestyle blog. Celebrities started backing it, and before I knew it, Angeloop had become a household name. I was a part of that. I threw a "told you so" right at Mom and Jeff after our first featured spot on the Today Show. I said I had to put the time in, and good things would happen. Can you hear the sarcastic laughter now? Not only do I have no money, but now I have no job, and in a week, unless I want to tell Mom and Jeff the truth, nowhere to live. As Rachel Green would say, isn't that just kick you in the crotch, spit on your neck fantastic? Did you sign a lease yet? I know you found a place over in West Hollywood near your sister you liked. That I did, but thank God for my fear of commitment, because I didn't sign the lease. That would have just added to this nightmare. I didn't quite like that place, the vibe wasn't there. Jeff laughs. Maura, do you remember being 25, searching for a place to live based off a vibe? He playfully clutches his chest. The memories. My mom chuckles and smooths her hand over his back. I remember I found a one-room square over in Koreatown where the toilet was next to my bed and I'd use it as a nightstand. It was in those nightstand toilet seat moments that I thought, wow, the vibe here is real. Mom looks at me. Real poor, that is. Chuckling, Jeff nods. Toilet nightstand, got me beat there. I just had a neighbor with a broom that wrecked my vibe all the time. I look between the two of them. You know I'm borderline a Gen Zer, the sarcasm can cut deep at times. They both laugh and then Mom says, you're a soft millennial. That's okay, honey. You can stay with mommy and stepdaddy for as long as you want. We love having no privacy. She smirks and I know she's teasing. She'd never kick me out of the house, but I also know they've been looking forward to my departure for a while. If you like having no privacy, then we might as well have a slumber party tonight. We can all cuddle up in your queen-size bed. Jeff holds up his hand. Please, spare me. Poor Jeff, such a good guy, and I can see that he does want to have some privacy with my mom. He's been with us since I was 15. I think he's ready to have some serious alone time with my mom. And just like that, the guilt builds. Does it suck that Angela fucked me over? Of course, but what sucks even more is if I don't figure this out, I'm going to be fucking Jeff and my mom out of the freedom they've been looking forward to. We really want to walk around naked, Mom says out of the blue. When I give her a horrified look, she says, whenever you're hanging out with your sister, that's what we do. We turn on some Harry Connick Jr., strip down, and then dance naked in the living room. Oh my God, why are you telling me this? I set my fork down, the possibility of eating dwindling. Yes, Jeff and my mom are attractive people. Jeff lifts weights in the garage and Mom keeps up with her physique, but good Christ. Not something you want to envision. Just so you know what we're looking forward to. She winks and then dips a fish stick in tartar sauce casually. I could have done without knowing. I lean back in my chair and cross my arms over my chest. Mom waves her fork at my plate. Eat up, sweetie. Cobbler is waiting for you. How could I forget? From behind a bush, I peek through the branches and watch as Jeff pulls my mom in for a kiss, gives her ass a squeeze. Ugh, old people, and then they both get in their cars and head to work. I don't pop out of the bushes right away. Instead, I wait another 2 minutes just to make sure they didn't forget anything. With my luck, they'd return home just as I was busting open a bag of chips. When I feel the coast is clear, I move around the bush, attempting to not snag my black pencil skirt on a branch. Can't afford to lose any good interview clothes, and I trudge across the street in my generic black heels. Thank God for 7-foot shrubs, because I don't think they noticed a thing. I tiptoe up the sidewalk to the house, unlock the door, slip inside, and then let out a deep breath. Mission accomplished. Although, now I'm wondering why I didn't just drive to Kelsey's place rather than worry about all the subterfuge. The hum of the fridge fills the rather quiet house. Everything is in order, not a throw pillow out of place, not a single dish in the sink. Mom probably wants this. Peace. The ability to enjoy the home she's worked so hard to keep. Not that I'm loud or obnoxious or a bad roommate, but there's something to having a house to yourself, being able to do what you want without the repercussions of someone walking in on you. That's what Mom and Jeff want desperately. I know this because they mention it almost every day. I need to find a job, and quick. Not only because I want to be able to give my mom peace with Jeff, but because this girl doesn't have much in the bank account and student loans won't pay themselves. Not to mention my high school reunion is coming up, and wouldn't it just be a freaking cactus to the armpit if I show up, unemployed, up to my eyeballs in student loans, wearing a dress from 5 years ago, and still living with my mom? And it's not as if I can't show up, because if I don't show up, Angela will know why, and I can't give her the satisfaction of knowing I relied on her. No, I need to figure this out. I head back to my bedroom and change out of my work outfit and into a pair of shorts and a ratty Taylor Swift shirt that I've had for over a decade. As I make it back into the living room, my phone beeps with a text. Kelsey, all clear? Lottie, clear. A few minutes later, Kelsey comes busting through the door with tequila and margarita fixings in hand. The items to forget all your troubles are here. I walk up to her, take the tequila, and then give her a hug. Thank you for coming over. What are sisters for? Plus, I have a light day today. Just fielding some emails. I brought my computer with me so I can get some work done as well. While drinking? I ask, brow raised. Doesn't seem like a smart idea. We're going to take it slow. She gives me a pointed look. Alcohol can ease the pain, but it's not going to fix anything. Unless. Have you decided to tell Mom and Jeff? Because if that's the case, I'll get shit-faced with you right now. You say the word, and our heads will be battling for prime-time toilet space in 2 hours. I shake my head. No, I'm not telling Mom and Jeff. Margarita fixings in hand, we both walk to the kitchen, where we set everything on the counter. I don't think I have it in me to tell them. You should have seen their faces last night when they were talking about having the house to themselves and having the opportunity to finally dance around naked. Ew. Kelsey's face scrunches up. Tell me about it. It was a visual I didn't need while trying to choke down Mom's fish sticks. I grab 2 glasses and a shaker from the cabinet. Kelsey goes to the freezer for a tray of ice cubes. Mom doesn't believe her fridge needs to be updated, just like the roof. but they were excited about me leaving, and to tell them that there's no end in sight at this moment, it makes me want to drink this entire bottle of tequila. I press my hand to my face. I'm such a failure, Kelsey. She slips in behind me and gives me a hug. I wrap my arms around hers and hold her tight, letting myself take advantage of the sisterly hug. You're not a failure, Kelsey says. You've just hit a bump in the road. You all told me she was going to screw me over at some point, and maybe I thought that in the beginning, but after finding a groove with work and proving my worth at the company, I thought I could trust her. I truly thought I'd found my place. I shake my head. I'm an idiot. You're not an idiot. She pats my hands before releasing me. But maybe you make some bad decisions at times. I make so many bad decisions. Remember that time you told me not to ask out Tyler Dretch because you said he liked you, but I tried to prove you wrong and asked him out anyway? He told me he wanted to date the younger version of myself. That was in high school. High school, Kelsey. She chuckles. I know. I told you not to. And then when I bought those peach-colored seersuckers, I convinced you they were the newest fashion, but it just hadn't hit the market yet, and I wore them to the beach only for them to tear in the crotch seam when I bent over. My ass crack never cinched up so tight and so fast in my life. I can still see the horrified look on your face as you felt the first ocean breeze cross your lady bits. Not wearing underwear, another bad decision. You see? I don't even know what a good decision is. That's not true. Those are just small things. You've made some good decisions. Oh yeah? I ask, pouring the margarita ingredients into the shaker. Please, regale me with my amazing decisions. Kelsey leans against the counter and taps her chin. You. Well, there was the time. Oh, what about? Maybe not that. Please, keep them coming, I say dryly. You're showering me with all my good decisions. I can barely breathe from all the flattery. Just give me a second, Shisho, you got your master's in business. That was a great idea. Was it? I ask her. Because I've spent the last year using my measly paycheck to pay off my hefty student loans. And that master's in business did absolutely nothing for me other than land me a job with Angela, which... we know how that ended. Oh, I forgot about the student loans. Are they bad? Kelsey's face scrunches up. I shake the mixer and say, I honestly can't even look. I'm too scared. I have them on auto pay right now. How much do you have in the bank? I wince. It's bad. And I knew she was going to ask the question, but it doesn't make it any easier. I pour the margaritas into their respective glasses. I don't know. Once again, too scared to look. Kelsey takes a deep breath, picks up her drink, and says, well, if we're going to figure out what you're going to do, then we're going to have to rip the bandage off and take a look at what we're working with. We need to know your level of desperation. She pulls her computer from her bag and nods toward the dining room table. It's time, she says. Crap. I'm afraid she's right. It is time. I stand there, lift the glass to my lips, and take a very large sip. I'm going to need it. We both stare blankly at the wall in front of us. Not a word. Not a movement. Just staring. The air conditioner will kick on every few minutes, blowing cool air over my heated body. But that's it. That's the only movement in the house, a slight wisp of my hair floating across my grief-stricken and incredibly shocked face. I've heard of rock bottom before. I've read about it. I've even seen it on some people. I thought I was at rock bottom yesterday. But I was wrong. This right here is rock bottom. Finally, after at least 5 minutes of silence, Kelsey says. So, I'd say our level of desperation is DEFCON 1. I tip back my drink and finish the contents. Yup, I say simply. Over $30,000 in debt, less than $3,000 to my name. Not enough for a deposit and first month's rent for my own place. Not enough to keep paying off my loans. Not enough to consider some money to fall back on. Nope. DEFCON 1 is precisely what we're dealing with: nuclear war. You really weren't making much, were you? Kelsey asks. No, I wasn't. I press my hand against my forehead, the severity of my situation really starting to sink in. I hate to admit it, but I think I have to start stripping. What? Kelsey asks. Yup, stripping. I've seen how much those girls make. They're raking in the dough. I lift the collar of my shirt and peer down at my body. I have nice boobs, maybe smaller than what some might enjoy, but guys like that, right? They're perky enough. And I can sway to the music. Strip clubs aren't looking for people to sway to Taylor Swift music, they want you gyrating. Do you know how to gyrate? You're never too old to learn something new. Gyrating is just thrusting your pelvis, right? I say we look up some strip clubs and just, scope out the competition. See what's getting the penises up around Hollywood these days. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not the kind of two-step, side-to-side dancing you do. Also, Mom would murder you. And you realize, you'd have to dance in a thong, and your boobs would be out for everyone to see. I roll my eyes. I know what strippers do. I'm not an idiot. I tap my chin. Do you think if I get my nipple pierced, that would help my chances? Kelsey actually gives it some thought. Maybe. Wait, no. She shakes her head. You're not going to be a stripper. There has to be a better idea than exposing men to your bare-breasted two-step. She stands and holds her hand out to me. She helps me stand as well and then says, let's go for a walk. Fresh air will clear our heads. Booze is always a good idea to forget, but we can't forget, because we're in DEFCON 1 mode right now. We need ideas, not sorrows. Are you saying I'm not allowed to wallow? She shakes her head again. No. We have no time for wallowing. Not unless you're ready to tell Mom. No way in hell. Then get your shoes, because we need to get thinking. Not bothering with sneakers, I slip on my sandals, we lock up, and then we head out of the house. Kelsey walks across the street and turns right. You want to walk through the flats? I ask her. Do you want to depress me? Being surrounded by rich, elaborate houses might be exactly what you need. Inspiration. Dragging my feet, I follow her, and we start our walk through the neighborhood of the most elaborate and ornate houses in Los Angeles. The sidewalks are immaculate, with not a crack in the cement, and the grass is so pristinely cut that, from a quick glance, one would assume it is AstroTurf. That's how perfect it is. A mixture of palm trees and old oak trees line the roads, while cascading bushes and wrought iron gates protect the dwellings of the wealthy. This is depressing, I say as I go to turn around. No, this is inspiring. You have to have a mindset change. Who knows? Maybe by walking these streets, we'll run into someone rich who wants to work on a charity case. You. Aren't you cute? She chuckles. Seriously, though, you never know who we might run into. Haven't you heard those stories about people who meet an investor on an airplane and next thing you know, their product is in every Target in the country? No, I answer. I haven't heard those stories. Well, they happen. You never know who you might run into. She laughs. You could possibly meet a rich husband, walking these streets. She glances at me and then looks me up and down. Well, not dressed like that, but you know, that might not be a bad idea, I say. What? Meeting a rich husband? Kelsey asks. Sis, I was joking. But it's not a joke in my head. And, yes, it might be the tequila what little we had talking, but there have to be men around here looking for someone to marry, right? Some singletons looking for a romp on their luxury mattress that could very well turn into a lifelong coupling? I'm not opposed to impressing with my sexual exploits to snag a man. Remember, DEFCON 1. No, this could be something. Oh, Jesus, Kelsey says in an exasperated tone. Lottie, I know you're desperate, but we need to be smart desperate. Finding a rich husband isn't the solution to your problems. What are you going to do, get married next week? Love can happen that fast. I'm going to stop you right there. This isn't a solution. We need something concrete, something we can control. No, I gesture to the houses around us. Look at these places. You can't tell me all these people are living the perfect life. I bet there are some bachelors here looking for someone to keep them warm at night. I point to my chest. That person can be me. I'm warm. I have snuggly arms, and I'll put out. I have no problem with such behavior. Jesus, help me, Kelsey says, pressing her hands together while looking up to the sky. I lift my phone and open my browser. What are you doing? Kelsey asks. Looking up how to snag a rich husband. Lottie, you've lost it? Truly, this is an all-time low for you. Precisely, which means I can only go up from here. Oh, look. I point at my phone. An article on how to impress the rich. I click on it and start scrolling. It says they like braids. I look up at Kelsey. Rich people like braids? Do your clients have braids in their hair? Kelsey thinks about it. I mean, I guess I've worked with a few who have the cute many braids in their hair. Okay, braids check. Lottie, you can't be serious. Desperation consumes me, and once I'm fixated on something that I think will save me from my current situation, I go all in. So, yes, I am serious. Classy clothes, nothing scandalous. I glance down at my shirt. Think they would like this Taylor Swift shirt? No, Kelsey says. No one likes that shirt. It has holes in the armpits. Unless you've experienced the kind of breeze received from these holes in the armpits, you have no opinion on the matter. But noted, the rich might not enjoy it. I scan the article. Makeup, sophisticated conversations. Knowledge on a vast array of topics. I think about it. Do I know a lot of things? What kinds of things? I scan the article again. Doesn't say, just a vast array of topics. I mean, you know a lot of random facts about reality TV. I do. I perk up. That can be entertaining. Probably not for someone who brings in enough money to afford a $24 million home. Yeah, maybe you're right. Not to worry, I'll peruse Wikipedia, brush up on some knowledge. Yeah, because Wikipedia is the place to do that, Kelsey says sarcastically and then stops to face me. I think we really need to focus here, Lottie. Come up with a valid idea. I know this isn't what you want to do, but maybe you can ask Ken if you can. No, I say, turning away from her and continuing to walk down the manicured streets. I'm not contacting Ken. But he'd have a job for you, you know he would. Ken is out of the question. I'd rather rub my boob on some drunk man's face than call Ken. Is it because he's dating Angela now? My jaw grows tight as my lips twist to the side. No, I just don't feel like crawling back to my ex who left me for my boss after I introduced him to her. Begging him for a job at his lame freight shipping company is something I'll never do. Seriously, my boob on a drunk man's face is so much more appealing than that. You know he'd help you, Kelsey pushes. I shake my head and then turn around to head back home. This is useless. We should be thinking of useful ideas, not walking around, coming up with ideas like calling up my ex for a job. Honestly, Kelsey, you're not bringing your A game today. I didn't get a lot of sleep last night and I think that margarita mix was old. She holds her stomach. I take her hand and turn her around with me. This fresh air idea was a flop. Better than sitting on the couch with a pitcher of margaritas. I beg to differ, I say as a black car drives toward us, windows tinted black. You know, that person in that car could be my escape out of this mess. I'm still thinking finding a rich husband is the way to go. You're delusional. You realize that? Especially dressed like an unemployed vagabond. No one is going to want anything to do with you in that getup. I'll have you know these are my nice shorts. They're only 3 years old. Kelsey slow claps for me. Bravo, sis. We cross the street and head toward the house, and my phone beeps in my hand. We make our way up the sidewalk to the house as I bring my phone into view. And then I stop dead. Kelsey notices and asks, "What? What is it? Do Mom and Jeff know we're home?" I shake my head and show her my phone. Angela texted me. No. Kelsey takes the phone from my hands and punches in my passcode. Yup, we're that close. What the hell do you think she wants? I don't know, you took my phone. Together, we lean in, and Kelsey holds the phone out in front of us so we can both read it. Angela, hey, girl, now that you have time on your hands, think you want to help me with the reunion planning? I could really use your magic touch. You're so good at everything. What the actual fuck? Kelsey shouts. She has the audacity to text you and ask you for help? Has she lost her damn mind? And time on your hands? You have no time on your hands because of her, you have to spend all that time looking for a new job. I just stare down at the text, unable to move. Stunned that she'd say such a thing to me. That she'd think it's okay, after firing me. It's nothing personal. Yeah, well, it's personal to me. I shake my head. She's the worst human being I think I've ever met. Glad you're finally noticing that. Kelsey pats me on the back and encourages me to enter the house, but I stay still. There's no way I'm going to that reunion. Do you know why? Because she's just going to spend it humiliating me. Kelsey turns me toward her and forces me to look her in the eyes. Oh. You're going to that reunion. Do you hear me? You're going, and you're going to show up with some hoda-shit guy on your arm who's going to make Ken look like a freaking troll, and Angela is going to drool all over him. It's in 2 months. Currently, I have no job, I live with my mom, and I have zero prospects for arm candy. I point at her and say, and if you even joke about hiring an escort, our sistership is done. Got it? She nods. I understand. Escort is not an option. She taps her chin. Let's go inside, figure this out. Form a plan. We'll get you out of this mess, even if it means you sleep on the floor of my studio apartment for a few weeks. And here I thought I'd hit rock bottom, but you just offered up a whole new low. Kelsey, you know, I just measured out my studio. Another twin bed won't fit in here with my furniture. What if we stack some pillows under my bistro table? Might feel like a bunk bed or something. Lottie, I'm not staying at your place. Kelsey, we spent all day yesterday trying to come up with something. That's the best I've got. You know, if I could afford to, I'd love to hire you so you could take care of all the business things, and I could focus more on client outreach. But you need money. Lottie, working with you would be the dream, but if I want to get out of mom's house, I need money. But don't worry, I have it covered. Kelsey, what do you mean you have it covered? I told you, no stripping, no matter how nice your boobs are. Lottie, I'm not stripping. I don't think my nips are ready for that kind of exposure. Kelsey, then, I'm afraid to ask what your plan is. Lottie, I'm not saying this is the end goal, but at least it's something until I can figure out more. Kelsey, Lottie, what the hell are you doing? Lottie, just taking a stroll. Kelsey, oh my god. Are you in the flats right now? Lottie, nothing wrong with a little exercise. Got to get my muscles moving, you know? Kelsey, what are you wearing? If you say heels and a dress, I'm going to drive over there and pick you up. This is not a pretty woman moment. You hear me? Julia Roberts lucked out with Edward. That's once in a lifetime. Lottie, that was fictional. Kelsey, either way, what are you wearing? Lottie, picture simple workout clothes. Kelsey, you're wearing a sports bra, no shirt. That's flashy. Lottie, yeah, and these people are flashy. High ponytail so I look approachable and fun, with of course a braid on the side. Bright white sneakers, because they scream I like tennis. And I found a Fuji water bottle on the ground yesterday when I was pretending to come home from work, and I brought it home, cleaned it, and I'm carrying it now so it looks like I buy expensive water. Kelsey, ew. Are you drinking from it? Lottie, God, no. I'm not ready to contract syphilis. It's just a prop. Kelsey, a prop? I'm sorry, are you in a movie I don't know about? Lottie, not yet, but I did apply to some service that gathers extras for TV and film. You can make $40 a day. Score. Kelsey, you know, I never thought I'd see you like this, but... Wow. Lottie, what's that supposed to mean? Kelsey, you're excited about the possibility of making $40 a day, while perusing the streets for possible single, rich men, in a neighborhood you don't belong in. Call Ken. Lottie, over my dead body. I can feel it, Kels. This is it for me. Today, my life is going to change, even if it means I have to stay out here all day, walking up and down these damn streets. This is my out. Kelsey, when you come home, don't be surprised when there's an intervention set up. Because this is a new low for you. Lottie, I'm going to make you eat your words. Just watch. Chapter 3. Huxley. JP presses his fingers to his temples. Hold the fuck on. Let me get this straight. He looks up at me. You ran into Dave Tony on the street and told him you were engaged to a girl from Georgia and that she's pregnant. I wet my lips. That would be correct. We're sitting on my front porch, beers in hand, as I break the news to my brothers that I not only fucked up, but I royally fucked up. I didn't tell them yesterday after I saw Dave on the street, because honestly, I needed a second to process what the hell I'd gotten myself into. Now that I've had more than 24 hours to think about it, I realize that, yes, I'm going to need some assistance from my brothers to get me out of this one. Breaker rests his beer on the armrest of his chair and asks, "What the hell were you thinking?" I shrug. I saw an opportunity, and without thinking, I took it. Claiming your non-existent fiancée is pregnant with your child isn't an opportunity, that's a big fucking mistake. Dude, you have to have dinner with them in 3 days. I grip my hair and pull on it. I know. Fuck, what am I going to do? Tell him the truth, that you're a liar, JP says. Because that's going to secure the deal. I roll my eyes. I can't do that. If I tell him I lied, our reputation is going to be tarnished. No one will want to work with us. You couldn't have thought about that before you went and made up a fake baby and fiancé. Breaker asks. Shit, man. Yeah, I fucking know. I couldn't sleep last night, because all I kept thinking about was how the hell I was going to get myself out of this situation. Honestly, I have no idea what came over me. The property, yes, could be a huge profit for us, especially with what I've lined up idea-wise, but it's not as if this deal will make or break the company. I think there's just a part of me that needs to get what I can't have. And that, right now, is those properties. I have my eyes set on them, and apparently, I'll do just about anything to secure them. Even if it means putting our business on the line. And that made me feel sick to my stomach at 3 o'clock this morning. My brothers and I have built Kane Enterprises into the conglomerate it is today with a lot of hard work, a lot of right moves, and a lot of reinvesting. That one little mistake yesterday, it could cost us all that hard work, especially if word gets around. Do you have any friends that are single women? Breaker asks. I barely have time to hang out with you two. Do you really think I have time to nurture a friendship with a woman? Hey. Breaker holds up his hands. Don't get snarky with me. You're the one who came up with this great fucking idea. Sighing, I stand from my chair and set down my beer. What are you doing? JP asks. Going for a walk. I need to clear my head. Fine, Breaker says, standing as well. I'm going to order food while you do that. And you know what? I'm getting fucking ice cream too, because this is one of those ice cream moments. Cookies and cream, dude. I've been craving it, JP says as they both go into the house. I jog down the few steps from my porch to my sidewalk and head out toward the street. I use the door in the guard gate, rather than having to open the entire gate, and then turn right. It's just past 6. I came home early, because I couldn't stand sitting at the office any longer than I had to today, and it's because on my computer screen, in big bold letters, was an EV to Dave Tony's house for dinner with the missus. Yup. The missus. It was a bleeding reminder of how I lost my damn mind yesterday. At the age of 35, you'd think I'd have the ability to stay more calm, but that wasn't the case. The pressure got to me. Maybe it's because I feel the need to be the best. Turning 35 has made me realize that I'm still young and have so much potential, and if I continue to make the deals I'm making, we could easily become the youngest billionaires in the business. Money shouldn't be a motivator, but hell, the prestige of it is. I grip the back of my neck in frustration. Dad is probably looking down at me, laughing his ass off, thinking I got myself into one hell of a situation this time. Growing up, even though I was the oldest, I was also the troublemaker, the one who pushed the limits. Not the typical firstborn personality, but I'd push and push and push until I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Dad would just sit back and laugh while I attempted to become unstuck. I always succeeded, but this time around, I'm not so sure I'll be able to. I've performed my fair share of miracles, but finding a woman to fall in love with me, accept my proposal, and get pregnant in 3 days seems like a bit of a stretch. If only a girl could just fall right in my lap, willing and ready to go through this ruse with me. Someone, anyone. I turn the corner and almost run straight into a confused ball of brunette. Oh, sorry, I apologize as I grip both of her arms to keep her from toppling over into the grass. Hey, watch where you're going, she snaps at me while pulling away. Jesus, I say, holding my hands up. It was an accident. She steadies herself and then adjusts her long, brown ponytail. I quickly take her in. She's a small thing, petite, head barely reaches my chin. Her skin has that California glow to it that tells me she has time to hit up the beach or pool, and the definition in her arms makes me believe she has time to go to the gym as well. Probably some housewife out for a walk, trying to get her steps in before the husband comes home from a late night at the office. When she turns to face me, though, hell, I'm struck in the goddamn chest as her light green eyes meet mine. A seafoam color, so light that it's almost startling against her natural, thick black lashes. Damn. Her eyes quickly roam my body and then meet mine again, but this time, she's not hostile, more frustrated. Sorry, I'm just. Ugh, I'm lost. And I shouldn't be telling a complete stranger I'm lost because that's an invitation to take advantage of me. But my phone died, and I can't remember which way to go. Oh, so you don't live around here? She scoffs. I'm wearing 4-year-old leggings from Target. Trust me, I don't live around here. And then, as if she remembers something, she says, I mean, I'm from here. I'm posh and all those things. With a deep exhale, her shoulders slump and she rests her hands on her hips. Who am I kidding? This was a stupid-ass idea, and now I'm lost and hungry and my mom is going to call the cops if I don't come home soon. Oh shit, how old is this girl? I assumed old enough to look at, but if her mom is worried. Being that it's a school night, I can see why she'd be worried, I say. You can use my phone if you want. She stands taller. School night? How old do you think I am? I grip the back of my neck. I don't know. You said your mom would be worried. Because she's an overprotective mother and I'm a 28-year-old loser who gets lost in a rich neighborhood while trying to find a rich husband. What? I laugh. Uh-huh. She folds her arms over her chest, which props up her breasts in that already spectacular sports bra. Tried to look for a rich husband today. Not a gold digger, though, if that's what you're thinking. Just seeking revenge for a high school reunion. You know the deal. I'm unfamiliar with needing to find a rich husband. So, you're not gay. My eyebrows shoot to my hairline. This girl holds nothing back. Do I seem gay? I mean, if you want to lay down stereotypes, then, no, you look more like an alpha asshole you might find in the boardroom. It's the haircut and watch. I glance down at my watch and then back at her. The watch is really expensive. I get the alpha in the boardroom, but why the asshole? She scans me, her nose scrunches, and she says, your cologne smells too good. Nice guys never smell that good. From this brief conversation, I'm going to assume you found no takers in your rich husband search. Nope. She pops the P. You're actually the first guy I've run into today. Imagine that. Received plenty of judgmental stares from the ladies around here, though. It's probably because of your 4 seasons ago Target leggings, I joke. Yeah, they can totally tell that kind of stuff. She tilts her head to the side. Can I ask you a question? Sure, I answer, sort of enjoying this odd encounter. You're rich, right? When I don't answer, she rolls her eyes and adds, I'm not going to pull out a nail file and try to stab you, if that's what you're worried about. I read this article on how to snag a rich guy, and I feel as though one of the suggestions was wrong. I stick my hands in my pockets and casually say, I have money. She snorts. Yeah, I'm sure you just have it. Shaking her head, she says, okay, you're loaded, let's go with that because it's obvious. I want to know, do rich guys like braids? Braids? I ask, confused. You know. She points to the side of her head, where there's a small braid stretched across her head and then tied into her ponytail. Braids. Do you like these? I mean. Sure. It's not like I'm super excited about it, but I don't hate it, either. I knew it, she whispers while snapping her fingers. That article was total clickbait. I could tell by the millions of ads on the page that kept popping up every time I scrolled down. Duped again. Do I even want to know? Probably not. I rock on my heels. So, looking for a rich boyfriend, huh? She eyes me skeptically. Yes. You know, I'm single. I know, I know. What the hell are you thinking, Huxley? This is a random girl on the street, looking for a rich boyfriend. For all you know, she could very well be a gold digger. She could be bad news. She could be a decoy for someone to drive by with a van and rob you. It's happened before in this neighborhood. And, from the way her leggings fit tightly against her flat stomach, it's a solid guess that she's not pregnant, therefore making this plan of mine exponentially worse. But I don't see any other options at the moment. She's single, and she's a woman, the only two requirements I'm truly looking for at this point. Still looking skeptical, she folds her arms over her chest. You're single? Yeah. Single as they come. And you're telling me this because... Yeah, why are you telling her this, Huxley? Why are you telling a complete stranger that you're single, with the intention that you can use her to your advantage? Because she seems to need help like I need help, and if I've learned anything about business, it's that business deals can go a long way if made properly, if they can benefit both parties. And I very well might have a business deal in the making. You know, I think we should go grab something to eat. She doesn't move, doesn't even blink. Okay, what kind of creep are you? Excuse me? I ask. She motions at me with her finger. I told you I'm looking for a rich boyfriend. You should be running away. You should probably be calling the cops to escort me out of here and back to my mom's modest bungalow. There's no way in hell you should be asking me to grab something to eat. So, what's your game, man? She's spunky, outspoken, unlike any girl I've met, that's for sure. And she's right. I should be scared. She seems to have the kind of tenacity that would bring a man to his knees, but she also is a qualified candidate for what I'm looking for, and I'm 3 days away from a dinner date. I'm willing to roll the dice. I have no game. Don't bullshit me. Wow, she really calls it like it is. Just tell me what your end game is. Fine, I say, seeing where this is going. I might be in the need for a fake fiancé. I'll keep the pregnant thing to myself for now. A fake fiancé? She asks. Why? I glance around at our surroundings. I don't tend to talk business in the middle of the neighborhood. If you're interested in talking about this, then why don't you meet me at the Chipotle on Santa Monica and Beverly in an hour? Chipotle? She asks, dumbfounded. You're rich supposedly, and that's where you want to meet for dinner. I like burritos, I say with a shrug. Plus, anywhere else isn't going to accept someone wearing 4 seasons ago leggings and a sports bra into their establishment. Even if the sports bra makes her tits look amazing. She doesn't answer right away, instead, takes her time, but when she does answer, she says, "That's fair. Care to direct me back to my house so I can put on something more suitable for Chipotle?" Sure. I pull out my phone and open the Google Maps app. I hand her my phone and let her figure it out on her own. My name is Huxley, by the way. Her eyes flutter up to mine. Huxley, huh, that's an interesting name. Any inspiration from Huckleberry Finn? Not that I'm aware of. When she goes back to the phone, I ask, and you would be? Lottie, she says, zooming in on the phone and gaining her bearings as she glances around the streets. Lottie. Any inspiration from a lollipop? Her brow raises when she looks up at me. No. It's actually short for Liz Lottie. But no one, and I mean no one, calls me that. Not even my parents. She points at me. And don't even think about calling me that. Got it? I hold up my hands in defense. Got it? Good. She hands me back my phone and says, I know where I'm going now. I'm about a mile away. Will an hour be long enough for you to get back? Do you think I'll be crawling? So fiery. So fierce. No, just not sure how long it would take you to, you know. Shower. Her brows shoot up to her hairline. Are you implying I stink? Jesus. I drag my hand over my face. No, I don't know what you need to do to get ready. She holds up one hand. Trust me, it won't take long. I'm not here to impress anyone. She takes a step back. Chipotle, in an hour. She points at me. You're buying. And then she takes off at a jog, and for some reason, I keep my eyes trained on her heart-shaped backside. Business. Opportunity. Cane. That's what I need to focus on, because Little Miss No One Calls Me Licelot might be just the woman I need. Smart. Quick on her feet. Desperate. What do you mean, you're leaving? JP asks from my dining room table. And why are you dressed like that? Like what? I ask as I adjust the cuffs on my button-up shirt. As if you're about to go on a date, Breaker answers before taking a sip of his beer. Because I am. Both of my brothers sit up in their chairs and set their beers down on the sandalwood dining room table, to which I have no attachment. My designer purchased it because it goes with my design aesthetic. What do you mean, you're going on a date? JP asks. You were just outside, trying to dig yourself out of the mess you've made with Dave Tony. You went on a walk. And now you're going on a date. Yeah, I say as I slip on my shoes. How? Breaker asks. Ran into her on the sidewalk. She was looking for a rich boyfriend. I happen to be rich. Therefore, it works out perfectly. What? JP asks, his voice disbelieving. Hold on. You met a girl on the sidewalk, she openly told you she's looking for a rich boyfriend, and now you're taking her out. I finished tying my shoe, stand, and adjust my slate gray shorts. Yup. They're about to open their mouths when I pin them with a steely glare. Do you have any better ideas? Do you have any other women lining up for the job? Is she lining up for the job? JP asks. She's aware that I need a fake fiancé. I don't know, Breaker says. This seems like a really bad idea. Going out with someone you don't know. I give him a confused look. Dude, that's what dating is all about, going out with someone you don't know. But this is different. She wants a rich boyfriend, you need a fake fiancé, who's to say she's not going to take advantage of you? How do you know she won't agree to whatever you have going on in your head but then do something like go to the media and fuck up our reputation? I stuff my phone in my pocket and say, that's why we pay our lawyers an extreme amount of money, so they can create contracts to prevent that from happening. When Breaker still looks uneasy, I say, listen, I didn't give her my last name, and she didn't seem to recognize me either, so I'm going to feel her out and see if she's interested. If so, I'll get Harvey to draw up an NDA, as well as an agreement for both of us to sign. I don't know, Breaker says, leaning back in his chair now. This seems really fucking risky. Then tell me what I should do. Do you have another plan of action? I ask, arms spread. Tell Dave that your fiancée isn't available this weekend. That she's away for the next 2 weeks. So, the dinner date needs to be postponed. Although, I wouldn't have lied in the first place, Breaker says. Too fucking late for that, I say in a huff while grabbing my keys. Not to mention, I want this deal done and dusted. Not waiting another fucking 2 weeks, when I'd probably be no closer to finding a fake fiancé. On my way to the garage, I say, be back. Lock up if you leave. I hate to admit that they're right, this is crazy, slightly stupid, and incredibly risky, but I also dug my hole. I might as well lie in it. Chapter 4. Lottie. Lottie, OMG, Kelsey. Kelsey, what? Did Mom and Jeff find out? I swear I haven't said anything. Lottie, no, I found a rich man. Kelsey, what? Lottie, I don't have a lot of time. My phone is charging and I'm meeting him in about 25 minutes at the Chipotle down the street. But, yeah, I found a rich man. Kelsey, hold on. What do you mean you found a rich man? What were you doing? Lottie, puffs chest while on my walk. I got lost, and then bam, rich man to save the day. Told you I could find one walking through the flats. Kelsey, you're fucking with me. Lottie, I'm not, I swear. I'm putting on some mascara right now and I'm trying to decide if I go in casual or if I put on a sundress. Honestly, I have no need to impress him. He's the one who wants to discuss things. Kelsey, discuss things. What does that even mean? Why aren't you answering your phone when I call you? I need to know what the hell is going on. Lottie, I can't talk. I don't want Mom and Jeff hearing me. And this guy is looking for a fake fiancé. It works out great. Kelsey, what? Lottie, are you hearing yourself right now? Do you really think this is safe? You found a random man on a sidewalk and he just so happens to be looking for a fake fiancé. Do you not see how coincidental that is? Lottie, lucky, right? Kelsey, oh my God. You're going to be murdered. Lottie, no way. The dude is meeting me at Chipotle. He's not going to murder me at a place where you have to pay extra for guac. Kelsey, what does guac have to do with any of this? Lottie, nothing, but I want it to be known that I believe charging extra for guac is outrageous. Anyway, I have to get going. I'm walking there and I don't want to show up as a sweaty mess, I want to take my time. I'll text you when I'm done. Kelsey, Lottie. I know you're desperate, but this is not better than telling Mom and Jeff. Suck up your pride and just tell them. Meeting a random stranger for food isn't the way to go. Lottie, people meet up with strangers all the time to share food. That's what dating is all about. Kelsey, you're not dating him. Lottie, not yet. Text you later, sis. Love you. Yeah, this is stupid. I'll admit it. Kelsey has every reason to fret, because this situation screams bad decisions, but I like to think I'm a good judge of character, and this guy wasn't giving me murder vibes. Instead, his eyes reflected the same desperation as mine. He needs me, just like I need him. And that right there is exactly what one needs in order to follow through with such a farce mutual neediness. Now, my mother didn't raise a fool, and of course I'll play hard to get, because, yes, getting out of Jeff and Mom's house is the end goal here, as well as finding a new job and bringing a hot piece of ass to the reunion, but I'm also going to see what this guy has to say. I'm going to feel him out, and if the offer or story isn't good enough, see ya, buddy. I'm all about saving face, but not in exchange for my soul. I round the corner and find the Chipotle across the street. My stomach growls just from the sight of the crisp white building and burnt red pepper logo. If anything, this will be a free meal. Burrito bowl, here I come. Once I got home, I quickly showered, tossed my hair into a tight bun, and then put on a pair of jean shorts and a simple Aerosmith t-shirt. I paired that with some bracelets and my favorite pair of comfortable Birkenstocks, found them at the Thrifty Shopper, which around here has rich people's used clothing for super cheap, and I headed out. I charged my phone just long enough to be able to make a phone call if I need a quick out or if I was abducted. Now that I'm crossing the street, almost here, a small bout of nerves is in the pit of my stomach. For the most part, I have strong bravado, but there are times when that bravado falters and my vulnerability comes out. I'm experiencing flashes of that right now. When I make it to the other side of the road, I take a deep breath and head into the restaurant, and I spot Huxley immediately. It's hard not to. I'll admit, the man is extremely attractive. A tall man, he must be at least 6'2", his skin has a golden tan to it, his hair is a beautiful chestnut brown. Yes, I said beautiful, and he has those dark, penetrating eyes that seem like they could cut any human in half, in the boardroom or on the streets. Currently, he's staring down at his phone, one leg pressed up against the wall he's leaning onto, and he's wearing dark gray chino shorts and a light blue button-down shirt that hugs him in all the right places. His sleeves are rolled up to his elbows, and hello, man chest, the top two buttons of his shirt are undone, showing off a little man cleavage. Not too much to be douchey, but just enough to pique my interest. Not that I'm here to actually see him as a potential date, but the hot factor needs to be considered for this transaction. And he's incredibly good looking. He would make Angela drool, for sure. His eyes lift from his phone briefly, and when they spot me, I feel them dangerously rake over my frame, taking me in, every last inch of me. When they finally meet my eyes, he pushes away from the wall and walks up to me while stuffing his phone in his pocket. "You're here," he says. "Worried I was going to stand you up." "A little," he admits, but that confidence he exudes doesn't falter, as if he had a bout of worry, but knew I was going to come all along. He nods toward the counter. "Want to order and then get down to business?" That would be ideal for my stomach. We get in line, and he lets me go first, point for him being gentlemanly, and I order my typical burrito bowl with chicken, black beans, and fajita veggies. And since Loverboy is paying, I have them pile the guac on. Huxley sweeps in behind me with a steak burrito, pinto beans, no rice, and tons of lettuce and salsa. No guac. Does he not like guac, or is he not willing to pay the extra money? A question for the ages. When we get to the register, he grabs a beer for both of us, as well as chips and salsa, and then pays. When I see him pull out his Amex Black card to swipe it, my anxiety over him claiming he's rich no longer exists. Yeah. The man wasn't lying about being rich. Good to know. With food and drinks in hand, Huxley finds a high-top table near the window that offers us enough privacy from the rest of the restaurant that I feel comfortable enough to have the type of conversation we're about to have. Once we're seated, I say, "From the lack of guac on your burrito, I'm going to assume you don't like it very much." He shakes his head. "Too slimy. Can't handle the texture of it." "Are you a California native?" He nods. "Yup, born in Santa Monica." "Fascinating," I say, giving him a smooth once-over. I don't think I've ever found a native Californian who doesn't like guacamole. I'm an anomaly. My brothers think I'm weird, so you're not alone in the opinion you probably have about me. I don't think you're weird, just interesting. You also didn't get rice. Not a big rice fan." He glances at me while he unwraps his burrito. "Care to analyze anything else about my order? You got beer instead of a soda. You're either extremely nervous or you're the type of person who has no shame in ordering an alcoholic beverage at a quick-serve restaurant." "I don't know what it feels like to be nervous," he says in such a straight, monotone voice that I actually believe him. I'm not sure he knows that emotion based on that quick and abrupt answer. I also don't carry around shame. It's a waste of my mental energy. I pick up my fork and move it around my burrito bowl as he takes his first bite. I see how you are. He finishes chewing and swallows, following up with a swipe of his napkin across his mouth before he asks, "Oh, you do? Please, educate me on myself. You're one of those power men." "Power men?" he asks, brow raised. "You know, the ones you read about, the successful ones that have a crazy regimen. They read a self-help book a week, work out every day, are brutal in the boardroom, and drink so much water that their bladder doesn't know what yellow pea is." His burrito is halfway to his mouth as he says, "Takes me a week and a half to get through a self-help book when a new season of the challenge comes out." Then he takes a bite of his burrito, and honestly, from the lack of facial expressions, I can't tell if he's being serious or not. Might as well test his knowledge. "You watch the challenge?" He nods slowly. "CT for life." Okay, don't freak out." "Got." "But CT. He's my dream man," I say before I can stop myself. Heavy Boston accent, troubled past, buff even in his dad bod era, and just a fine piece of ass. Love him so much. Is that why you like him? He wipes his mouth, and in a dry tone, he says, "Yes. Can't get enough of that tight ass of his. Look at that, we have a funny man in our midst. I like that. Makes me feel comfortable. I knew you were an ass man." "How do you figure?" "You just have that type of intense glare in your eyes." Screams ass man. "Wasn't aware you could tell by someone's glare that they're an ass man," he says while lifting his beer to his lips. "Easily. Funny." He swallows some more beer, sets it down, and says, "Because asses are sexy and all, but I'm all about the neck." "The neck?" I ask, my loaded fork halfway to my mouth. You like to choke people." "No, but there's something so sexy, so possessive, about being able to hold your girl at the nape of her neck." "Possessive, are we?" I ask, trying to feel this man out. "I prefer to claim what's mine." "Interesting. If that's the case, why are you looking for a fake fiancé?" Claiming what's yours seems like an intense reaction, something you wouldn't take lightly. I don't take it lightly. It's why I haven't been able to find the right person, because I take my dating life, or lack thereof, seriously. I'm not going to waste my time on someone if I don't feel an innate demand in my body to claim them. I guess that makes sense. I study him. "So, then, why the fake fiancé?" "I told you I need someone to pretend to be my boyfriend for a reunion." "What's your reasoning?" "We'll get to that," he says. "I want to know more about you first. I need to be comfortable with you before I tell you what I need." "Okay, as long as I can ask you questions, too." "A question for a question. That work for you?" Easy to compromise. I'm surprised. He doesn't necessarily give off that vibe, especially with all the possessive talk. I'm just going to make it known, that detail about him is a total turn on. Not that I'm looking to actually date this guy or anything. That works for me. You ask first. What do you do? He takes a large bite of his burrito, and for being a man of class, he's really munching down on that burrito. Currently in between jobs. So, unemployed, he cuts in, and I grow defensive. Not by my choice. So, you were fired. He lifts his brow in question. I puff up my chest. As a matter of fact, I was fired, and not because I wasn't doing my job, but because my idiot boss believes she can get someone else to do my job for less pay. With a sinister smile, I say, I hope her business burns up in flames. He lets out a low chuckle. Seems like poor management to me. You could say that. My boss was one of my best friends growing up. A volatile friendship, very toxic. I could love her and hate her all in the span of 1 minute. She told me my firing wasn't personal, and then the next day, she asked if I'd help her with our high school reunion she's planning. You know, now that I have time on my hands. He winces. Brutal. Yes. So, she's Satan's daughter. Seems like she did you a favor. I shake my head. She screwed me over. I smile. But we can talk about that later. My turn to ask a question. What do you do? Real estate, he answers simply. That's it? That's all you're going to say? He sips from his beer and then says, sorry, don't have a tragic story to tell you about losing my job. Are you mocking me? He levels with me, his eyes connecting directly with mine. I'm trying to get you to agree to be my fake fiancé. Do you really think I'd mock you? I guess not. Next question. Are you attached to anyone romantically in any way? He asks. If I were, I wouldn't be trying to find someone to take to the reunion, now would I? I take another bite of my burrito bowl and wish I wasn't trying to be all dainty around this guy, because the chicken is on fire today and I want to shovel it in my mouth. So that's a no. I need to hear you say it. What a formal fuck. That's a no. I'm not romantically involved with anyone. I motion to my body and say in the voice of the old lady from Titanic, it's been 84 years since these breasts have been touched. He smirks and nods. Good. What about you? I ask. Seems like a stupid question since you're looking for a fake fiancé, but who knows? Maybe you got yourself involved in some sort of drug deal gone sideways and you need a fake fiancé to get you out of the situation instead of throwing your wife to the wolves, so you find an innocent walker in the neighborhood to use as a decoy. Lure her in with promises of extra guac and good-smelling cologne. Seeming amused, he wipes his mouth and leans back in his chair before tossing his napkin on the table. I fear what else is going on in that head of yours. Trust me, it's a place you don't want to get lost in. I grin and then shove some more chicken in my mouth. Sweet Chipotle gods, you outdid yourself today. Chef's kiss. Apparently. And to answer your question, no, I'm not romantically involved with anyone. Don't have time. Oh, workaholic, huh? A man who's married to his work, always a catch for a single lady. Haven't found anyone to take me away from my work. He finishes up his burrito, and if this guy were my bro right now, I'd offer up a high five for the annihilation of his meal. Color me impressed. So, you're saying if you found the right woman or man? Woman, he says, sipping his beer. Just double checking. Can never be too sure. If you found the right woman, you would come home early. If I found the right woman, I'd be far more interested in fucking her against every surface of my house rather than answering monotonous emails or buying a business partner a drink. Well. Okay. Well, that's information. So, you like fucking? That's good to know, I say awkwardly while nodding. Do you not enjoy fucking? He asks, and I don't think I've ever met someone like him. Bold, brash, domineering, but also equipped with a playful side if you can pull it out of him. Well, you know. Since it's been 84 years, I can't quite draw up any experiences that would remind me what a pleasurable event fucking is. He slowly nods but doesn't say anything after that. Instead, he studies me, and under that strong gaze, I feel naked, as if he's stripping me down to nothing with every breath I take. Good God. So, is it my turn for a question? I kind of lost track, I say. Sure. Ask away. I nod, but my mind goes blank, because all I can think about is the way he's staring at me with those take-no-prisoners eyes. They're controlling, almost a mindfuck. Steadfast, unwavering, he speaks truth with his gaze, he destroys with his glare. The faint dusting of dark scruff on his jaw makes him exponentially more intimidating, and the way he has one hand casually draped on the table, almost as if he's claiming the space, throws me off, and I can't think of a damn thing to ask him. Why don't you ask a question? I ask, right before I shove a huge forkful of food into my mouth. Are you comfortable around me? Wasn't expecting that question, even though I should have, since he seems to say what's on his mind. There's no skirting the truth with him. I finish chewing, swallow, and then say, I know I shouldn't feel comfortable around you. You're everything my mother has warned me about. Alpha workaholic who seems to get everything he wants. Dominant, holds nothing back, intimidating. You don't scream family man, nor do you have attentive boyfriend written across your forehead, but there's also this air about you that makes you seem trustworthy, and I'm not sure if that's comforting or terrifying. I'll take that as a yes. He leans forward across the table and eats a chip for the first time. Neither of us have touched them, too engrossed in our conversation. I'm going to need you to feel comfortable with me, Lottie. I'm going to need your trust. You realize trust is earned, right? I ask. He nods. Yeah, but I'm going to need you to be open to it. My intentions are pure, although askew, but they're pure. Going into this meeting, I knew I was going to be asking a lot, but I need to make sure you're open to it first, before I lay it all out on the table. Huh. Now I'm really intrigued. I mean, I was intrigued before and of course a free meal, but he almost seems to be showing a slight hint of vulnerability, something I'm not sure a man like Huxley shows very often. Are you open to it, Lottie? I set my fork down and pat my mouth with my napkin. I'm unemployed, I live with my mom, and I have nothing going for me at the moment. Pretty sure I'm open to whatever comes my way. He nods and then leans even farther forward. I fucked up big time, and now I'm trying to cover my ass. Oh, a man who knows when he's wrong. Be still, my heart. He doesn't smirk, but he grows more serious. This fuck up could cost me my reputation, and not only my reputation, but my brother's as well, and everything we've built together. What did you do? I ask, leaning forward too. Going into this dinner, I didn't think I was going to gobble up some gossip, but I'm here for it. Short story is, I was trying to land a deal. The guy who I was trying to work with wasn't biting, and my brothers said it's because he couldn't connect with me on a personal level. I ran into him on the street after the meeting. I met his fiancée, and before I knew it, I was telling him I was engaged as well. I wince. Your mouth spoke before your brain could think. Yeah, you could say that. Anyway, he invited me and my fiancée to dinner, and it's the first in I've had with this guy. The problem is, the dinner is Saturday. Well, that really puts you in a spot, doesn't it? You could say that. His eyes bore into mine. That's where you come in. You want me to go to this dinner with you, and pretend to be your fiancé. Yes, but I also need you to play out the farce until the deal is done. How long will it take for the deal to go through? He shrugs. Could take a week, could take longer. I slowly nod, thinking this over. What would the farce entail? Am I going to be required to play Julia Roberts for you? Julia Roberts, he asks, confused. You know. Pretty Woman. Richard Gere hires Julia Roberts to be at his beck and call for all of his important business meetings. Have you never seen the movie? He shakes his head. No. Well, basically she moves into his hotel with him and shows up wherever he needs her. You wouldn't need to move in with me, he says. Damn, there goes getting out of Mom and Jeff's house. Not that I'd actually move in with a complete stranger. I'm not that insane. But I'd need you to be available when I need you. I see. I cross my arms over my chest. And you think I could just do that given how I've no job? I have connections. I could get you a job. I hold up my hand to stop him right there. I don't need your charity job. I'd prefer to earn my own career. I can respect that. His jaw tightens. If I can't hook you up with a job, what can I give you in return? This would be a business transaction, after all. Shelter would be preferred. Money to pay off my student loans would be amazing, but I'd never ask that. The reunion is the only thing he can really offer me, but is that enough? That doesn't really solve much. Just gives me a superficial upper hand. It doesn't solve my money problem or the need to move out of Mom's house. Honestly, what was I thinking, looking for a rich husband? What was the end goal? The more I think about it, the more I realize there was no end goal. This was hell, this was a distraction. I'm not sure, I say. I can go to your reunion, act as though we're in love, whatever you need. Desperation slips into his voice. I'm not even sure I'm going to that, I say. You know, I'm not sure this is really for me. I have student loans I have to pay off, so I don't think I can be at someone's beck and call when I should be finding a job. I lean back in my chair and stare down at the table. Jesus, what was I even thinking, coming to this meeting? A job, that's what I need to be doing, finding a job, not worrying about what I look like at a stupid high school reunion. I look at Huxley, whose brow is pinched together in consternation. This was a mistake. I'm sorry. I stand from the table, and Huxley says, wait. We can come up with something that benefits both of us. I shake my head. Ultimately, this is another situation where a rich person gets what they want by using a poor person. Even though I'm currently lying to my mom and Jeff, I hate lying. You have the intellect to be more, to find a job that utilizes your skills. I know this is going to sound prideful, but I'm not sure I should be taking handouts right now. I need to figure out what I'm doing with my life. I look at the bag of chips and snag them from the table. But I'm not too proud to take free food. I pat the bag. Thanks for these and thanks for your time. Good day, sir. And then I turn on my heel and take off. I last only until I reach the crosswalk before I dip my hand inside the bag and pop a chip into my mouth. Lime salt is my only comfort right now. Lottie, I'm alive. Kelsey, well, thank Jesus. Do I dare ask, are you engaged? Lottie, no. It was tempting, but I really need to focus on my career. That's what's going to move me along from this nightmare, not some stupid fake fiancé bullshit. Kelsey, you know. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad. Lottie, you've got to be kidding me. Have you lost your mind? Kelsey, I was thinking while you were eating dinner maybe you could do this fake fiancé thing and work for me at the same time. I'm so close to expanding, I could really use your help on the business side. I'd be able to pay you soon, and you could live with me for a few weeks. We could make it work. And he could help you. Lottie, you've lost it? It's okay, sweetie. Get a good night's rest and then call me in the morning. I love you. Kelsey, I'm serious. Lottie, night night. Hey, honey, how was work? Mom asks from the kitchen, where she's preparing dinner. Pretending to be whooped from a tough day of dealing with Angela, I say, same old, same old. Still no news on the promotion. I swallow hard. No news. I take a seat at the island in the kitchen and watch my mom stir the pot of spaghetti sauce she claims is homemade, though I know isn't. She says she adds her own spices, which makes it homemade, but the empty Prego jars next to the sink suggest otherwise. Well, I'm sure it's coming soon. What about the apartment hunting? How's that going? Yup, I get it, Mom. You want me out. Found a cute place near Kelsey. Thinking about it? The lie slips past my lips flawlessly. Oh, that would be wonderful, you two living close to each other. Yeah, I mutter as Jeff comes through the front door from where he'd once again been tending to the landscaping in the front yard. Lottie, care to explain these? He asks, holding a large bouquet of red roses. What the actual hell? Are those for me? I ask. He nods. Yes, they have your name on them. Oh, maybe it's Angela promoting you. Jesus, one-track mind, anyone. I hop off my stool, take the bouquet from Jeff, and set it on the table. I remove the tiny white envelope from the holder and take out the card. Written in very manly handwriting, slanted, almost illegible, it says, "Please reconsider." And then there's a phone number beneath it. How on earth did he know where I live? I know rich people have access to things us peasants don't, but the man doesn't even know my last name, nor enough information about me to put together who I am. Who are they from? Mom asks, coming up behind me. I clutch the envelope to my chest. No one, I say quickly, and then I grab the flowers and run to my room. I shut the door and, once again, slide to the ground, flowers in hand. What the actual hell? Chapter 5. Huxley. Dave Tony is on the phone, Carla says as she knocks on the door frame of my office door. Send him through, I say before turning to JP. Can I get some privacy, man? He shakes his head. I'd rather be here for this conversation. When he doesn't attempt to move, I realize he's not kidding. Rolling my eyes, I pick up my phone. Dave, good to hear from you, I answer in a casual voice. How are you? Doing great. I was speaking with Ellie last night and she was adamant I find out if your fiancé has any allergies or aversions to food. Ever since Ellie got pregnant, she can't even be in the same room as French fries. They absolutely repulse her. But potato chips are fine. I don't get it, but I go with it. Great question. Really great fucking question. Well, if this were an alternate reality and I really was engaged to a pregnant woman, I'd assume she'd have some sort of pregnancy craving, as well as something she couldn't possibly be around, but because I don't have a pregnant fiancé, I don't have an answer for him. But I'm still counting on Lottie, even though I've yet to hear from her. I know the flowers were delivered, I asked for a delivery receipt, so I should have heard something from her. At least, that's the narcissistic side of me talking. And I'm going to keep holding out, because I could see she was interested. She needs the help. I just need to find the right way to pursue her. I'm also not opposed to playing dirty to get what I want. That's obvious from this entire predicament I'm in. So, instead of answering about allergies, I'm going to answer about cravings, because if I can nudge them towards something I know she'll eat, then that will guarantee I don't make her eat something she might have an allergic reaction to. No allergies that I'm aware of, thank God for no allergic reactions during the time we've been together, I write. Dave laughs. Talk about ruining a date. It's sickening how jovial the man sounds. How relaxed. It's as if he's been walking around, doing business with a stick up his ass, and then I come around with a pregnant fiancé, and he's Mr. Dad now, happy-go-lucky, wearing his New Balance 409s and living his best life. Yeah, we haven't had that happen. Thankfully. But I do know that she's craving burrito bowls right now. I just had to get her one from Chipotle yesterday. Not a lie, the truth. And she shoveled that thing into her mouth. That's crazy. Ellie has been craving Chipotle lately. We had it last night. I'm wondering if we should just get that for dinner. I know Ellie spoke of making a southern meal, but she's been exhausted lately and this might be an easy out for her. Do you know what your girl likes from Chipotle? That I do. I smile, and for the first time since I picked up the phone, I remember JP is sitting across from me. His arms are crossed, one leg crossed over the other, and he has a huge smile on his face, enjoying me squirm way too much. Yes, I do know what she likes, I say while turning my back toward him. She likes the burrito bowl. JP snickers behind me. He can fuck off. Chicken, black beans, lettuce, and she likes to pile on the guac. She's always worried because it costs extra, but you know I swallow hard. What my baby wants, my baby gets. JP snorts. Red-hot embarrassment creeps up the back of my neck. I'm going to get so much shit for this. Perfect, Dave says. He drags it out, as if he's writing it down. And what about you? This is what my life has become, me giving another man my Chipotle order, but not just any man, the man I want to do business with. We've succumbed to no longer talking business or being sharks in the office. Nope, we're handing out Chipotle orders. I give him my order, and then he asks, "Do you guys like the chips?" "Love them," I say. I was actually banking on taking those chips home last night and eating them alone in my room while staring out at my pool, contemplating life. But Lottie snagged them as a parting gift before I could stop her. I should have been annoyed, but it actually amused me. Can't say a woman has done that sort of chip dash to me before. Great, I'll be sure to have a bunch, then. Ellie is craving salt right now, so I know those will be right up her alley. And are you sure you're okay with this dinner? Ellie will probably be horrified that we're ordering fast food to serve to our guests, but I also know how pregnant women are. Trust me, Lottie will be thrilled. Lottie, I like that name, Dave says. That's the first time you've said it? Is it short for Charlotte? Lies Lottie, actually. I can feel JP's burning gaze on me, his brain filling up with a million questions. Beautiful, Dave says. I can't wait to meet her. Does 6 on Saturday work? No. It doesn't work at all. It actually would be helpful if I had time to find someone slightly more stable than the girl I'm trying to chase after right now, but I can't afford that kind of time. I need to make an impression sooner rather than later so I can score that godforsaken deal. That works great. We'll see you then. Perfect. I spin around in my chair and casually hang up my phone, ignoring JP altogether. I move my mouse on my desk, wake up my computer, and go straight to my inbox, where I feel the most comfortable. JP doesn't say anything. He just stares at me. A few minutes pass, and my nerves creep and crawl higher and higher until I break. What? I ask him. Nothing. I didn't say anything. I turn toward his annoyingly large grin. You didn't have to say anything. It's all in your eyes, in your stare. Just fascinated, is all. Because not only have you lied about this whole pregnant fiancé thing, but now you've dug yourself an even bigger hole by handing Dave a name, but not just a name, her whole name. And you offered him a Chipotle order. Balls a man, Really fucking ballsy, especially since the girl didn't say yes. She will, I say. Yeah, you sure about that? Positive. I know her weakness, and if I have to use it, I will. Perfect way to get someone to do something for you. Threats. JP claps. You really are something else, Hux. He stands from his chair. I think the smart thing would have been to tell him you lied. He buttons his suit jacket. I just pray you don't fuck this entire thing up. We worked damn hard putting this enterprise together. You think I don't know that? I ask. It's why I'm going to do everything it takes to save our asses, to make this right. You better, JP says. And Lottie, she better be at that dinner with you because I doubt pretending she was sick will be accepted. You're just going to have to do the night all over again. He's right, that was an option, but I know Dave enough to understand his need to make an impression. He wants to meet my fiancée, and he's going to keep asking until he does. Good luck, bro, you're going to need it. JP walks out of my office, and I lean back in my chair, letting out some pent-up frustration. Fuck, I mutter. I stare down at my desk and contemplate my next move. Clearly the flowers didn't work, which only means I'm going to have to play dirty. She'll hate me, but that's fine. As long as I can get her to come to dinner and not make a fool out of me, that's all I care about. This is really fucking dumb, and any person watching me do what I'm about to do would agree. But desperation is at my door and I'm fucking answering. Chocolates in hand because honestly, I don't know what women like and I've never done this before. I walk up the small path that leads to Lottie's front door. She lives in a small bungalow with an impeccable yard, right around the corner from the flats. The house must be worth a fortune now, especially on such a nice parcel, right next to a wealthy neighborhood. I knock on the door and hold my breath. I got it, Mom, I hear Lottie call out right before she opens the door. She's wearing a pair of cotton shorts and a Rolling Stones t-shirt. Her hair is up, pulled away from her face, and her eyes are wide with surprise. Hey, babe, I say with a devilish smile. I've missed you. Through clenched teeth, she asks, what the hell are you doing here? Don't you want to invite me in? No. I don't, she says in a snippy tone. Looks as if I have my work cut out for me. Lottie, who is it? A female voice asks from inside the house. No one, Lottie calls out. I can sense she's about to slam the door in my face, so I take a step forward and stand in the doorway, cutting her off from an abrupt departure on my end. No one? Is that how you treat your fiancé? I ask. I thought I meant more to you than that. You're insane, she whispers. How do you even know where I live? Did you stalk me? Do you have someone following me around, watching my every move? Rich people can do things like that. I know the kind of power you have. Trying to hold back my smile, I say, you typed your address into my Google Maps. It was in the previous addresses section. Oh. She slowly nods. Yeah, that checks out. Jesus. Lottie, dessert is ready. Well, hello. From the vast resemblance between Lottie and the woman next to her, I'm going to assume this is Lottie's mom. And who might this be? Before Lottie can say anything, I hold out my hand and say, Huxley, ma'am. Lottie's boyfriend. Boyfriend, her mom shouts in surprise and turns to her daughter. Since when have you had a boyfriend? 3 months, I answer once again. We've kept it really quiet. We wanted to get to know each other before we announced anything publicly. Especially since my job is high profile. Wow, I'm shocked. I didn't even know Lottie was dating anyone, but what wonderful news. She holds out her hand and says, I'm Maura. I take her hand and give it a soft shake. Huxley. It's very nice to meet you. Huxley, oh, what a wonderful name. Please come in. Dessert is ready, and I'd love for you to join us. I hand her the chocolates. Maybe I can add to the dessert table with these, I say, but before Maura can take them, Lottie snags them from my hand. With a ravenous look in her eyes, she says, these are mine. Her mom chuckles. Don't get between Lottie and her sweets. I'll grab another plate for our guest. Come in, Huxley. I do just that. I step into their quaint but homey bungalow and remove my black Tom Ford shoes and then my black suit jacket as well. I undo the buttons on the cuff of my long-sleeved button-up and roll the sleeves up to my elbows while staring down at Lottie, who's staring up at me, hatred beaming from her pupils. Hey, babe, I say again, this time with a smile. You've completely lost your mind, she says quietly. What do you think you're doing? Playing dirty. I tried to play nice, but you didn't want to, so here I am now. Playing dirty. What makes you think I'm going to play along? She lifts her chin. Because I know you don't have a job. And you don't want your mom to know. Her face goes white, and in this moment, I do feel slightly bad. It's obvious Lottie is going through a hard time, and I watched her struggle with her conscience in Chipotle as she tried to figure out what to do. Respected that. But I don't have time for her to figure it out, and honestly, I don't feel bad enough to end the farce. Especially since I'm in deeper shit than she is. You're going to blackmail me? No. Just using tools to help me get what I want, and don't act as if you don't need me to. I don't. It's why I haven't called, you psycho, she snaps. Laughing, I say a little louder, missed you too, babe. Why don't you two come in here? Maura calls from the kitchen. Smiling, I reach down and take Lottie's hand. She attempts to snatch it away, but I have a firm enough hold on her that she doesn't go anywhere. Leaning down toward her ear, I whisper, I swear, I'll make this worth it for you. When I pull away, her surprised eyes meet mine for a brief second before I pull her toward the kitchen, hand in hand. Her mom turns and places a plate on the small 4-person table. The table is situated under a large window, offering an expansive view of their well-manicured backyard. A canopy of trees and an old stucco wall offer them privacy from the close-knit quarters of their neighbors. Jeff is working late tonight, so Lottie and I were taking advantage of some ice cream sundaes, since Jeff is lactose intolerant. I'm assuming Jeff is her husband. I believe Lottie mentioned that, I say, playing along. Not sure what I'd do if I were lactose intolerant. I enjoy ice cream way too much. Me too, Mora says. I'm grateful my digestive system can handle it. Please, take a seat. I pull out a chair for Lottie first. I might not have vast experience in dating a woman, but I do know fucking manners, and pulling out a seat for your girl is a sweet gesture. From the look on Mora's face, I'm going to assume she agrees. When Lottie is settled, I take a seat as well and pick up my spoon. Wow, I feel spoiled, I say. This looks amazing. I gave you the works, just like me and Lottie. I hope you're not allergic to nuts, I should have asked. I'm all good. I spin the bowl around. What's in this? Vanilla ice cream, hot fudge, chopped peanuts, a dash of cherry juice, whipped cream, chocolate sprinkles, and cherries. Looks amazing. Thank you. I dig my spoon into the bowl, take a large helping, and shove it in my mouth. Damn, it's really good. I'm not sure the last time I had a sundae, but I've been missing out. Really good. Lottie just stares at me, as if she can't believe I'm here, eating ice cream in her mom's kitchen, acting as though nothing is wrong. Actually, that's exactly what's happening. If only I could hear her thoughts. My guess is, she'd just be saying, "I'm going to kill him," over and over. Lottie, are you not hungry? Her mom asks. I press my hand to her thigh and say, she's probably in shock. I'm not sure she was ready to tell you about me. I assumed no one was home when she was texting me, so I figured I'd stop by. I squeeze her thigh. Sorry, baby. Cat's out of the bag. Oh, honey, what do you have to worry about? Her mom asks. We both look at Lottie, who looks like a deer in headlights. My reputation, I say, covering for her. It's, not the best, but not by my doing. I'm not sure if you've heard of Kane Enterprises. Mora's face morphs into shock. Huxley Kane? You're Huxley Kane. I quickly glance at Lottie, who looks clueless. Interesting. Yes. And even though page 6 likes to report on what girl I have on my arm one night to the other, it's not true. Don't believe anything you read in those things. Thankfully I haven't been mentioned in a while, because that wouldn't work out well for my story with Lottie. Oh, I never believe any celebrity gossip unless it comes from Hoda Kotb herself. Mora waves her hand in dismissal. Lottie finally comes to life and says, Mom, you always believe what they say in those gossip magazines. You told me the other day that Jennifer Aniston had triplets and sold them to Will Arnett. Mora laughs nervously. It was a joke. She clears her throat. Anyway, is this why you've been so evasive about moving? Mora asks Lottie. Because you're thinking about moving in with Huxley. Oh shit. What would make you think that? Lottie asks in annoyance. Because when I looked around for apartments near Kelsey, there was nothing available. It seems as if you've been avoiding the whole conversation, and I don't know, finding out you have a boyfriend just makes me think that you might be thinking about moving in with him. Mora turns toward me. Don't get me wrong, we love having Lottie here, but we've also been excited about her promotion so she could find her own place, finally. Interesting. So, she does need a place to stay, that's not what she said the other night. And since she didn't get a promotion, but was fired, not telling her mom makes sense. I think I have Lottie right where I want her. Maura offers me a sly grin. Jeff and I really want to walk around the house naked. Mom. Lottie says, her face turning red. I lean in and wink. I totally get what you mean. Clearing my throat, I say, I asked her to move in, but I'm waiting on an answer. Really? Maura asks, excitement beaming from her eyes. Oh, wow, that's so exciting. Honey, are you going to say yes? We both look at Lottie, whose mouth is full of ice cream. She glances between us, and I know she wants to murder me, because if looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under. She swallows cautiously and then says, I'm not sure. He's more attached to me than I am to him. She shoves more ice cream in her mouth. Lottie. How could you say something like that? Maura asks, horrified. Whispering, she adds, and right in front of him, too. Ah, she's only kidding, I say, taking the heat off Lottie. She was the first one to say I love you, actually. Maura's eyes widen. Wow, I didn't know. Maura turns to Lottie. I'm sad you didn't think you could trust me with this information. Oh shit. I don't need the mom feeling sad. It's my fault, I say quickly. I begged her not to tell anyone. I really wanted to keep it on the down low. She wanted to tell you and Jeff, but I asked her not to. Please don't be mad at her. If you're mad at anyone, it should be me. That earns me a soft gaze from Lottie, but it doesn't last very long, not when she turns back to her ice cream and scoops some more into her mouth. I appreciate you being honest with me, Huxley. Jesus, if only she knew. Well. Maura rests her hands on the table. How did you meet? On a walk, I say, even though that's not what I told Dave. Jesus, this is already twisted and fucked. At least on a walk is true. She was lost and I helped her find her way back home, but I knew before she left, I needed her number. Couldn't stop staring at her. Those green eyes of hers mesmerize me. Lottie glances in my direction, a surprised look on her face. Yeah, I pay attention to the small things. I'd remember those eyes even if they just briefly glanced at me. How sweet. Lottie, you haven't said much. Because I keep stepping in before she can say anything. Because even though I know she needs me to cover for her, I'm not fully confident she won't fly off the deep end and blow our cover. Just observing Huxley, she says. Seeing how he fits in my environment. She stirs her spoon in her bowl. Not sure he fits in or not. Please excuse my daughter, she apparently has no decorum. Lottie, this is your boyfriend. Maura is a good woman. It's okay, Maura. She tends to bust my balls often, excuse my language. Oh, don't bother excusing yourself around here, we aren't proper in any way. And I guess she gets that attitude from me, I tend to throw some shade toward Jeff as well. Makes it that much more fun, especially when at night, she curls into me for a hug and presses those sweet lips on mine. Makes it all worth it, because I know my girl loves me. Truly loves me. And the Oscar goes to. Lottie stands from the table, bowl in hand. I'm done. Huxley, let me show you my room. That's presumptuous, I tease while taking a mouthful of ice cream. When she glares at me, I stand from my seat and say, Mora, excuse me while my girl gains some private time with me. Shall I put my bowl in the sink? She waves at me. No, I got this, you two go ahead. Thank you. I take Lottie's hand in mine and allow her to guide me down the hallway to the last room on the left. She opens the door, drags me in, and then shuts the door behind me. I take in the small but fully decorated room. Posters of rock bands span across every wall. From the Beatles, to ELO, to Boston, everyone is represented, even on the ceiling. Her bed is unmade, there are clothes on the ground, and her dresser is covered in makeup and face products. I feel as though I've been transported back 2 decades to one of my girlfriend's rooms. Clutter, everything you like plastered on the walls, and even though there isn't a black light in her room, there is rope lighting outlining her door. This girl is not that much younger than me, but man does it feel like it. How old are you, again? I ask, turning to face her. I'm greeted by a very angry-looking woman, arms crossed, jaw clenched, foot tapping. Damn, the girl truly can commit murder with her eyes. What the actual hell are you doing here? We'll get to that in a second. I just need to know how old you are first. She rolls her eyes. Don't worry, babe, I'm 28. No need to call your lawyers. She passes me, her shoulder bumping against mine as she makes her way to her unmade bed and takes a seat. Her sheets are covered in tiny hearts, whereas her comforter is pitch black and velvety. I'm trying to gain an understanding of this girl, but I can't seem to put my finger on her. She's all over the place. Rock posters. Heart sheets. Surly attitude. Cares about her parents. Snarls from across the table. Will gobble down whatever is placed in front of her. Now tell me what the hell you think you're doing, she says. Doing you a favor. I stick my hands in my pants pockets. How is lying to my mom doing me a favor? She legit thinks we're a couple. Which was accomplished by my impeccable acting. You could use some adjustments. Her brows narrow. Cool it with the teasing, man, she's not open to it right now. I thought I told you at Chipotle I wasn't interested. You were interested, I say. But you were spooked. Not sure what spooked you, but I saw a shift in you. I knew you weren't through with this, you just needed some encouragement. That's what the flowers were, encouragement. And what would you say today is? Today is a kick in the ass. I don't need a kick in the ass. You're the one who needs this more than I do. Oh, really? I ask, feeling cocky now with knowledge. Because from what it seems like, your mom is counting down the seconds until you leave this house. She also seems to believe you will be receiving a promotion soon, when, in fact, you're out of a job. Care to tell me why she thinks that? Lottie moves her jaw back and forth but doesn't answer me. I thumb toward the door. Or should I go ask her myself? I move to leave and she quickly springs from the bed and grabs my hand, pulling me back. Don't say a GD thing to my mom. She sits on the bed and then flops backwards. God, why is this such a nightmare? It doesn't have to be, I say. It could be really simple. We can help each other out, but for some reason, you're not allowing that to happen. Because you're a complete stranger, she hisses at me. You want me to be your fiancé, live with you apparently, and be at your beck and call? I have a life I have to live, I don't have time to play your rich dick game. This isn't a game for me, I say. This is a huge fuck up on my part, and I'm trying to make it better, for everyone. And you won't have to be at my beck and call, just a few dinners here and there, maybe a weekend thing, just until I can secure this deal, and then you can tell me to fuck off. And what do I get in return? She asks, lifting up so she's leaning on her elbows. Whatever you want, I say, because I'm at that point. I want her to know the sky is the limit, because I've yet to mention the pregnancy thing. Need a place to stay? I have a 7-bedroom home. Need a date for your reunion? I'm your man. Need me to make a phone call to this ex-boss of yours, let her know she made a huge mistake by letting you go? I'm there for you. Want a job? I can find you one. I don't want a job from you, she says. I really want. Her voice trails off as she shakes her head and looks toward her window. Oh, she does want something. I can see it in her far-off gaze. It's wishful, hopeful, something behind those sultry eyes that she truly, truly wants. I take that opportunity to sit next to her on the bed. This might be a breakthrough moment for me, where I can move past that tough exterior of hers. What do you want, Lottie? Trust me, I can make pretty much anything happen. Her lips twist to the side as she avoids eye contact with me. Just from the way her brow draws together, I know she's thinking about it, considering telling me. Instead of pushing, I wait. And wait. Until. I want to be able to help my sister, she says quietly. I want to feel fulfilled with my career, appreciated, and I know I can do that with Kelsey. She's my person, my best friend, and working with her would be a dream. She glances at me. But she can't afford to hire me, and I need to make money. What does she do? I appreciate the vulnerability in her voice. When she's not hiding behind the snark and sarcasm, she's the most unselfish person I've ever known. Here I am with the proverbial Aladdin's lamp, and she wants to help her sister. True altruism. Wow. She has her own organizing company. Think the home edit, but doing it sustainably. What's the home edit? I ask, confused. Is that something I should know? Ugh, man, she mutters before saying, the home edit is all about organizing your house, paring things down, and making sure you live an organized life rather than a chaotic one. They turn pantries into havens, fridges into masterpieces. It's spectacular. Kelsey is on the cusp of being able to push forward and be more than a one-person show, but she's having a hard time keeping up with the business side. That's where I would come in. I see. I stare down at her. You know, I have a lot of connections. My brothers alone could use someone to come into their house and organize. Our offices could use an overhaul. I can make sure your sister's business is not only seen by the type of people who would spend a lot of money for her services, but I can make it thrive as well. We don't want your charity. It's not charity. I'm not telling people to use her, but if you want to go anywhere in business, Lottie, you have to know connections mean everything. Sometimes, just one person is all you need. One person to ignite the flame, because that one person might know 5 people, and those 5 people might know 5 more people, and that's how a business grows at first, word of mouth. I'm that first person and I know way more than 5 people. What are you saying? I'm saying I want to help you. How do I make her believe me? How about this: you pretend to be my fiancé and go to these business events with me, and in return, you can stay at my house. I'm not living with you. I can move in with Kelsey. There's no way I'm living with a stranger I don't know. Fine. You take the job with Kelsey and move in with her, and I help you too with some connections. She mulls it over, her lips twisted to the side. And you know, I add, clearing my throat, if you could be pregnant as well, that would be ideal. What? She says, sitting up completely. Have you lost your mind? I'm not letting you get me pregnant. Fuck, no, I didn't mean it like that. Pretend to be pregnant. Pretend. I'm not going to be fucking you or anything like that. Her brow knits together. Why on earth would I pretend to be pregnant? Because I told the guy I'm trying to do business with that you're pregnant. Why? Why would you say that? I sigh and grip the back of my neck. His fiancée is pregnant. I was trying to form a connection with the guy. By making up the fact that you have a pregnant fiancée. Wow, Huxley, you really are in some deep shit, aren't you? I am. That's why I need you. So, name it, Lottie. I hold my arms out. Name what you want and it's yours. I don't know what I want. Okay. I stand from the bed and pace her room. In a perfect world, what would you have right now? I face her and hold my finger up. Working with your sister, right? She nods. Not living with your mom and Jeff. She nods again. Showing up this boss of yours, the one that let you go. A lifelong friend who has been toxic from the start. Would love to just shove it up her ass. I chuckle. Okay, that can be arranged. What else? Perfect world, she asks with hesitation. Perfect world. Her teeth roll over the corner of her mouth as she says, well, I'd be working with my sister, out of my mom's house, could stick it to Angela, my student loans are paid off, and every time it rains, I have a place where I can lie in the rain without judgment. Done, I answer. What? She asks skeptically. All of it, done. I've got you covered. I'll help with your sister's business so you can work for her. You're going to live with your sister, so that covers housing. We'll make the perfect plan to stick it to Angela. I'll easily pay off your student loans, and I know the perfect place to privately lie in the rain. She shakes her head. You're not paying off my student loans. Why not? I ask her. Because I'm not a hooker. I scratch the back of my head. I don't recall the time where I said I would pay you to fuck me. You didn't, but it just feels weird. You paying me to be your escort. First of all, you're not an escort. Let's throw that term right out the window, got it? Second of all, this isn't about me, this is about us. This is a deal. An accord. A transaction between two people. We'll both agree upon a fair bargain, and trade services, that's it. Nothing more. Trust me, I'd pay a hefty amount of money to convince you to get on board. I'm sure the student loans can't be that bad. How much do you owe? She winces and says, $30,000. The corner of my mouth tilts up. Chump change. Lottie. Her eyes widen. I have a $30,000 debt and you're calling that chump change. Trust me when I say I have billions to work with. Confused, she asks, why are you telling me this? I could extort those billions from you. Possibly, but I don't think you will. You don't seem to be that kind of person. I'm not, she says, deflated. I wish I were, it would make this that much easier. I chuckle. I'm glad you're not someone who relies on extortion. Bodes well for me. I stand there, hands in my pockets. Head down, I just lift my eyes to glance at her. Say yes. She presses her lips together. How do I know you'll follow through on your end? I'll have my lawyers draw up a contract. Simple. Still seeming unsure, she stares down at her hands. I don't know. Tell me why you don't want to do it, I say. In order for her to go through with this, she has to admit to whatever is holding her back. Just feels wrong. I know I was the one who crazily sought out a rich husband to solve all my problems, but now that it's halfway true, it just feels wrong. I've worked hard for everything I've earned, this feels like a freebie, and it doesn't settle well with me. I can understand that feeling. If it weren't for my dad, we wouldn't have the business we have today. I understand the pride you have in working for everything you've earned in life. I understand that all too well. But do you know how we started our business? She shakes her head. I honestly know nothing about you. Well, it was with an idea and insurance money from my dad's passing. Without that insurance money, there's no way we would be where we are today. Yes, hard work, hustle, and well thought out decisions made that money grow, but we needed that boost, that assistance. That starting point. Everyone needs both a strong start and a boost from time to time. Don't look at this as a freebie, Lottie, look at it as a boost. I guess that makes sense. Her eyes flash to mine. You might be offering me the deal of a lifetime, but I need you to know something. She stands from her bed, and even though she's a foot shorter than me, she still walks up to me and attempts to be intimidating. I owe you nothing other than what I signed up for, and this little stunt you pulled today, it's deceiving and it won't happen again. Blackmailing, holding my truth against me, that's bullshit, and I don't like you very much for it. Fair, I say. But I refuse to apologize for what I did. Her gaze focuses on me. I don't apologize unless I regret something I did. I don't regret this. As a businessman, I make the best decisions to help close in on my goal. So that's what this is, a business transaction. Nothing more than that. Good, she says and then points to the door. You can leave now. I shake my head. Nice try, Lottie, but I'm going to need some information from you before I leave, and those things include your phone number, sister's address, dress size, and shoe size. Why do you need those things? I take a step closer and tug on her old rock band t-shirt. Not that this isn't sexy on you, but you're going to need something a little more expensive if you're going to be attached to me. I lift her chin up with my index finger. I'm also going to need your ring size. My fiancé will be properly adorned with a ring. She swallows hard. Fine, but I'm going to need to know your dick size before you leave. Why do you need to know that? I ask. Because, she says with a smile, I need to know if I have to act like a happy fiancé, or a truly satisfied fiancé. Fuck, the ovaries on this girl. When was the last time I had such an honest, forthright conversation with a woman? The back of my neck heats up as I say, trust me, you're fucking satisfied. She shrugs. I guess I'll have to take your word for it. She walks over to her nightstand and pulls out a pen and a piece of paper and starts writing things down. I move around her messy room and say, if your sister specializes in organization, how come your room is a disaster? She's tried to help me, but I'm a lost cause. Be happy you're not living with me. You might be a lost cause to your sister, but you could be my victory. Chapter 6. Lottie. Mom, here's a picture of Jeff and me, naked, in the living room. Spared you with a pic from the neck up. But we're living a free, breezy life. Why, Mom? Why? I ask as I cringe and set down my phone. What? Kelsey asks, fumbling with one of my boxes. 2 hours after I moved out and they're already naked in the living room. Kelsey makes a gagging sound. I'm all for expressing your true self, but there are things she doesn't need to share with her 2 daughters. Agreed, I say, while leaning against the wall of Kelsey's small studio apartment. And we still have to sit on that furniture when we go to visit her. I'll be standing from now on, Kelsey says, grunting as she shoves one box on top of another. The space here is, let's just say, lacking. Kels, I'm starting to get anxious. Because of the dinner you have to go to tonight, the contract you just signed, or the fact that we're going to have to make a box castle in order for you to live here too. Yup, that's right, I signed a contract, binding myself to Huxley Kane until all contractual obligations are fulfilled. And, yes, I'll be acting like the doting fiancé tonight. Not to mention, there's absolutely zero walking space in Kelsey's apartment. Why did I think it was bigger? Why did I think this was big enough for 2 people? All 3, I answer. Do you think I made a huge mistake? Honestly? I don't know. Kelsey lets out a heavy breath. I think there are risks and rewards with everything. It's a huge risk being contractually obligated to hang out with this Huxley guy until he secures the deal. But think about the rewards from it all, and I'm not just talking about where the business could go. Think about being debt-free from your student loans. Yeah, I still don't feel right about that. Kelsey stacks one of my boxes of clothes on top of a box of shoes. Think about it this way. Huxley is probably making a lot of money off this deal, or else he wouldn't have gone to the lengths that he has to secure it, right? Right. Well, just treat the student loan payoff as your commission for helping him. Huh, I guess I could think about it that way. See. She hoists up another box. These will have to go here until I can figure out the perfect storage system for us. She points to my bed on the floor. Are you sure you don't mind sleeping on pillows? I can trade with you every other night. I wave my hand at her. It'll be fine. And look at how cute you made the bed too. It'll work. I sigh. Thanks for taking me in. What do Mom and Jeff think you're doing? They think I moved in with Huxley. What are you going to do when they ask to visit your new place? We'll set up a time, I'll take over some personal effects, and then I'll pretend I'm living there. It's not as if they're going to check the bathrooms to make sure my tampons are locked and loaded. True. Kelsey laughs. Didn't imagine that. Well, it seems as if you have everything planned. What about tonight? Are you ready? Do you have your story straight? What story? You know, how you met, how he proposed. How far along you are. Oh God, we don't have a story. Nothing was in the contract. And I've only heard from Huxley once since he left my house the other day, which just makes things that much more comforting. Can you sense the sarcasm? Because it's heavy. My anxiety peaks as I realize we haven't talked about any of our backstory. The only thing we've spoken about to each other is the contract and if I signed it or not. I had a lengthy conversation with his lawyer, who basically threatened my life with an NDA. I asked him if Kelsey counted in that NDA, and once discussed separately with Huxley I was left out of the conversation. I was told no, she didn't count, but then they made her sign an NDA as well. It's been an ordeal. We haven't talked about any sort of backstory. I nibble on my finger, attempting to tamp down the bile starting to rise in my throat. Kelsey cringes. Oh, I'd text him, see what time dinner is, when he plans on picking you up, and what your story is, because I doubt he'll be thrilled about any slip-up on your end. Didn't he say something in the contract about committing to character? Did he? Oh God, I should have read it better. Did you not read the contract? Kelsey asks, horrified. It was 20 pages, Kels. That's far too much legal jargon for one sitting. Jesus, Lottie. You signed your life away without reading it. I got the gist of it. Clearly not. I can taste the bile on my tongue now. You're not making my anxiety any better, you realize that, right? I reach for my phone and shoot Huxley a panicked text. Lottie, what's our story? How did we meet? How did you propose? How far along am I? Should I be showing? Are we having a boy or a girl? What are the names of the people we're having dinner with? Why on earth did I sign that GD contract? I toss my phone down and sit at the two-seat oak bistro table. This was a bad idea, I say. I promised to stay in character, and I don't even know what the character is. I signed a contract, Kelsey. Yeah, not going to lie, I have secondary anxiety for you. That's not helpful. I pin her with a stare. Knock. Knock. That's the food, Kelsey says, bouncing toward the door. Put a pin in that anxiety. Spring rolls don't go well with it. Does anxiety go well with any main dish? As the door opens, I rest my head against the wall, but only for a nanosecond, because Kelsey's startled gasp draws my attention. Frightened by what might be on the other side of the door, I hesitantly lean forward just in time to see a man carrying a few dress boxes and bags full of shoe boxes into the apartment. He sets them on Kelsey's twin-size bed and then leaves as Huxley steps forward, looking rather expensive and quite serious. When his eyes meet mine, I'm met with a frown. Why the hell is he frowning at me? Can I, help you? Kelsey asks. He turns to Kelsey, and his frown lightens as he says, "You must be Kelsey." He holds out his hand. I'm Huxley. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh, dear God, Kelsey says, shaking his hand. She looks over her shoulder and whispers, "You did not say how handsome he is." I whisper back, "You might be whispering, but he can still hear you." Huxley chuckles and shuts the door behind him. His eyes roam the quaint 4x4 space. His neutral expression slowly changes into a displeased scowl with every second that goes by. He doesn't seem too happy. "This is where you plan on living. Is there a problem with that?" I answer. He steps in farther, and his critical inspection falls to the pillow bed on the ground. He toes it with his shoe. "And this is where you're sleeping. Isn't it nice?" Not answering me, he shuffles past the box tower, which precariously sways. "And where do you plan on putting these boxes?" Not that it's any of your business, but Kelsey is going to organize everything. She's a pro, remember. That judgmental cast of his eyes extends over our space one more time before he says, "No insult to her profession and skills, but I'd like to see how all of this is going to fit into this tiny apartment and the space still be livable." I see that Kelsey has already used some of the heights these taller ceilings have to offer, but I've seen your room and the disaster you're capable of. Well, he came in fired up, didn't he? Kelsey, care to put him in his place? I ask casually. If anyone can figure out this debacle, it's Kelsey. She's a modern-day marvel when it comes to organization. She sees storage in ways other people don't. If anyone can make it work, it's her. "Well, I didn't think you were going to bring over this many boxes," Kelsey says, looking less confident than me. "And then who knows what's in those boxes and bags that Huxley just dropped off." "Kelsey." I sit tall. "This is what you specialize in." "I know." She twists her hands together and says to Huxley, "I don't want you to think I'm not good at what I do, because I'm really good, but sometimes you also have to admit that a purge is necessary in order to make things work. I'm a minimalist, and I think we might have to purge some of your things first, Lottie, in order to make this work? Purge. I ask, flabbergasted at the mere notion of doing such a thing. Do you realize I only brought the bare minimum with me? I didn't even bring all of my clothes. This is what I need to survive. I'll take care of this. Huxley pulls out his phone and starts typing away. I'll have Andre come retrieve your boxes. What do you mean, retrieve them? What's he going to do with them? Huxley glances up from his phone, one brow lifted, those sultry eyes burning through me. Take them to my house. I shake my head. No way, nope. Not a chance. I told you I wasn't moving in with you. Don't be absurd. I have a 7-bedroom house. You could have a room for each of your boxes. I'm not rooming with a man I don't know. I fold my arms over my chest. We stare each other down, a line being drawn between us. Would living with Huxley be easier? Sure, probably, but I don't know the guy. What insane person would just move in with a complete stranger? Not me. And my sister would never allow it. You know, it might not be a bad idea, Kelsey says. Excuse me while I pick my jaw up off the ground. Excuse me? Not a bad idea? Kelsey, I whisper in shock. What on earth? You're supposed to be on my side. I am. She gestures to the boxes. But one weekend of this and we're going to hate each other. And look at him, he seems nice enough. Nice enough? I ask, completely floored. Is that all the qualifications you need? Nice enough. And he smells heavenly, and we know who he is, so if he tries to do anything, we can report him, and that would ruin his reputation. It's obvious he's going to great lengths to avoid that. There's some truth to that, but still. What am I supposed to do, just live at this guy's mansion? Kelsey smirks. Yeah. Seems like a dream to me. Leaning toward Kelsey, I whisper, I don't even like him. Whispering back, she says, he can hear you. You don't have to like me to do business with me. Remember, this is nothing but a business transaction. The sooner you start thinking of it that way, the easier it will be to take the emotion out of it. I scowl at Huxley, who looks far too casual, rocking on his heels, hands in his pockets. He's right, Kelsey says. When I don't respond, she continues, what about this? Try it for a week, and then if you want to come back, my studio apartment is open to you, pillow bed and all. You're serious? You don't want me to stay? He's not going to hurt you, Kelsey says. That's what you say now, but tomorrow in the news, missing sister reports circulate the interweb. You're being ridiculous. We know everything about him. He tries one thing, and his reputation is ruined. Trust me, I'm good at reading people. He's not stupid. I can't believe I'm even considering this, but when I look between the two of them, I feel myself leaning further and further toward a yes. Not because of the mansion aspect, but because I don't want Kelsey to hate me, and I know after a few days in this tiny apartment, she very well might disown me. Living here is one thing, but working and living here in this apartment is a whole other ball game. Sighing, I say, fine, but I request the farthest room away from yours, no funny business. I point my finger at him. Don't flatter yourself, he says casually before going to the bed, where he shuffles the dress boxes. Kelsey snorts and covers her mouth while I steam. Well, don't you flatter yourself either, I say. Oh, burn, Kelsey says mockingly. You really got him with that one. I rub my temples. Kelsey, I would appreciate it if you were on my side. I am, that's why I'm encouraging you to try harder with your comebacks. Think before you react, hit him back where it hurts. You know, something like your, hair. Well, no, that's nice. Maybe, that suit. It's impeccably tailored. Wait, that's a compliment. Oh, I know, your jaw is so tight. It's actually quite symmetrical. His whole face, very symmetrical. Just an absolute specimen. Wow. I slow clap. Thanks, Kelsey, super helpful insults. Huxley looks between the two of us. Are we done with the pitiful attempts at comebacks? You're pitiful, I shoot back and then look to Kelsey for approval. She gives me a solid thumbs up and a head nod. Ha, got him good. His jaw ticks. I need you to try on outfits. You could ask in a nicer tone. This is business. I'm not trying to win you over or woo you. I'm your boss in this moment, therefore, you respond to my commands. Anger bubbles up inside me, while Kelsey fans her face. Wow, should she call you daddy after that domineering speech? Kelsey, for the love of God. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Could you please keep it in your pants? There's another knock at the door, and she says, now, that must be the food, unless you have someone waiting for me behind that door. She wiggles her eyebrows and then straightens. Man, I really do need to keep it in my pants. She goes to the door, accepts the food, and then brings it to her galley kitchen. Huxley flips open the boxes and holds up a beautiful, green maxi dress with an empire waist and flowy dolman sleeves. The plunging neckline is lower than what I'd normally wear, but the fabric looks luscious, so, you know. I'll try it on. Put this on. I want to see you in it. I stand from my chair, snag the dress from him, and say, you know, a please wouldn't hurt you. When I'm in the bathroom, I quickly slip out of my clothes which I just kicked to the side. Kelsey will be horrified and then put on the dress, letting the smooth fabric fall over my curves. Wow, I whisper, while taking in the dress in the mirror. It fits like a glove, it accentuates my waist, and my boobs look spectacular. I guess money really can buy everything, because I've never been able to buy this kind of silhouette before. Time to show the boss. I open the door and walk out of the bathroom, feeling awkward. I don't know what to do with my hands, so I hold them demurely in front of me. Is this what you were looking for, master? I ask him. His facial expression doesn't change, nor does he show a flicker of appreciation. In a stern voice, he says, it'll do for tonight. Might as well be the farmer from Babe. Pat me on the head and say, that'll do, pig. That'll do. Sheesh. At least he's setting expectations right now. This is business. This isn't some sort of fairy tale where he plucks me from rags and turns me into a princess. Not that I want something like that. I truly want to earn my way through this life, but, you know, a little decency or acknowledgement of my usually lacking cleavage would be nice. These other dresses are for different occasions. There are notes in the boxes on when to wear them and how, as well as which shoes to pair with them, but now that you're going to be living with me, I'll be able to give final approval before you walk out of the house. Final approval? I ask. You realize this is my body, right? Very much aware that's your body. But you also signed a contract that stated I get final approval of all outfits before we attend a business event. I thought that was just, you know, semantics. I wave my hand about. Nothing about a contract is just semantics, he shoots at me. That's something you should learn right away, especially if you're going to be working within the admin side of your sister's business. It would behoove you to become quite familiar with legal jargon. I am familiar, I shoot back. Don't assume I know nothing. When you pass off our contract as semantics, I'm going to assume you need to be educated, especially when taking on your siblings' business that they built from the ground up. You don't fuck around with that. I'm not fucking around with it. You need to take it seriously, he says in that commanding voice. I am taking it seriously. This isn't just a game, Lottie. This is an opportunity to seize, to jump to the next chapter in your life, to level up, and if you're just going to fuck around. What the hell makes you think I'm fucking around? I spread my arms wide. I'm standing here in a dress you want me to wear, and some man is going to come here and move my boxes to your house, at your request. I'm going to attend a dinner tonight that, frankly, I'm terrified of attending, just for the mere fact that if I slip up, if I say something wrong, then I fuck everything up for you. And for some odd reason, I don't want to do that. I close the distance between us and poke him in the chest. So don't accuse me of fucking around. Do you understand me? A munching sound fills the silence, and at the same time, Huxley and I both turn toward Kelsey, who has a container of lo mein in hand, chopsticks in the other. She's mid-bite when she smiles at us and says, "Oh, sorry. Just enjoying the show." Lo mein. She offers the canister. Annoyed, I spin on my heel and return to the bathroom, where I disrobe once again, but this time, I sit, half naked, on the covered toilet. The nerve of that man. It really is time to read that contract. The air conditioner in the car is doing nothing for the burning inferno that's ripping through my body. I know this is business, I'm not looking for anything other than a business transaction, but would it have killed the man to at least acknowledge the lengths I went to curl my long hair? Granted, he asked me to curl it and demanded I go with a natural look with my makeup, but a nod of approval would be nice. Do you think I got one? When I stepped out of the bathroom looking damn fine, mind you, he said nothing, other than let's get moving. Kelsey gave me a hug of encouragement before I left and told me to call her if I needed to come back to her apartment. From the anxious look on her face as we were trying to figure out what to do with all the boxes, I'm going to assume the invitation is an empty one. Huxley drives the car into a quiet street and pulls up next to a large white house that resembles the house from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, with the grandiose pillars and large, dangling light fixture. I reach for the car door handle, but he asks, "Where do you think you're going?" I look over my shoulder at him. "I don't know, arriving obnoxiously early to a dinner date." I point to the clock. Honestly, who shows up an hour early? Is that a rich thing us peasants are unaware of? Cutting the snark out of your tone would be helpful. Cutting the asshole out of yours would cut the snark out of mine, so. The ball is in your court, Huxley. The animosity between us seems to be strong, and I can't quite pinpoint when it happened. Somewhere around the time he came to Kelsey's apartment and demanded I try on a dress. Whenever it was, it's now filtered into the vibe between us. The tension is fierce, that's for sure. His jaw clenches and he carefully turns toward me, his large frame adjusting to the compact space of the car. This isn't their house. Dave lives down the road more. I figured, for your benefit, we could talk through some of the questions you texted me, but if you want to show up early, looking like a dysfunctional couple, then, sure, let's do that. I point my finger at him. That's not cutting out the asshole tone. I'll cut it out with the asshole tone when you take this seriously. I am taking this seriously, I yell at him. I flip my hair in his direction. Do you realize the kind of effort it takes to curl this hair? I rarely do it, but while you were enjoying lo mein with my sister, I was sweating like a beast in the bathroom, trying to make myself presentable enough to be on your arm. I'm sorry I'm not page 6 material, but you chose me to help, so deal with what you got. His eyes remain stern, his facial expression stoic, and for a second, I've an urge to poke his face, to see if he's frozen without me knowing it. But he drops his eyes to his phone and grabs it from the console. He flips through it and says, "You want to know how we met? So, we're not going to address how long it took me to do my hair? Okay, just making sure that's the case." Insert eye roll here. It might be helpful, because I'm sure it's going to be asked. Are we just going with the whole ran into him on the sidewalk story? Because, although lacking in luster, it's an easy one to tell, but in my version, you're a dick. Let me guess, I'm a shrew in yours. Close, he mutters and then says, "We met in Georgia." Georgia? I ask in a shrill voice. Why the hell did we meet in Georgia? I've never even been there. You haven't, he asks, as if he can't comprehend such a preposterous idea. It's not as though I'm a Californian who's never been to Disneyland. I just haven't happened to fly across the United States to randomly visit Georgia, when Nevada is the furthest east I've been. How is that possible? Not all of us can drop everything and fly somewhere on a whim, Huxley. Also, you're old. You've had more time to explore. His lips twist to the side. Research me. I glance down at my nails, examining the wonderful job I did while painting them earlier. Matte white, in case you were wondering. Totally hopping on the trend, and I'm loving it. Thought it would be helpful. Didn't expect to see you were a cradle robber. 7 years difference really is quite up there. I have associates who are married to women 25 years their junior. 7 years is nothing. 25 years? Jesus, they could be their father. Why do you assume it's a man? He asks. Well, I don't know, I say, thinking that he's right. Men, I just assume, like perky things. And older women like stamina in the bedroom. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't turn down stamina either. So, they're women? A bunch of cougars. They're actually men. I toss my hands in the air. Jesus Christ. What was the point of all of that? To educate you to never make assumptions, especially in business. It could bite you in the ass. I exhale sharply. Dear Jesus, please help me through this nightmare predicament I put myself in. After a few moments of collecting myself, I sit back up and smile at him. So, sweetie, please tell me how we met in Georgia. Don't call me sweetie, I don't like that. If you must have an endearing name for me, you may call me Hux. Inventive. I give him a thumbs up. I told Dave my grandma lives in Georgia. Peachtree City, to be exact. You grew up just north of there. Grew up? I ask in shock. How in the hell am I supposed to talk about growing up in a state I've never been to before? Can't we just go with the sidewalk story? Why involve a different state? I don't even have a southern accent. Because I already told them my grandma introduced us while we were visiting in Georgia. I fold my arms. Well, that was idiotic. The interaction was unhinged from the beginning. We can make up for it, though, and say that you were visiting Georgia, family, and whatnot. You moved to California when you were 10. It'll help with the no accent thing, and then you can also be more familiar with California. But we were both visiting family when my grandma introduced us. She's best friends with your grandma Charlotte, and they thought it would be ideal since we both live in Los Angeles and were both visiting them at the same time. I nod. Okay, that could work. What happened when we met? Were you taken aback by my beauty? Yes, he says, his eyes not straying from mine. I couldn't stop thinking about how captivating your eyes were. That's the second time he's mentioned my eyes. I'm beginning to think the demanding asshole might actually think they're pretty. Not that I care. But, you know, never hurts to know you have a pretty set of peepers. Just my eyes, nothing else. I ask, batting my eyelashes. If you're reaching for compliments, you're not going to find them here. Geez, I say. What happened to the pleasant guy I had Chipotle with? Or the fella who came over to my house and wooed my mother? He's an act, just like I put on for my business partners. Wow. I clap for him. Well done. You really fooled me into thinking you were a genuinely nice guy. I am nice, I just don't need the pleasantries when I'm working. I like to get straight to the point. I see. I smile at him and say, if you want this to work for you, I'm going to need some pleasantries. I understand this is business, but you don't need to be a dick. Technically, we're partners in this endeavor, despite this all being your idea. So instead of tossing out commands, let's try something a little different, maybe a little please and thank you. He glances at his watch and then back at me. We don't have time for your nonsensical way of conducting a meeting. And we've wasted time just talking about it? Be quiet, and just listen to the backstory. Retain it? Add, if need be, but we don't need this fluff. Ah, look at this little ray of sunshine I've contractually attached myself to. Lucky me. Now, our backstory. Focus and listen up, because Ellie, Dave's fiancée, is from Georgia. Groaning, I lean my head back against the headrest. You're such a freaking moron. You know that? When he doesn't say anything in reply, I like to believe that he's silently agreeing with me. Before I forget, Huxley reaches over me to the glove compartment and pulls out a small box. He hands it to me. Here, wear it. Isn't he romantic? I open the velvet box, revealing the biggest diamond I've ever seen. It's in a nest of more diamonds, and the diamond-encrusted band is in a beautiful rose gold. Mouth agape, I pick it up and examine it more closely. What on earth is this? An engagement ring, he says casually. This isn't an engagement ring, this is an ice rink for a family of 5. I look up at him. What the hell, Huxley? You expect me to wear this? Yes. Just like that, yes. No reasoning behind it? I ask. Do you need reasoning? Huxley, have you looked at this thing? I hold it up, and I swear, it weighs at least a pound. Yes, I picked it out. Of course I've looked at it. I've studied it very closely to make sure there were no imperfections. And you think this is an appropriate ring? He shifts his body and looks at me. You're fake engaged to a billionaire, Lottie. That ring is very much appropriate for what settles in my bank account, anything less would be a joke and unbelievable. Now put it on your goddamn finger and don't take it off. Stunned by the edge in his voice, I set the box down and slip the ring on my finger. Wow, wouldn't have guessed this would be the immaculate proposal I'd get one day. Just put it on your goddamn finger and don't take it off. So romantic. He goes to open his car door, and I follow suit, but he says, "Don't get out." Don't get out? I ask, confused. Yes, don't get out. So, you want me to stay in the car the whole night? That defeats the purpose of the last hour. He drags his hand over his face. Stay in the car so I can get the goddamn door for you. Oh. Inwardly, I chuckle as he leaves, tension set in his shoulders. I want to call out a sir, yes, sir to him, but his door is already shut and he's rounding the car. Something rabid crawled up his ass today. When he whips open my car door, he offers his hand to me and demands, "Hold my hand." You could say please. His eyes murderously narrow in on me. Eep. Or not. I take his hand, and he helps me out of the car. I adjust my green dress, loving the fit of it, and he shuts the door behind me. Together, we walk up to a grandiose stone house where vines climb the entire facade. When we drove through the gate, I almost felt as though we were transported into the English countryside, with the wispy, overhanging trees and stone wall that lines the gravel driveway. Very Secret Garden-esque. What do you think is the upkeep on those vines? Please don't ask questions like that, Huxley says. Makes you sound uncultured. Have you forgotten how you found me? I was panning the streets for a rich husband. Scraping the bottom of the barrel, Hux. He glances down at me. I'd hardly say you're the bottom of the barrel. I clutch my chest. Oh, a compliment. I shall cherish it throughout the night as I attempt to play your hard-eyed, pregnant fiancé. He leads me to the front of the house and rings the doorbell. He clutches my hand tightly, as if he's afraid I'm going to run away. Trust me, I've thought about it. Many times, on the drive over here, I considered pulling the old tuck and roll right out of the moving car, but two things prevented me from performing such an action hero move. 1. I was worried about road rash, and 2. The ironclad contract I signed that holds me accountable. Basically, if I don't follow through, I'll lose everything, and so will my mom, Kelsey, and my unborn children, still chilling in my lady bits. But I do wonder, is he nervous? He doesn't look as though he is. Then again, I don't think he knows how to show emotion. He's so stoic, completely different than the man I met on the sidewalk, and the man I had dinner with. Who is the real Huxley Kane? A part of me wants to believe this emotionless man holding my hand is all an act to protect what rests underneath that puffed and proud chest of his. The doors unlock and a wave of nerves hits me like a tidal wave as the door opens, revealing two people who are the prime picture of wealthy suburban life. Dave stands there with his arm wrapped around Ellie's shoulders, and she has her hand pressed against his chest. Smiling. In love. All dewy-like, with their perfect skin and teeth. Ready to be published in Home and Country magazine. Who opens the door like that, like there's a photo opportunity on the other side? They look positively perfect. Dave is incredibly handsome. He has that whole blonde hair, blue eyes, nerdy finance guy vibe going for him, while Ellie is basically the most gorgeous creature I've ever seen. Highlighted blonde hair that's curled in perfect waves, framing her face. Her makeup makes her glow, and her sweet little red capris with white flowy top just give her this angelic vibe that I'm totally digging. Welcome to our home, Dave says with a huge smile. We're so glad you could make it. This is going to be an incredibly long night. I can feel it already. Dinner in Pleasantville, pretty sure this isn't the place to lie back, pat your belly, and say, boy, I couldn't stuff another taco in my face. And then quickly grab the last taco before it's taken back into the kitchen. I'm so used to eating dinner with Jeff with his napkin tucked into the collar of his shirt and Mom, who likes to give us the rundown on the latest celebrity gossip which she claims she doesn't pay attention to, that I'm not sure I'm going to remember my manners, like elbows off the table, small talk that doesn't revolve around a surprise mole that was found on one's back, or what kind of chicken bone was tossed over the fence by our grotesque neighbors. Thank you so much for having us, Huxley says in a pleasant voice that nearly startles me out of my designer sandals. This is Lottie. Lottie, this is Dave and Ellie. Dave steps up and offers me his hand. I take it as he says, Lottie, it's such a pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is all mine, I say, because that's what people say in movies, when really, I have zero pleasure in meeting this man. It's actually the opposite of pleasure. It's displeasure. Yup. It's a displeasure to meet him. And, Ellie, it's so great to meet someone else who's pregnant. All my friends are in a completely different stage of their lives. I totally get it, Ellie says, shaking my hand. I'm in a bit of the same position. Come in, come in. We can talk some more. I turn back around to take Huxley's hand and catch the smallest glint of appreciation in his eyes as we walk into the house. Maybe he'll be nicer to me now. Chapter 7. Huxley. I hate you, Lottie whispers into my ear as she stands from the table, her hand lovingly caressing my shoulder as she walks by. Thank you, babe, I say. I keep my eyes on her as she takes my glass and heads into the kitchen for a refill. Not a fan of serving her man, as Ellie said. Got it? Lottie doesn't seem to be a fan of much. If it weren't for her brilliant ability to slap on a smile and act interested in Ellie and Dave's love story, I know I'd find an unwavering scowl, a gauntlet of sarcastic comments, and maybe a toss of her angry hands here and there. She's a spitfire. For a little package, she packs a powerful punch. It was hard to keep a straight face in the car when she kept getting irritated with me. But I assumed finding humor in her annoyance wasn't going to win me any points. She's great, Dave says. I can see why your grandma introduced you. And Ellie seems to like her a lot. Yeah, I'm pretty lucky, I say, meaning that I am a lucky motherfucker, that in such a short amount of time, 4 days, to be exact, I was able to find someone who had no problem stepping into the role of pregnant fiancé and helping me out. Such a lucky motherfucker. Lottie walks back into the room with a glass of water in her hand and a smile on her face as she sashays toward me. That dress, yeah, it's fucking perfect on her. I knew she had great tits from the first time I met her, but seeing them in this dress, they're really fucking nice. Not big at all, but the perfect size, less than a handful. And with her hair floating around her shoulders in loose waves, a beautiful chestnut color, she really is gorgeous. Like I said, a lucky motherfucker. She hands me the glass and then takes a seat. I lean into her ear and ask, "Did you spit in this?" She leans in close and whispers back, "If Ellie wasn't helping me, I would have licked the rim, spit in the water, and then added vinegar as a delicious touch." I pull away and say a little louder so Dave can hear me, "You're perfect." Her hand reaches up to my cheek and she rubs my thick scruff. I know. Dave laughs loudly, while Ellie giggles. Perfect response for such a powerful man, Dave says. I've known Huxley for a few years now and he thinks highly of himself, as he should because of the empire he's put together, but to not reply with "he's perfect." That makes my day. I'm sure it does, Dave. Lottie smiles at me, and I can see a wicked gleam in her eye as she turns toward Dave and Ellie. I know he'd kill me if I said this. So don't fucking say it. But, he's far from perfect. Leaning forward, she says, "The man doesn't know how to pick up his socks and put them in the hamper." Ellie gasps and then points at Dave. Dave too. Dave raises his hand with a coy look. Guilty. But I've gotten better. The nagging has worked. Maybe I should nag more, Lottie says. Her hand falls to my thigh, her fingernails applying more pressure than I care for, especially as she drags her hand farther north. Hey, there, watch it. What do you think, Hux? Care to deal with a nagging fiancé? I thought I already was, I answer with a wink, letting Dave and Ellie know I'm only teasing her. Isn't he charming? Lottie asks. It's what won me over, his inherent charm that just keeps coming. That, and my grandma said he was a sad and lonely man who needed some fun in his life. Don't care for that. I can see we're letting loose. Getting comfortable. That slightly terrifies me, because Lottie is no doubt a loose cannon. Aren't we all sad and lonely? Dave asks, shaking his head. This business can be incredibly cutthroat. Brutal, at times. Having someone to come home to at night, someone loving, someone who doesn't want to talk business but wants to talk about us, about our relationship. He lifts Ellie's hand and kisses the back of it. That's what I want. It's what I needed. I'm sure you're the same way, Dave says to me. Yup, totally. I nod. Long nights at the office have broken me down. I didn't know how much I needed Lottie until she magically appeared in my life. Ellie sighs. Aren't they the best? She asks Lottie. Totally, Lottie answers with a nauseating smile. So, when are you two tying the knot? Ellie asks. Finding a venue recently has been tough. Have you had a hard time? I set down my glass of untouched water and place my hand on Lottie's leg. We were thinking about having something small, maybe in my backyard. Ugh, that would be the dream, Ellie says. But Dave, over here, has a mother who demands the fanfare of a ceremony and reception. She wants the bells and whistles for her son. From the live band, to the sparklers at the end of the night, to the dessert bar that offers more cookies than anyone has ever seen. She leans in and says, granted, I'm thrilled about the cookies, but the other stuff, all the people, it makes me nervous. Yes, but I'll be there with you, sweetheart, Dave says calmly. I promise, it'll be just you and me. Seeing this side of Dave is enlightening. No wonder we weren't connecting on a business level. He's sensitive. Not something I was expecting going into meetings with him. Not an approach I took. Instead, I spoke business, I talked numbers, but just from spending this time with him tonight, I'm seeing he's more than just numbers. He has a heart, and clearly my straight talk approach doesn't work for him. He wants to see the heart of the deal. Rolls eyes. Fucking hate that shit. This is business. Take the emotion out of it. It's either a good financial deal or a bad deal. It either benefits you financially or it doesn't. If it's not a viable business decision, move on. Believe me, what we're offering Dave benefits him greatly. What would your dream wedding be? Lottie asks as she crosses her leg and leans in toward me. It's the little touches of hers that I appreciate. The body language, the glances in my direction, the constant hands somewhere on my person. She's good at what she's doing, and I don't know if I should be pleased or terrified. Ellie meets Dave's gaze and smiles charmingly at him. I would love to get married out on a boat. Dave proposed to me in Malibu, at sunset, on the water, and that moment has been ingrained in my mind as utter perfection. I'd love to rent a yacht and just have our parents attend the ceremony. Kiss as husband and wife just as the sun sets. Then why not do that? Lottie asks. I shift in my seat and grip her leg tighter, not wanting her to start any sort of fight between the couple. Ellie already stated Dave's family was the one pressuring them to have a big wedding. Dragging up what seems to be an uncomfortable topic can't be good for anyone. But Lottie doesn't seem to get the hint, or rather, she doesn't seem to care, because she removes my hand from her leg and slips her hand inside mine while keeping a smile on her face. What do you mean? Ellie asks. Is the food almost here? I ask, cutting in to try to change the subject. Can't be letting my girl get hangry. I point toward Lottie. Happens with this one. Dave chuckles and points at Ellie. This one too. Ellie playfully knocks away Dave's hand and then turns to Lottie again. Are you saying we should have 2 weddings? Back to this? Hell. Why not? Lottie asks. I mean, it seems as though this is a very special moment for Dave's parents, and I completely respect that. Lottie places her hand on her stomach and says, when this little one gets married, trust me, I'll be ordering a skywriter and a billboard to let everyone know that my baby is tying the knot. But I wonder if you guys could do a small, intimate ceremony, just you, and then maybe even the next day, you have the ceremony that's being planned. Lottie shrugs. I guess something to just think about. That way everyone is happy. Dave turns to Ellie and asks, would that make you happy, sweetheart? Ellie smiles and nods. It would, actually. I'd really, really love that. When Lottie turns to me, she has the biggest fuck you look on her face. And here I thought I was the cocky one. Then I'll speak with my mom and tell her our plans. She'll have to be okay with that. Ellie excitedly kisses Dave just as the doorbell rings. Food is here. Will you get that, Dave? Lottie and I can head into the dining room. Of course. I'll help you, I say to Dave as I rise from my chair and then offer assistance to Lottie, who thankfully takes it. Ellie links her arm with Lottie's and says, I'm so glad I met you. Together they head toward the dining room, while Dave grips me by the shoulder and guides me toward the front door. I have to tell you, I don't think I've ever seen Ellie this excited. Lottie, man, she's something else. Your grandma was smart, setting you up with her. She smooths out your rough edges, and she brings light into the room. She's quite the catch. If only he knew. But, hell, I have to give credit where credit is due. Lottie is absolutely killing it tonight. She's more than a catch, she's absolute perfection. So, how far along are you? Ellie asks. I'm assuming not very far, since you don't seem to be showing at all. 8 weeks, Lottie says and then nudges me with her shoulder. This guy shouldn't be telling anyone, but he seems to let it slip more than he should. We devoured our Chipotle, the girls actually finishing their meals first. If I didn't know any better, I'd think Lottie was pregnant from the way she unapologetically matched Ellie's ravenous appetite. Now we're sitting out back, a fire pit burning between us, Lottie and me in one love seat, Dave and Ellie in another. Lottie is curled against my side with her hair tickling my cheek and her hand resting on my chest. She really is such a little thing, she fits perfectly plastered against me. Not that I'd ever admit this to her, because talk about the world of fucking pain it would be to hear her boast, but she feels good curled against me. Apparently, I've forgotten what it's like to have a female companion, not that I've really ever had one, but I've dated here and there, and having that feminine touch, the attention, yeah, it's nice. I had a hard time keeping the news quiet too, Dave says. When you find out your girl is pregnant, it's hard not to shout it from the rooftops. Same, I say. I just can't seem to keep my mouth shut. Have you bought anything for the baby? Ellie asks. Not yet. But I've looked at a few cribs from Pottery Barn that caught my attention. My sister is all about sustainability, and Pottery Barn makes a lot of their furniture from repurposed wood. Oh, wow, I love that. Dave, we should look at Pottery Barn. Anything you want, sweetheart. Dave is such a yes man when it comes to Ellie. Wish he was a yes man with business too. Maybe I should butter him up with some of Ellie's tactics. What my brothers would fucking do if they saw me curled up against Dave's armpit, slowly stroking his thigh while nuzzling my head into him. Also, was Lottie really looking at cribs? I doubt she'd say anything that isn't true out of fear of being called out. So, how the hell does she know about repurposed wood cribs? Did you hear that? Lottie asks me. Dave is going to give Ellie anything she wants. Is it the same with us? Lottie pats my chest with her hand and looks up at me. She's inches away, and I know if I were an outsider looking in, we would 100% look like a couple. All because of Lottie. You know you can have whatever you want, I respond. When do I ever say no? Her finger plays with the buttons on my shirt. Just last night, when I asked for not around company, I say, not sure what she was going to say, but wanting to cut it off before it becomes something it shouldn't. Lottie is a wild card and she's been on her best behavior all night. I could see the potential of her slipping soon. Dave chuckles. Best we go grab dessert while Lottie convinces Huxley to perform whatever it is she wants. Might be best, Lottie says with a wink. Dave and Ellie retreat inside the house. When the door clicks shut, Lottie stays in place, but the sweetness in her tone dissipates as she says, I don't appreciate you squeezing my leg when you think I'm about to say something wrong. I'm going to have bruises. Don't be dramatic. Her finger plays with the side of my cheek, her nail scraping against my scruff. I'm really carrying the team over here. No wonder Dave doesn't want to do business with you. You're like a dead fish in a button-up shirt. My brows narrow. I'm not a dead fish. It's like pulling teeth to get you to show some personality. Seriously, where's Chipotle guy? He was way more fun than the one I've been petting all night. You haven't been petting me. Feels like it? Her finger tugs on my lower lip. Are we going to have to kiss at some point? Because I'm really not interested in that. Kissing a dead fish is really not an activity I'd care to partake in. I'm not a goddamn dead fish, I seethe. Could have fooled me, she says. You barely even laugh. That helps, you know, laughing, interacting. Making a joke on occasion. I know he's a business associate, but lighten up, man. Sheesh. How about we leave the business interactions to me, and you just keep doing whatever it is you're doing. Oh, making you look more likable because you had enough sense in that pea-sized brain of yours to ask me to fake marry you. You're foul to be around, I say. Her eyebrows shoot up and then her eyes grow round with anger. I'm foul to be around? Hello pot, it's Kettle. You're black. Also, I'm not sure how I could be foul to be around when clearly I'm the life of this borderline Hallmark movie we've been living in the past 2 hours. Still whispering, she says, I'm 28 years old, and I'm having to talk about marriage, babies, and what kind of linens I like to use on my bed. Shoot me. Now. Then talk about something you like, I say. Oh, you want me to do that? Shall I discuss the latest dildo I purchased from an exotic website? Because it has a suction cup and I love using it in the shower. Jesus Christ. I shift in my seat and turn more toward her. Do not bring that up. She smirks. But I thought you wanted me to talk about what I wanted to talk about. This is why you're foul to be around. Coming from the one with the stick up their ass. Her eyes travel to my lips and then back up. You're unpleasant. You're unhinged. You open your mouth and put people to sleep, she snaps back. You're obnoxious. You're an ass. Your body. You're imperious. Ah, look at them, Ellie says, coming back outside. They're so cute, aren't they, Dave? They do look quite perfect for each other. If only they knew. I smile at Lottie and stroke the side of her face lovingly before turning toward Ellie and Dave and the tray of many trifle cups they're carrying. I meant to make peach cobbler, but just yesterday peaches started to make me sick to my stomach, so I hope everyone likes strawberry shortcake. Ellie turns to Lottie. Lottie, I'll have to share the recipe with you. It's to die for. Lottie lifts off me, but still keeps her hand touching my leg. I'd absolutely love that, Ellie. Lottie squeezes my leg tightly as she sits up, and I know exactly what that squeeze means. She'd rather be caught dead than trade recipes with. Ellie. Do you know what's been the worst part of this evening? Not having to dodge couples' questions from Ellie left and right. Not having to pretend to touch Lottie's flat stomach on occasion, like Dave does to Ellie's slightly rounded one. And not having to see a man I respected in the boardroom shrink to a shell of a man who falls in line with everything Ellie has to say. Nor is it the idea that Lottie has a goddamn suction cup dildo that she uses in the shower floating around in my head. I can handle all of that. What I can't handle is not being able to cash in on 1 minute of alone time with Dave. I haven't been able to talk about the deal once. I haven't even been able to mention it, because it's not something I'd do around Ellie and Lottie. Business should be kept separate from family time, but I thought I would have been able to sneak away with Dave at some point. But everywhere I look, Ellie has her claws dug into Dave, and he's the happiest motherfucker about it. Ellie yawns. Oh, what a night. I've had such a wonderful time. Me too. Lottie yawns as well and then pats my chest. But we should probably get going. We don't want to keep you from getting that important beauty rest. Right, Dave? Dave laughs and nods. Oh yes, Lottie, you know I need that beauty rest or I'll be a nightmare to look at in the morning. I'd say intimidation is never a bad thing for a man in your position, Lottie says, but after spending the evening with you, I'm going to assume that's not your MO. You'd be correct. Very perceptive, Lottie. She pretends to bow. Thank you. And then she turns to me. Are you ready, sweet cheeks? Don't care for that nickname, either. I'm ready. I stand from my chair and hold out my hand, and she takes it so I can help her up as well. I then turn to Dave and offer my hand for a shake, realizing this is the end of the night and we haven't discussed a goddamn thing. Dave, thank you for having us over tonight. It was a pleasure getting to know Ellie. So glad you two could make it. They lead us through the house, and when we reach the door, Ellie gives Lottie a hug and Dave offers me another handshake. It's all so domestic, so suburban. And it makes me feel claustrophobic. My throat closes up on me, and while Lottie gives them another goodbye, I just nod and walk to my car to open the door for her. My hand falls to her back as she gets in, and then I shut the door once she's settled. I round the hood and then get in. Dave and Ellie stand at the door, connected at the hip as they smile at us. If that is what having a fiancé involves, that domesticity, docility, I'm so glad there will never be anything like that between me and Lottie. Never be anything like that, period. I start the car and offer one more wave before I round the circular driveway and head down the gravel path, finally able to let out a deep breath. So does Lottie, but she slouches in her seat and says, I feel as if I can finally unclench. A smirk pulls at my lips. That was unreal, that entire experience. I felt as though I transported into another body and that body controlled my every word and action. Because if I would have been in my own body, I would have snatched Ellie's shortcake right out of her hand after giving her a knee to the head to make sure she doesn't take it back. That shit was good. Really good. I felt feral eating it. And the fact that Ellie said she'd share the recipe with me? No, I don't want the recipe, I want someone to make it for me. I'm glad you didn't knee her in the face for more. She was eating it so slow. I swear they were doing some sort of sexual game in front of us. They were not performing a sexual game in front of us, I say, debunking that thought quickly. Are you sure about that? Were you paying attention? Because you really felt like a robot back there. She was totally licking the spoon sexually and then glancing at him. I saw him shift in his seat a few times. Bet you anything they've already stripped out of their clothes and are fucking against the entryway door right now. Although Dave doesn't seem like the type that fucks against the door. She considers this and then adds, but it's actually usually the silent ones who are total freaks in bed. She turns toward me. You're silent, are you a freak in bed? Not something you need to worry about, I answer. God, she groans in frustration. Thanks for the evasive answer. I'll draw my own conclusions then, and I'm guessing you have a teeny weeny and don't know how to use it. I grip the steering wheel more tightly. How about we don't talk? I need to sulk, stew silently on the drive. Because here I was, going to a business meeting, thinking I'm about to score a deal, and not once did we speak about business. Instead, we spoke about the different variations of the color cream, the impact a simple rug in a dining room can have, and the different ways to serve avocado toast. Christ! Oh, I struck a chord. You do have a teeny weena. That's probably why you're single and spend so much time in the office, why you didn't have a catalog of girls to ask to help you out, but had to find a random girl on the streets. This is all making so much sense. Lottie, enough. But she doesn't stop. You realize you can catch more flies with honey, right? You can adjust your attitude. We're partners in this endeavor, after all. How would you like it if I took you along to a function of mine and spoke to you the way you speak to me? I don't answer. Instead, I think back to the way Dave seemed so comfortable. So in his place. Not that he's awkward at meetings, but he doesn't seem comfortable, ever. Almost uneasy, untrusting. But sitting in his backyard, with Ellie right next to him, he let down his guard. I'm sure you wouldn't take kindly to such an attitude. You should really speak to others the way you want to be spoken to. I don't think that's too much to ask for. And while you're at it, treat others the way you want to be. Can you just jump up for a goddamn second? I ask, my mind racing, trying to put together the pieces. Excuse me, she asks, folding her arms. Would you care to rephrase that? Because unless you want me to march back to their house and flash them a negative pregnancy test, I'd change your attitude. You're in contract. And guess what? I think my family would rather us lose everything, than for me to be verbally attacked by an asshole. I'm a human, Huxley, treat me like one. She snaps at me and then turns in her seat so she's not looking at me at all, but rather out the window. Fuck. Guilt swarms me, because she's right. She is a human and she did a fucking great job today. I'm not generally an asshole. I know how to be civil, so why have I thrown out all decorum when it comes to Lottie? I glance over at her. She's closed off, there's nothing I can say right now that will penetrate the wall she's erected, so instead of trying to deliver some half-hearted apology, I stay silent for the rest of the car ride, stewing in my own thoughts and reliving the night. Dave seems to be his most receptive when at home, when with Ellie, but he also clearly won't talk business then either. So how can I combine the two? Normally I wouldn't chase a deal like this. I never have, really. In fact, I've never had to lie nor be a complete asshole to anyone to achieve my goals. But with my eyes set on the $10 million profit this deal will procure, there's no stopping, as far as I'm concerned. Kane Enterprises needs those properties. That is the priority. They will be mine by the end of this, I guarantee it. Chapter 8. Lottie. I hate him. I hate him so much. Here I am, performing my ass off, caring about the difference between frozen spinach and fresh spinach as Ellie tells me all about her spinach balls that Dave likes so much. I listen with a smile, respond with thoughtful questions, and even delight in exchanging emails so she can send me, as she said, all of the recipes. And what do I get at the end of the night from Huxley? Are you thinking a thank you? Possibly a good job? I'm not looking for a celebration of my accomplishments, but I'd appreciate a little bit of kindness. But it seems as though kindness isn't part of Huxley Kane's repertoire. That's fine. Totally cool. Because, guess what? I know what to expect now. Which would be nothing. I should expect nothing from him. Silence fills the car as we make our way through Beverly Hills. Huxley flies through the streets, one hand on the steering wheel, the other on the gear shift, disregarding every speed limit stated on the side of the road. And when I glance over at him, I notice the tight grip of his hand on the finely conditioned leather, the steel of his jaw, and the pinch between his brow. What the hell is he so disconcerted about? I'm the one who has been thrown through the ringer today. He just sat there and dictated. Annoyed with him, I keep my eyes forward as we begin to slow down. We pull up in front of a large, wooden gate. He presses a button on the visor of his car, and the gate slowly opens to the right, into a white stone wall covered by vines. Of course. This must be home sweet home. In my head, he has some ostentatious house with pillars, obnoxiously large fountains, gold fixtures, and marble everywhere, even on the walls, because he can afford it, but as we turn into the driveway, I'm completely surprised by the house that comes into view. A coastal-looking white house with black-framed windows, large, southern-looking lamps flanking each side of the main door, and a simple black tin roof. This was not what I was expecting at all. It's chic. Modern. In style. Nothing ostentatious about it other than the size. Huxley parks the car just as someone steps up to his car door and opens it for him. Mr. Kane, welcome home. Thank you, Andre. Huxley hands him the keys. Everything all set? Yes, sir. Thank you for staying late. You can head home. I'll park your car in the garage and plug it in first. Have a good night. You too, Huxley says, and excuse me while I pick up my jaw because... How come Andre gets spoken to like a normal person and I don't? Huxley opens my door for me and then holds out his hand, but since we're no longer under the eyes of Dave and Ellie, I ignore his help and attempt to shut the car door, his grip on the top of the door preventing me from doing so. What the hell are you doing? He asks. I can open and shut the door myself. Leaning in close, he says, and I have staff around the house that will be watching us interact, so you need to act like you're my fiancé. Excuse me. I ask. That wasn't part of the deal. Did you read the entire contract? That godforsaken contract. How many times is it going to come back and bite me in the ass? Of course I did. I didn't. Who really reads contracts these days? Lawyers, that's who. I read the important parts at least, I thought I did. There was a section about staff, but I breezed over it. I thought it was just about how he has staff that works for him, so, I don't know. Be kind. Something like that. Then you'd have noticed that section. Andre is my trusted right-hand man, he knows of our arrangement, but he's the only one. Doesn't your staff have NDAs? I ask. Yes, but things always seem to slip. We've fired a few staff members for tipping off the media, so I still don't fully trust everyone in my house. Seems stupid to me. I reluctantly take his hand. Allowing these strangers to come into your house and take care of you, but you don't trust them. Yeah, really intelligent. There are very few people I trust. Do you trust me? I ask as we walk toward his grand entrance. The black door feels incredibly intimidating despite the potted flowers welcoming you. No, he answers without thought. Wow, that's fucked up. I barely know you. Why would I trust you? He opens the front door and I'm greeted by an expansive entryway, light blonde floors, white walls, and a straight shot all the way to the back of the house, where the largest sliding glass doors I've ever seen open to a beautifully lit up pool and dreamy backyard with enough foliage to block out the neighboring properties. He places his hand on my back and says, "You need to earn my trust." I glance up at him and say, "You're not the only one who needs trust to be earned. You'd be a terrible businesswoman if you offered up your trust right away. I respect you more for making me earn it." "Oh, yay, I earned your respect," I say sarcastically as I walk into the house. I take in the impersonal decor and the calculated placement of each item. Large vases, sleek-looking bowls, and foliage offer the lack of personalization I'm talking about. He probably doesn't even know half of these decorations exist. Past the entryway, the house opens up into a great room with vaulted ceilings covered in white shiplap and lightly stained wooden beams. The house is devoid of any color, only decorated in variations of white, with pops of black and green here and there from a plant I'm sure he doesn't bother watering himself. The kitchen is massive. The island traverses the entire length of the kitchen, with marble countertops and black cabinets, but the uppers and lowers around the kitchen walls are white with modern, black hardware. It's an absolute dream kitchen, and I'm pretty sure if Kelsey saw this house, she'd be drooling. You're welcome to anything in the kitchen. My chef prepares pre-made meals and puts them in the fridge. If you've any requests, just let me know, and I'll make sure they're prepared. I can get my own food. Do I need to remind you, you're my fiancé? I turn toward him and catch him with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat vulnerable as I take in his house. I lean in and whisper, "Fake fiancé." Ignoring my comment, he says, "Nothing is off limits in the house. What's mine is yours." Oh, so no threat to stay out of the West Wing. His brow knits in confusion. You know, like from Beauty and the Beast. Are you comparing me to the Beast? Not quite. He seemed to have more manners when dealing with his captive. I don't find that amusing. Shocking, I say and walk over to the fridge. I pull open one of the enormous Sub-Zero doors. Just like he said, there are meals fully prepared and stuck in the fridge with dates marked on the top. Man, the kind of things money can get someone. Like Brussels sprouts, do you? I ask, seeing a lot of them in the containers. They're good for you. So I've heard. I shut the fridge and then ask, where's my room? And then it hits me. Wait. Are we going to have to share a room? I hold up my hand. Because that's where I put my foot down. There's no way I'm sharing a bed with you. I need my own space. This way, he says, walking toward the staircase just off the grand living room. That wasn't an answer. Are we sleeping in the same bed? I'm going to tell you right now, you won't want to. I like to sleep naked. Not a hardship for me, he mutters as he walks up the stairs. Was that a compliment? I ask, trailing behind him. Are you saying I have a nice body? Wait. It doesn't matter if you did. Don't be a pervert. I'm not being a pervert. You're the one who brought up the naked thing. I'm trying to tell you why I'm not a good partner in bed. I pause and then say, wait, I didn't mean that. I'm a really good partner in bed. I know how to make a man sing to the high heavens with these hands. Miracle workers, they've been called before. I'm a good partner in the sexual aspect, the real deal. Amazing at giving head, in case you were wondering. I wasn't. Well, I am. And I'm very comfortable with my sexuality. Very adventurous. But when it comes to actually sleeping, not sex, but sleeping, that's when things go haywire. I'm erratic. I'll sleep sideways in bed. I have no problem kicking someone to get them out of the way, and I don't cuddle. So, you know, sharing a bed and a room with you isn't a great idea. When we reach the top of the stairs, he turns right and heads down a long hallway. Did you hear me? I heard you. I catch up to him. Then how come you're not answering me? Because your incessant chatter is annoying me. Wow, you really are such an asshole, I say as he opens a door on the left. I step into the room and I'm immediately transfixed by the modern, light-stained four-poster bed, which claims the attention of the room with its soft white linens and fluffy pillows. At the foot of the bed is a bench with pillows, and across from the bed is a fireplace with two mid-century modern black chairs angled toward the flames. Off to the right is an en-suite bathroom, which I'm sure is decked out in marble like the kitchen. But what's really catching my eye is the dresser under the large window that overlooks the front yard. Because on top of it are my 3 dildos. One pink, one purple, and the suction cup dick I recently purchased. Dear Christ, what are those doing out? And who the hell touched them? I glance over at Huxley, and to my lack of fortune, he's staring at my pleasure collection as well. Did your staff unpack my things? They did, he says. Seems as though they came across my lady toys. Is that what you call them? He asks. I could say dildos if that makes you feel more comfortable. Although, it probably doesn't bode well for you that I have those, huh? I nudge him with my elbow. You know, since you're supposed to be keeping me satisfied. It's nothing new to them. They know I have toys. Air. What? Did I hear that correctly? Huxley Kane has toys? Talk about a plot twist. What? Where? I look around the room. Do you hide them in your nightstands? I walk over to one and open it, finding absolutely nothing. This isn't my room. I stand tall. Wait, so we're not sharing a room? No. My room is directly across the hall. I see. I fold my arms. And what will your staff think about that? They've been informed that we're attempting to remain celibate before our wedding. A loud snort pops out of me and I cover my nose. I'm sure that was laughable for them. Why would that be laughable? He asks. You know. I wave my hand at him. Aren't you always bringing women home? No. Oh. I think about that. Well, I guess that's good for me. Don't have to pretend your wandering eye doesn't bother me. He closes the distance between us with purposeful, commanding steps. His hand falls to just above my collarbone and he grips me tightly, his fingers pressing into the back of my shoulder. The position not only commands my attention but steals the breath right out of my lungs. Let's get one thing straight, he says, his voice menacing. I don't have a wandering eye, never have, never will. And I signed a contract with you. That means I belong to you and you belong to me until our obligations are fulfilled within our agreement. Do you understand? His words pierce me, their meaning strong, poignant. There's no one else he'll be looking at, no one he'll be fucking until our agreement is up, that's what he's telling me, and it shouldn't have any effect on me. But for some reason, it sends a chill down my spine, an ice-cold chill. Growing irritated with my silence, he steps in closer, his body an inch from me. His hand slides up my neck and his thumb locks under my chin. He tilts my head up, forcing me to lock eyes with him. Do you understand, Lottie? God, being this close to him, forced to look him in those sinister, dominant eyes. In this moment, I realize just how much I've put on the line. Because even though his personality speaks of nothing but arrogance and I could never imagine myself falling for a man with such an incessant need for authority, I can't help but feel something when he speaks to me with such conviction, when he claims me with his hands. Swallowing hard, I say, no philandering. Got it? I'll be loyal to you, I demand the same respect. You act as if I have men lining up at the door to take out my hot mess of an ass. Trust me, no need to worry. I pat his chest, trying to lighten the tension in the room, and take a step away so I can catch my breath. That was consuming. Something to remember when he commands a room, commands my attention, commands my every move. I can see myself drowning in his presence. There's no doubt about that. I walk over to my dildos and pick them up one at a time to inspect them. Even though Huxley is an atrocious man with a mercurial attitude, he's incredibly hot, and the way he spoke to me just then, with that alpha tone? That was hot. Go ahead, chastise me. I know I shouldn't think anything about him is hot, especially after our recent interactions, but, ugh, his deep, sultry eyes, the way he towers over me, the baritone of his voice. Yeah, it's doing all sorts of things to me that will require assistance from one of my vibrating friends. Maybe I'll use my purple dildo tonight. I love the twisting motion it does. Although, my suction cup penis is calling my name, but that's best used in the shower. It's why I got it, so I could get off from behind, one of my favorite positions. What are you doing? Huxley asks as he watches me run my hand up and down my purple dildo. Because I think it's fun to test him, I say, deciding what I want to fuck myself with tonight. You know, since my fiancé is celibate and all, I need to get off somehow. Your staff most likely understands the circumstances. I pick up my suction cup dick and run my hand over the tip. God, I love it from behind, but I'm too tired for a shower right now. I hold up the purple one. Looks like me and Thor will be having some fun tonight. I glance up at Huxley, and I'm rewarded with a tight jaw and an irritated glare. Perfect. Revenge is mine. I'm not saying I'm a beauty queen over here, turning this guy on with every step I take, but I do know something about men. No matter who you are, if you're stroking a dildo in front of them, they're going to think about sex. And when they think about sex, they get turned on. And a turned on asshole who has to go to bed alone is satisfactory to me. I hope he suffers. Just to even the scales for the aggravation I've experienced tonight. Breakfast will be at 7:30 tomorrow morning. Make sure you're there. 7:30. I shout. It's a Sunday. We have things to discuss. And with that, he shuts my door. I hear him go into his room across the hall and shut the door behind him. Someone needs help with their anger problems. Maybe I was wrong, maybe he is treating me very much like the Beast treated Belle. An invitation would have been nice, not a demand, I mumble as I set Thor down on the bed. I walk over to the closet to discover that not a single piece of my clothing is hanging up. Instead, it's all designer clothes, ranging from flowy dresses to tight-fitting evening wear, to blouses, to jeans. And then lots of shoes. Okay, that's kind of nice, because... Oh my God, I whisper, picking up one and clutching it to my chest. Louboutin. Sweet heavenly Lord. I set it back down carefully and give it a small pet. You're beautiful. Always remember that, especially when my careless feet scuff you up, because sometimes I walk like a newborn fawn. I open the drawers in the closet and... Oh, wow. Picking up a white lace thong, I hold it up to the light. That's a whole lot of nothing. I glance down and open another drawer to find matching bras. Do undergarments really matter? Well, if his staff is doing the laundry, he probably doesn't want my mismatched stuff just floating about. It's annoying how thorough he's been in such a short amount of time. I toss the garments back in the drawers and then search for my pajamas, which seem to be nowhere. The more I look through drawers, the more I notice one thing in particular: there's a lot of lingerie, but there isn't one trace of my oversized t-shirts, my band shirts, or any trace of my personality. I lift up a two-piece silk set petite shorts that I'm sure will barely cover my ass and a matching slinky top. This is what he expects me to wear? Garments in hand, I storm through my room, out the door, and right across the hallway to pound on his door. I need to speak to you, I shout. It takes him a few seconds, but when he whips the door open, he pulls me in by the hand and spins me against the wall as he shuts the door. Standing tall in nothing but his shorts from tonight, his immaculately muscular chest rises and falls as he stares at me, his body overbearing, large, fuming. Someone spends time in the gym, and his name is Huxley Kane, because... Wow. Just... Wow. Who knew pecs could be so thick? I bet they bounce when he runs. What the hell are you screaming for? What's the question? I'm sorry, but I'm sort of distracted by the absolute God who's standing in front of me. Yes, it's easy to see that he's an attractive man. I'd be lying if I said he wasn't. But I never noticed he was hiding so much more under his dress shirts. And I mean so much more. Thick, flat pecs, carved shoulders, biceps that look like chiseled marble. He has the fit build of a surfer, all muscle, from the neck down, all the way to his perfectly defined abs and the indented V in his hips. And because life isn't fair, his boxer briefs cling to his waist just above where his shorts hang. It's official, my fake fiancé is a total dreamboat. Too bad he's the biggest asshole I've ever met. Still fuming, he asks, "What the hell do you want?" Oh, right. I'm supposed to be mad at him. One hand on my hip, I hold up the negligee and ask, "Do you expect me to wear this?" His eyes fall to the black silk in my hand and then he looks back to me. "Is there a problem with that?" These are not pajamas. I thought you sleep naked, so what's the big deal?" I'm not going to sleep naked in a random stranger's house." "Then what's in your hand should be suitable." My eyes narrow. "Where are all of my clothes?" "In storage." "Why?" He drags his hand over his face. "Because they weren't suitable for the role you need to play." This was discussed. "Why are you bringing this up when I'm trying to get ready for bed?" "Because I thought I'd have some of my own clothes to put on at least." "Not necessary, I made sure you have everything you need." "Now if that's all, I'd like to get some sleep." Could he be any more of a dick? Probably. I bet this is just the tip of the iceberg for him. I bet he could be way more of an asshole, which of course makes me wonder how far could I possibly push him. Seems as though I have some time to find out. Clutching my new pajamas, I say, "You're dreadful, you know that. You're no ray of sunshine yourself." Even though he's at least a foot taller than me, I step up to him, crank my head back, and say, "I hope you have a sleepless night." "Sweet nightmares," he replies back with such a level of snark that I think I might have met my match. Little does he know, he's not the only one who can play dirty. I may have a contractual agreement with the man, but I sure as hell can make his life a horror film. And that's exactly what I plan on doing. Chapter 9. Huxley. "JP, how was last night? We didn't hear anything from you and I'm worried she blew it." "Did she? Did she fucking blow it?" I stare down at the text from my brother and pick up my mug of steaming black coffee. I blow on the hot liquid and then bring the rim of my mug to my lips to take a small sip, letting the bitter yet smooth drink slip down my throat. "Did Lottie blow it last night?" "She did not. She didn't blow one fucking thing. If you catch my drift. In all honesty, I didn't expect her to look that damn good in the dress I picked out. Nor did I expect her to walk out of her sister's bathroom looking like a goddess with her hair in waves and subtle makeup highlighting her mesmerizing eyes. And I sure as hell didn't expect to think about her last night, all last night, with that goddamn vibrator. After I got into bed, I swear I barely breathed, just hoping to hear her pleasure herself. After 30 minutes of staying quiet, my dick as hard as a rock, I relieved myself and then went to bed. 3 dildos. What woman needs 3? Lottie, of course. Because not only am I borderline fucking up my entire enterprise with my careless mistakes, but I had to pick the one girl who so easily gets under my skin. She's annoying, frustrating, beautiful, and snarky. A total wild card. She makes me hold my breath with every word that comes out of her mouth, and then she surprises me with her brilliancy. It's exhausting. I set down my coffee, taking note of the time. She's 2 minutes late to breakfast. While I wait, I text back to JP. Huxley, she didn't blow it. Annoyingly, she exceeded expectations, made Dave and Ellie fall in love with her, and made me look good. I take another sip of my coffee as my brothers text back. Breaker, how is that annoying? Shouldn't you be happy? JP, uh-oh. Is there a problem in paradise? Huxley, she's a goddamn pill. Breaker, LOL. Well, that makes me fucking happy. JP, difficult to work with? Huxley, you could say that. She challenges everything, and she's late for breakfast. Breaker, you set a time for breakfast this morning? Dude, it's Sunday. JP, let me guess, you're being a complete ass to her. Classic Huxley. Huxley, I'm not being an ass. I'm treating our interactions as business transactions. Because that's what this is, business. Breaker, he's so romantic. Huxley, there's nothing romantic about this arrangement. Breaker, so, you're saying you don't find her the least bit attractive? JP, what does she look like, anyway? Huxley, does it matter? Breaker, yes. JP, 1000% it does. Huxley, why? Breaker, because we need to know if this arrangement is going to end in you two fucking. JP, we need to gear up the lawyers, make sure they're on standby. Huxley, this will not end in fucking. Trust me. Just then, I hear the flop of slippers sliding across the hardwood floors, drawing my attention toward the stairs. Lottie comes dragging into the dining area looking as though she just rose from the dead, but fuck. She's wearing those pajamas. The shorts are barely shorts. They just slip past the juncture of her hip and thigh, smoothing over her curves, and the shirt. Well, it shows off her midriff, just above her belly button, and then stops, minimally covering her breasts. The fabric is so thin, that if it were white, I know I'd see those tight, little nipples that are poking against the material. Her hair is still in waves, but her face is clean and clear of the makeup she wore last night. She looks rumpled, cozy, and like absolute trouble. There's a place setting next to me at the table, and without saying a word, she drops down into the chair, picks up my coffee, and takes a sip out of it before slouching in her chair and resting her head against the back. You're late, I say. And that's my coffee. I reach for it, but like a rabid beast, she hisses at me, causing me to pull back in absolute fear. Touch it and die, she says in a deep, possessed voice. Not a morning person. Noted. After a few seconds and some large gulps of coffee, she sets down my mug and slowly turns toward me. Your 7:30 breakfast is absolute horseshit. Really not a morning person. From the kitchen, my chef, Rain, brings 2 plates of breakfast. Each plate has a slice of avocado toast, a serving of scrambled eggs, and a fruit salad, perfectly presented. Thank you, Rain, I say. As he's about to leave, I gesture to the devil incarnate next to me and say, "This is my fiancée, Lottie. Lottie, this is Rain. We're very lucky to have him on staff. His food is impeccable." Shaking off some of the crust she accumulated overnight, she sits a little taller, brushes her hair behind her ear, and says, "Hello, Rain. I love food, so I think we'll be best friends. Miss Lottie, the pleasure is all mine. Please don't hesitate to ask me for anything. I shall make sure you receive the palate survey so I'll know which foods you enjoy." "Thank you," Lottie says with a smile. When he leaves, Lottie turns toward me, a frown on her face, and says, "You could have warned me other people were going to be here. I'm practically naked. I told you I have staff in the house." "On the weekends," she hisses. "You monster. They're compensated extremely well." "Great, they have money, but how are they supposed to have fun with it if they're always working for you?" She whips open her cloth napkin and places it on her lap. I study her, the pompous tilt to her chin, the proud puff to her chest, the stubborn set to her shoulders. "If you're so worried about how people perceive you in what you're wearing, then why did you come to breakfast wearing that? I'm not someone you're very familiar with." Her eyes snake over to me as she plunges her fork into her eggs. "If you've laid eyes on my dildos, then you've seen pretty much everything." "Not everything," I say, picking up my mug and glancing down at her chest while I take a sip. She catches my once over. "Is that supposed to make me melt? Swoon at your feet? That one glance, the deep set in your voice? You're going to have to try harder than that." "Who says I'm trying?" I ask, setting down my mug. "Your breathless voice last night, when I came into your room. I think you're mistaking me for yourself. You were the one breathless, chest heaving, as you stared at my naked torso." "Okay, Huxley." She stuffs a forkful of eggs into her mouth. Great defense. She can be in denial all she wants, but I know what I saw last night. She might hate me, as she so accurately portrays, but she doesn't shy away from ogling me. On that spectacular comeback, let's get down to business. She shoots me a glare but doesn't say anything. I open the folder on the table to the left of me, remove the first piece of paper, and hand it to her. She takes it, looking confused. "What's this?" she asks. Casually, I pick up a piece of avocado toast and say, "That's the letter stating your student loans have been paid off. Keep it for your records." Her mouth falls open as she examines the paper. I can tell when her eyes focus in on the owed amount, which says 0, because her face falls flat. "It's all paid off." That's what was stated in the contract, was it not? It was. But it's actually paid off. Do you think I'm not a man of my word? You're deceiving a potential business partner into thinking you have a pregnant fiancée. Excuse me if I'm slightly skeptical. She sets the paper down. I say, "I signed a contract with you. I don't take those lightly. You went to dinner with me, I paid off your debt. Now we move forward." Just like that, we move forward? How? We seem to hate each other. You can hate someone and still work with them. You need to learn to take the emotion out of business. Are you attempting to make me your protege? She asks. That would be a death sentence on my part. I don't have time to deal with your nonsense. Nonsense? She asks just as Rain re-enters the dining room. How is everything? He asks. Lottie's angry face morphs into a smile as she looks up at Rain and says, absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Good. Mr. Kane, is everything to your liking? I nod. As always. Would we be able to get another cup of coffee? Although I enjoy having Lottie's lips all over my mug, she's drinking far too much of it. Rain chuckles. Of course. My mistake. Miss Lottie, how do you take your coffee? Just like Huxley's is fine. Rain nods and then returns to the kitchen. It's frightening how quickly you can change from angry to pleasant, I say. Speak for yourself. You're a modern-day Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Once Rain drops off Lottie's coffee and gives us some space, I bring the conversation back to business. I'm unsure what the timeline of our contract will be. It seems as though Dave is in no rush to push this negotiation along, and I don't want to push my luck and pressure him. Figured as much, she says, mouth full of food as she leans back in her chair. It's odd how different her attitude is around me. She lets loose and has no shame in the way she slouches in her chair or talks with food popping out of her mouth. And even more odd, I don't find it repulsive. Rather intriguing. Does she really have no care for her actions? For her decorum? And yet, when we were with Dave and Ellie last night, she carried herself with class. The contrast is incredibly confusing. Dave was all about Ellie last night. You have your work cut out for you. Which means, you do, as well. I'm sure I'll receive correspondence from Dave tomorrow, a follow-up on the evening. From what I could tell, Ellie liked you. She'll probably want to invite you out, just you and her. Lottie pauses, her fork halfway to her mouth. Excuse me? That wasn't in the contract. It falls under additional outings, I say. My lawyers thought of everything. So, you're telling me I'm going to have coffee with her? Spend extracurricular time with her? In actual life, we have nothing in common. She's very much affluent suburbia, and I'm, well, I have a jar full of spare bills that I use as savings, so when foreigner comes to town, I can buy the nosebleed tickets and finally see them in concert. I'm pretty sure Ellie has no idea who foreigner is. Do you? I lean back in my chair and say, I'm partial to cold as ice. Her brows raise. You are familiar. At least, you know one of their main hits. Agent Provocateur is my favorite album of theirs. She sits taller. Is it now? I can see the twitch of a smile, the hint of intrigue. I wouldn't have pegged you as a foreigner fan. What would you have pegged me as? I don't know, constantly playing the Imperial March over and over in your head. I glance down at my plate, a smile testing my lips, as the thought of walking around to Darth Vader's theme song is humorous. Consider it my second choice. I clear my throat and try to continue with this meeting. Concerning your job. That has nothing to do with you. I said I'd help your sister's business. I have the connections she needs. Is your ego, your pride, too big for you to sit down with me and talk about her business? I can tell from the set of her jaw that she doesn't like my approach, but too bad. A deal is a deal. No, but I'm not sure we need you butting in, either. How much is she paying you, again? I ask while bringing my mug to my lips, fully aware Lottie is getting paid nothing for the time being. God, you're such an ass. Here I thought you were normal for a second because you like foreigner, but then you go and say something like that. She shakes her head. Every business has to start from somewhere, so before you start judging. I'm not judging. I'm attempting to help you, but you aren't allowing that to happen. I don't want your help. Then why are you here? I shoot back, keeping my voice low. She goes to answer, but then closes her mouth and leans back against her chair. She stares at her plate for a few seconds, then picks up her napkin, tosses it on her plate, and lifts up from her chair. She walks out of the dining room and back up the stairs. Great. Just fucking great. Chapter 10. Lottie. Before I could lay eyes on Huxley this morning, I slipped out of the house, fully dressed in some silky dress that's far too flattering. The material feels like a cloud gently wrapped around me. Damn these expensive clothes. I wanted nothing to do with him, nor did I want him asking me questions. Yesterday was dreadful. After breakfast, I slipped up to my room, where I wrote down all of my ideas for Kelsey's business and how to improve it. Lunch and dinner were spent sitting in silence next to Huxley until I was able to slip away again. I haven't seen him since dinner last night, and I prefer it that way. When I went to get into my car to drive over to Kelsey's this morning, I realized guess who doesn't have a car here. So, I walked down the block and ordered an Uber to get me to West Hollywood. Now, with our favorite coffee in hand, I walk up to Kelsey's apartment, excited to see her and give her all the gory details. I knock on the door and wait. It's early, but hopefully she's up and ready for the day. The door opens and... What the actual fuck are you doing here? I ask Huxley, who stands on the other side of the door. In a sarcastic tone, he says, "You didn't give me a kiss goodbye." Pushing past him, I say, "Crawl up your own scrotum and drown." I find Kelsey in the kitchen, eating a bagel with a huge smile on her face. "Why did you let him into your apartment? I thought there was something wrong, like something happened to you. Then he told me you didn't say bye to him and I felt bad." I spin around to glare at Huxley. He's dressed for the day in a deep blue suit, white button-up shirt, and a slate-colored tie. Not one hair is out of place on his head, and he has just enough scruff to make him look positively intimidating. How on earth are you ready and dressed? If you shared a room with me, you'd know I wake up at 4 to start my day. God, you're mental. I hand Kelsey her coffee and say, "I shouldn't even give this to you, since you seem to enjoy my slow torture." "He's actually a pretty nice guy," Kelsey says. "To whom?" "To you." "Of course he is, because he doesn't see you as his puppet. Believe me, if you were in the trenches like me, you'd think differently." Kelsey fingers the sleeve of my dress. "You consider designer clothes being in the trenches?" Pompously, Huxley sticks his hands in his pockets and rocks back on his heels, a grin on his stupidly handsome face. I'd rather be naked than have to deal with him. We can arrange that, Huxley says, causing my sister to chuckle. Hey, I snap at her, whose side are you on? Yours, of course. Always on your side, sis. But this is far too entertaining. Groaning, I turn back to Huxley and say, I have no idea why you're here, but I need you to leave so I can talk about you behind your back with my sister. From his pants pocket, he pulls out a black card and holds it in front of me. What's that? The key to your car. That's not a key, that's a credit card. He shakes his head. It unlocks your car and you need it to drive the car, so yeah, it's a key. It's the white Model 3 in the front parking spot of this building. I expect you to drive it. The PIN number you'll also need to drive it is written down inside the envelope on the table. When I don't take the card from him, he steps up to me and slips it right into my cleavage. Have a great day, sweetheart. And then he leaves. I stare at the closed door, card still stuck in my cleavage. When I turn around, mouth agape, Kelsey chuckles and says, "Oh, this is so much fun for me. Why are you a bad sister?" She laughs and sets her mug down on the counter. I'm not a bad sister, I'm just taking joy in something new that's happening in your life. I point to the door through which Huxley just retreated. There's nothing joyous about that man. I don't know. She smirks. He does seem to have some good qualities. I fold my arms. Really? Good looks by your loyalty. I point to my chest. I'm your sister. Your loyalty belongs to me. Oh, settle down, she says as she plucks the keycard from my cleavage and guides me to one of the chairs at her bistro table. You know I'm on your side, but I will say, you should probably give him a chance. Not be so irritable around him. He's helping you out. I'm helping him out. You are both in this together. But look at what he's doing for you. Gave you a new car to drive rather than that hunk of junk bug that barely gets around. You have all new clothes, which helps us, because, not to be mean, but now you look put together, which bodes well for business meetings, and he gave you a place to stay so you don't have to live here with me, or worse, with Mom and Jeff. He also paid off your student loans, so you don't have to worry about getting a job to pay those back, and can work with me instead. He's done a lot, Lottie. And you went to dinner with him, to help him with some deal he's trying to score. I'm not taking sides, but he seems to be doing a lot for you. Well, when you put it like that, sure, he looks like a saint, but he's anything but that. Trust me. He's a pompous asshole. He's rude and degrading, at times. He doesn't treat me with respect. Do you offer him respect or are you always fighting him? Knowing you, it's probably the latter. My sister knows me far too well. He started it, I say. He came in ripe with the attitude. What was I supposed to do? Just sit back and take it? Hell no. He makes my life difficult. I'll do the same. So glad you didn't lose your maturity in the move. Kelsey says with sarcasm. and even though this topic of Huxley Kane is entertaining, we have some work to do. She brings her computer over to the table and hands it to me. What do you want me to do with this? We need to start getting organized with the business, and oddly enough, that's the part of this job I suck at. We have a meeting later today with a potentially huge client, and I want to make sure we have everything under control, so if they ask questions, we can give them exact numbers. Exact numbers of, like inventory and financials. Things like that. I eye her suspiciously. Why would they care about that? She rolls her eyes. Rich people want to know how successful you are. I need you to make me look successful on paper. Okay. What are you going to do? She pulls out her iPad and smiles. Design, of course. Of course. Sighing, I open her computer. All the files we need on her computer are at the bottom, ready to be opened. Am I going to hate you after this? Possibly. But this is what you enjoy. Oddly, it is. I crack my fingers. Let's get to work, sis. How do you turn off the car? I ask, looking for an off button of some sort. I don't think you turn it off, Kelsey says, slinging her bag over her shoulder. What do you mean, you don't turn it off? There has to be an off button somewhere. She shakes her head. I went out with a guy with the exact same car, and he just put it in park, got out, locked up and walked away. The car knows when you're not in it anymore. She gets out, and I grumble to myself as I put the car in park and get out myself. Out of all the cars Huxley could have given me, he gave me one with a mind of its own. I press the keycard to the side of the window and watch as the side mirrors curl in toward the car. Is it locked? I ask. I believe so. Kelsey checks her watch. Come on, we're going to be late if we fiddle around with this thing anymore. Shoving the keycard in my purse. Keycard for a car, strange, by the way. I catch up to Kelsey, who's already halfway to the building. Who are we meeting with, by the way? You never gave me any information. All I know is that your bookkeeping is in dire need of help and I've been able to pull together some rough numbers. She doesn't answer, instead, pushes through the large glass doors and into a modern, sleek lobby. There isn't a person in sight other than a receptionist at the front desk. No signs. No personalization. Nothing to indicate where the hell we are. Miss Kelsey, Miss Lottie, glad you could make it, the receptionist says. Please, take the third elevator to the 10th floor. They're waiting for you. Thank you, Kelsey says, power walking to the elevator. I rush to catch up with her and barely make it into the elevator as the doors close behind me. Jesus, hurry much. We can't be late. It looks bad. I lift her wrist to look at her watch. We have 2 minutes to spare. Calm down. She looks me in the eyes. This is important, Lottie. This could be a big break for us, okay? Please understand the magnitude of this. Seeing the desperation in my little sister's eyes, I say. Hey, I know this is important. I'd never do anything to mess with that. I'm just trying to calm you down. Going in there looking frenzied isn't going to help the cause either. She takes a deep breath. You're right. This is like any other pitch I've made. Exactly. We have everything we need, and I'm here by your side to help. Thank you. She squeezes my hand, the elevator dings, the doors part, and there, standing in front of a conference room, are three, tall, broad, and intimidating men. But one of them is unmistakable. What the actual hell, I mutter as my eyes land on Huxley. Decorum, Kelsey whispers as she pulls me off the elevator with her. Kelsey, Lottie, so glad you could make it, Huxley says with a grin. He gestures to the conference room behind him. We'll be in here. Kelsey starts for the conference room, but I grab her hand and hold my finger up to Huxley. With a smile that pains me, I say, please give us one moment. We'll be right in. He nods, and the three men walk into the conference room, allowing the door to shut behind them. I turn my back to them and, with eyes that scream death, say, what the fuck, Kelsey? Why is Huxley here? With a grin spread across her face, making sure the guys see that nothing is wrong, she says, that's why he came by this morning. Well, one of the reasons to set up a meeting with us and to give you the car, obviously. A meeting for what? For the office. Her smile grows even more. He wants to possibly hire me to organize and make the office more sustainable. This could be a huge account, Lottie. If done right and efficiently, this could put us on the map. The excitement in her eyes, the hope blooming inside her, sets me into a tailspin. Because this doesn't feel right, it almost feels too good to be true, and as the older sister, I want to protect her from harm. But how can I express my concerns without looking as though I'm trying to pee on her parade? I don't trust Huxley. I don't trust his intentions. I've seen the extent he'll go to in order to deceive someone into making a deal. Who's to say he wouldn't do that to my sister? But her begging, pleading eyes are cutting through my strong will. She wants this chance to grow, and hell, I can't take that away from her, no matter my level of unease. Pushing my hesitation to the side, I say, okay, but let's proceed with caution. We don't know what this could lead to, and we also need to remember that Huxley is a shrewd businessman. She smirks. Trust isn't built in a day, I get it. She takes my hand in hers. Let's go in there and blow their dicks off. I chuckle. Not literally. Right. Her eyes widen. Right, no blowing actual dicks. Together, we walk into the conference room and stand at the end of the table, opposite the three extremely handsome men. Even though they all are extremely attractive, which isn't intimidating at all, my eyes land on Huxley, sitting in the middle with his folded hands resting on the table. Mr. Kane, we're so honored you had time to meet with us today, Kelsey says, and I hold back a sneer at her use of Mr. Kane. Ugh, gross. Am I going to have to call him that? And these two guys, do they know who I am? Am I supposed to walk up to Huxley and give him a kiss? Oh shit, wait. Was this part of a test? When I glance at Huxley, he's staring me down, his eyes fixated on the ring on my finger, which I keep twirling with my thumb out of pure nerves. Is he trying to tell me something? Is that a hint? I did brush him off right when we got here, asked for space. What if he'd intended to give me a hug? Should I assume these men know we're engaged? Or is this a business setting? His house staff were aware of our engagement. Jesus Christ, a heads up would have been wonderful. On both ends. From my sister and from Huxley. Sweat forms at the base of my neck, heating up my ears as I take a step forward. I watch Huxley intently as I take another step forward, looking more like an unoiled robot than a confident fiancé. I just don't know the protocol. What is the damn protocol? Lottie, are you okay? Kelsey asks. Another step, closing the distance, slowly, awkwardly, but closing it. Oh, yeah, just wonderful. Want to, make sure I say hello. You know. I gulp, to my counterpart. I point at Huxley and take another step forward. The man I can't stop thinking about. Another step, until I'm right at his chair, the other two men looking up at me awkwardly. I pat Huxley on the shoulder, my gestures erratic. Not a smooth bone in my body. Hello, dear honey. Bottoms. I smile. You're looking ravishing. With every eye in the room watching me, I lean down, growing closer and closer until my lips meet the top of his head. Instantly I'm met by the smell of his delicious cologne and the masculine scent of his hair products. Oh, that smells nice. I pat his head. Not musky at all. Just, you know, like a man should smell. All mountainy and rich. You smell very rich. Awkwardly I finish kissing the top of his head, and then I move away and give him a thumbs up. Love getting to sneak in some affection during the day. Fiancé. I wink and take another step back as a droplet of sweat rolls down my back. That was not smooth at all. For the love of God, tell me that's not how she acted in front of Dave, the guy to the right says. Huxley leans back in his chair and props up his chin on his hand as he slouches. I have no idea what the fuck that was, but it wasn't what she did Saturday. Excuse me? I ask, looking between the men. Lottie, maybe you come on back over here. Kelsey waves her arm. So, you know, we can be professionals and start the presentation. Hold on, I say, holding up my hand to my sister as I turn to face Huxley. His navy blue suit makes him look even more sinister when he's sitting in that pitch-black conference table chair. And his pose casual yet firm, his eyes fixated on me unwavering. He's a force to be reckoned with, and I have no problem standing up to the man. I motion to the two other men. Do they know? What exactly are you referencing? Huxley asks with such smugness in his voice that I'm tempted to reach out and kick him in the shin. Our engagement, of course, sweet cheeks, I answer in a nauseating tone. Are they aware you've made me the happiest woman on earth? I clasp my hands together and hold them in front of me. Kelsey clears her throat. Lottie. Come over here. You don't seem particularly happy, especially when you came off the elevator. Huxley's index finger travels up the side of his face to his temple, while his thumb positions itself just under his jaw. It feels like a power pose, as if he's attempting to command the room in a casual manner. Yet command me. And I'll be damned if he thinks he can command me. Hands on my hips, I ask, now why would you say that? I was shocked to see you, is all. I wasn't expecting to run into such a hunk of meat in the middle of the afternoon. Lottie, Kelsey whispers, giving me the come here motion, but I ignore her. The two men next to Huxley are far too amused as they sit deep in their seats and take in the show. I see. Huxley's eyes stay trained on me. And were you particularly happy to see your fiancé? What is he doing? What game is he playing? This doesn't seem very professional of him. It's almost as if he's taunting me, testing me. Guess what, buddy? Two can play at this game. I wet my lips. Very excited. I lace my answer with innuendo and slowly move my eyes down his chest to his crotch and then back up. There. See what he does with that. Will you excuse my sister, she's. Kelsey, it's okay, the cat is out of the bag, I say to shush her. We're engaged. I know it may come as a shock to some, but I walk over to him and take his hand in mine. We're in love. I glance over at one of the men and he's snickering behind his hand. That's fucking rude. I look over at the other guy, and his smile stretches from ear to ear, but it's not a joyous smile, it's more of an amused smile. What the hell is going on here? Sorry, I say after a pause. I was sort of expecting a round of applause or something, you know, for our love. All eyes on me still. Huxley isn't helping in the slightest. I lower myself until I'm sitting on Huxley's lap. His hand falls to my side and I wrap my arm around his neck. So much love, I say, getting a good whiff of his lavish cologne. I hate that it smells so good. Hand on my hip, Huxley keeps his eyes on me as he asks the others, will you give us the room, please? Say what now? I glance over at Kelsey, who looks more than irritated, but she gathers her things and leaves the room, followed by the two men. Once the door is shut, Huxley asks, what the hell was that? I go to move off him, but he keeps me close, his hand now gripping my ass and keeping me tight against his body. That was me trying to figure out what the hell this is. I motion to the conference room. You couldn't have told me you were meeting with me and my sister today. Why would I tell you when your sister clearly could have? I don't know, you could have given me a heads up about who might be in the meeting. Am I supposed to play doting fiancé, or irritated shrew? As much as I enjoy irritated shrew. You call the spectacle you just laid out doting fiancé? That was awkward. Woman unsure of what to do. Because you put me in that position. I had no idea how to act. I don't know who knows about us and who doesn't. When I should turn it on and when I shouldn't. You should always be turned on around me. My eyes level with him. Not that kind of turned on. God, you pervert. I wasn't talking about that kind of turned on. Yeah, okay, Sarah, I answer maturely. Either way, I had no idea how to react. Awkwardness got the best of me, and that's the version of myself you received. If I'm prepared, I know how to act, but walking off an elevator, only to see you standing there when I'm not expecting it, threw me off my game. He slowly nods. Did I intimidate you? No, I answer quickly as his hand reaches up and pushes my hair behind my ear. What are you doing? I ask in a panic as a wave of chills stumble down my arm from the graze of his finger over my cheek. Everyone can see us, he says, tilting his head to the side. And since we're in my office, wouldn't you think everyone would need to see us together, see us interact, because the main point of this entire farce is so that I can score a deal. Huh, I say, thinking about it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. One thing you need to get straight, Lottie, I always make sense. My eyes connect with his. You're so narcissistic. Confident, he replies. A cockhole. His brows raise. What the hell is a cockhole? Cocky asshole. Therefore, you're a cockhole. His hand smooths down my ass and back up. I need to hate how that feels, but for some abhorrent reason, I don't. I don't mind the feel of his large palm skimming over my backside. Jesus, Lord help me, there's something wrong with me. So, because I know what I want, how I want it, and when I want it, that makes me a cockhole. His eyes shift to my mouth and then back up. Tension builds in the hollow of my chest, a tingling, heavy, throbbing sensation. One I've never experienced before. No, I swallow, and for some reason, I look at his mouth for a second, as well. He has great lips. Not too full for a man, but just enough that I know if he ever had to place his mouth on mine, it wouldn't be a bad kiss. Just from the way he speaks, with such command, there's no doubt in my mind that he'd be a good kisser. Not that it matters, because it doesn't. You're a cockhole because you don't treat people with kindness. I see. His stare is unwavering. So, let me get this straight, I don't treat people with kindness. So, what would you say making sure you have a solid mode of transportation is? Or what about the flowers I sent to your mom and Jeff, congratulating them on an empty house? He sent them flowers. Mom didn't say anything. Or how about the lengths I went to in my house to ensure you'd be comfortable? What lengths? Or the meeting I took with your sister today, completely rearranging my schedule so she could pitch to us? What would you call that? I'm about to answer, when the conference room door opens. Huxley looks over my shoulder as a female voice says, I'm so sorry to disturb you, Mr. Kane, but Bauer is on line 1. He nods and says, thank you, Carla. I'll be right there. The door swishes shut and Huxley lets go of me, helping me settle on the ground before he stands from his chair and buttons his suit jacket. Eyes boring into me, he says, I'll see you at home. He starts to walk away, and I ask, wait, what about the meeting? Looks as though you've used up my time. What? I chase after him and move in front of his large body. I can feel eyes on us, eyes from around the company, so I make sure to keep my frustration at bay as I slide my hand up the lapel of his suit jacket. Huxley, my sister has been preparing for this meeting all day. She's going to be devastated if she can't pitch to you. Something you should have thought of. He goes to move again, but I stop him. Please, Huxley. His eyes meet mine, and for a brief moment, I see a hint of human inside them. This man really does have a soul. It's right there, behind the dark chocolate of his hollow eyes. "I'll see you at home," he repeats and moves to the side. "And by the way, if you're going to help your sister succeed, you should always do your research on every client you go to meet." "What do you mean by that?" I ask. "The men sitting with me. They're my brothers, not associates. And they know everything going on in my life." My eyes narrow, and I try to keep it together as I ask. "So I didn't have to put on an act at all?" "No, you didn't. They know exactly who you are and what you're doing for me, but you'd have known that if you were truly prepared. Perhaps I'll take another meeting with your sister when you show that you can actually conduct yourself professionally in a business setting." Anger shoots to the top of my head as I feel my cheeks darken with embarrassment. "I hate you," I say with such venom that I can taste my hatred for him on the tip of my tongue. "I'm well aware of your feelings for me. No need to constantly repeat them." And with that, he heads out of the conference room, past Kelsey without a second glance, and into the depths of his office. I glance at Kelsey, who stands there alone, her laptop and portfolio in hand, looking absolutely defeated. And that's when it hits me hard. I fucked this up for her. I fucked up really badly. Kelsey reaches to leave the car, but I grab her arm and stop her. "Please, Kelsey. Please just talk to me." She lowers her head and shakes it from side to side. "I don't even know what to say to you at this moment. I'm so upset, I don't want to say the wrong thing. I'm sorry, Kelsey. I really am." She looks over her shoulder, and I can see the disappointment in her eyes. It cuts through me like razor-sharp glass. "I understand you're in a weird position right now. You were fired by someone you thought you trusted, thrust into this odd deal with a very domineering man, a man you don't particularly get along with, and you're trying to find your way through this mess. But that doesn't give you the right to be a martyr." "A martyr?" I ask in surprise. "I'm not a martyr." "No," she asks as she turns in her seat to face me. "Because from where I sit, you're looking pretty cushy at the moment. Not many people are granted the opportunity you've been given. Not only are you living in some mansion with an extremely hot man, but you had your college loans paid for, you don't need to worry about any expenses, and you were granted a chance to live with a businessman who's a wealth of knowledge. You realize he's worth billions, Lottie. Billions. He's built his business from the ground up with his brothers, and instead of capitalizing on that, on his experience, on his expertise in what you spent 4 years studying in college, you're inciting him to anger. And you're hurting the people you love while doing it. It's not that easy," I say. "It's not easy to lower your guard, see this incredible opportunity at your feet, and be grateful," she asks. "Because if I were in your position, that's exactly what I would be." "You say that, but you don't know until you're in my shoes." She nods. "You're right, I would have no idea what you're experiencing, but what I do know is that we had a big meeting today, and instead of pushing your ego to the side, it spiked, and you let it take an opportunity from us. When I say this could have been big, I meant it, Lottie. Not only is Kane Enterprises worth billions, but they own businesses and real estate all over Los Angeles, and in other states, as well. Meaning, if I were to land an opportunity and they liked what we did, they could have used us not just for their office, but for every property they own. But you didn't think about that when you were trying to put on some show in the conference room, did you? I had no idea how to act, I shoot back. He's in my head. I don't know how to approach him, how to treat him. Try with a little respect, Kelsey says while opening her door. He was the one who provoked me in that room, I say, still on the defensive. Because you let him. He seemed perfectly fine from where I stood. You were the one who looked like the fool. And with that, she slams the car door and walks toward her apartment building. I roll down the window and say, "You forgot your laptop. Keep it. The least you can do is fix the website." Then she walks into her apartment building. Anger, frustration, and embarrassment clash within me at the same time, hitting me square in my chest, only to travel up my neck, heat up my cheeks, and ultimately bring a wave of tears to my eyes. "Fuck," I quietly say as a tear cascades down my cheek. What Huxley and Kelsey both said was 100% correct. Be prepared for every meeting. Know who you're meeting with. Know your own presentation inside and out. Go in with confidence, ready to answer every possible question. These are basic meeting requirements, and I didn't follow any one of them. I made a mockery of years of studies. Why? And of all people to show such lack of professionalism and preparation, it had to be the owners of Kane Enterprises. Fuck. And Kelsey's business. Kelsey and I have had our fair share of fights, but for some reason, this one doesn't feel as though it can be fixed with a double-double and chocolate milkshake from In-N-Out. This feels deeper. This feels damaging. And that frightens me more than anything. Chapter 11. Huxley. "I have a question," Breaker says as he takes a seat in my office, JP following close behind him. "What?" I ask, exhausted from the day I've had. "Are you trying to make sure Lottie absolutely abhors you?" "She already does." "I don't have to do anything to achieve that," I say while exiting out of my inbox and turning off my computer for the night. "Ever thought about getting her to, I don't know, like you?" Breaker asks. "Why would I want her to like me? This is a business arrangement. There's nothing more there." He doesn't mean it like sexually, JP says. "But don't you think it would be easier to work with each other if you weren't at each other's throats?" "Probably," I answer. "So then why are you pissing her off every chance you get?" Breaker asks. "What you did this afternoon." He shakes his head. "Brutal, man." "Yeah, I actually felt bad for the sister. She looked defeated," JP adds. "I didn't have a choice," I say. "Bauer called." "That's who I've been working with since I left the conference room." Breaker perks up. "Everything okay in New York?" I shake my head. "Bauer is our site manager, he only calls off schedule if something is wrong." "No. He was calling to tell me there was an electrical fire at the 95th Street location. Fire department was called, building evacuated, a few guys had to be evacuated by the FDNY." I press my hand to my forehead. It was a goddamn nightmare. I spent the entire afternoon reaching out to all staff affected to ensure they were okay. Shit. Breaker drags his hand over his mouth. Any serious injuries? 2 men have third-degree burns on their arms, but they seem to be in good spirits. Everyone else is fine, thankfully. Christ, JP says. Did we send something? I nod. Yes, sent something to the hospital. One of the guys loves a certain type of pizza on 9th Street and the other guy is obsessed with Gray's papaya. I made sure to send them both dinner, along with some cupcakes from Magnolia Bakery. I also sent their families something as well. Carla will be taking care of dinners for the crew for the week. I've contacted insurance to let them know what's going on. I lean back in my chair. I'll have Carla set up another appointment with Kelsey, because I'm quite interested to see what she can do for the company and possibly future offices. Seems as though she has an interesting business, JP says. Breaker chuckles. I think you were more interested in her. My brow raises as I swivel toward JP. Is that so? He shrugs. She was hot. He was thinking more than she was just hot. I caught him writing J and K forever on a post-it in his office. Fuck off, I was not, JP says. I mentioned to Breaker that she was hot and left it at that, and now he's dreaming up some bullshit in his head. Could you imagine? Breaker asks. Brothers getting married to sisters? That's a fun story. You've lost your goddamn mind, I say as I stand from my desk. Marriage is not for me, let alone to someone like Lottie. What's that supposed to mean? Breaker asks, standing as well. I put my phone in an inner pocket of my suit jacket and slip my wallet into my pants pocket. She's a mess. Disorderly, a loose cannon, and too erratic for my liking. She's a total wild card, and I don't need that in my life. Breaker smiles. I think you do. You're such an uptight asshole, and she might be able to loosen you up. There will be no loosening. We leave my office and head toward the elevators. The floor is quiet, we're the last to leave. We might have $1 billion enterprise, but we understand what it takes to make sure employees are happy, and that means making sure they all go home to their families at 5. JP presses the down button on the elevator. I think if anyone needs a Lottie in their life, it's you. I pierce him with my gaze. Don't even start with that shit, okay? He's right, Breaker says. Just from the small glimpse I caught, she looks like a Spitfire, and I'd very much enjoy watching her drive you nuts. She already drives me nuts. The elevator doors open and we step inside. I don't know. I think there's something there, JP says. Did you see it, Breaker? Breaker nods his head. I did. You both are so full of shit. We ride the elevator to our private parking garage, and when the doors part, I don't bother to wait for my brothers as I head to my car. It was the way you looked at her when she got off the elevator, when she approached you in the conference room, and when she sat on your lap, JP calls out. There was heat in your eyes. Ignoring him, I unlock my car and get in. The last thing I need is my 2 idiot brothers putting ideas in my head. There's nothing but a platonic partnership happening between me and Lottie. Do I find her attractive? I'd be blind not to. She's fucking beautiful, but I can look past that. And did she look fine as hell in her form-fitting dress today? Yeah, she really fucking did, but once again, I can look past that because I'm a professional and I know how to separate attraction and business. A knock on my window startles me. Breaker is standing right outside my car. I roll down the window and say, I don't fucking like her, okay. Breaker smiles and leans down so his arms rest on my door. I wasn't going to say anything about that, but your defensive tone isn't making a solid case. I'm about to roll up the window when he stops me and adds, make sure Carlo makes that appointment. I feel really fucking bad about skipping out on their presentation. We don't do shit like that. I know. And make sure Lottie knows it. Explain to her what happened. She doesn't need to know. Breaker nods. She does. She needs to be able to trust you, Hux. If this is going to work, both of you are going to have to drop the hate and learn to work with each other more harmoniously. If you can't, sooner or later Dave is going to see right through it and you're going to lose everything you worked toward. And I know that's the last thing you want. I think back to the conference room and say, she did give off the wrong energy, even when she was attempting to be the doting fiancé. Breaker nods again. You've got to let up, man. I know you like to keep personal and business separate, but I think this is a time when you can't do that. You have to show her you're human, or else it's never going to work. And that's what I'm afraid of, showing her who I really am, because even though I'll deny my interest in her, I know a part of me, deep down inside, knows if I got to know her, if she got to know me, there might be something there. Mixing personal with business is a huge risk. Lines get blurred, promises get lost, and it never works out, ever. It's why I need to keep my distance, why we both need to keep our distance. I'll give it some thought, I say, even though I know I won't. All it took was one meal with Lottie, one meal at Chipotle, and I knew she was different. I knew she could be trouble. She's unlike any woman I've ever met. Filter-free, she says what's on her mind, she shows no remorse toward her messiness, she's outgoing and up for anything, and there's no holding back with her. It's why I need to remain stoic, why I need to continue to keep space between us. If I don't, I know I'll be wrecked in the end. Lottie could wreck me. But there's no way in hell I'm telling my brother that. He's far too insightful, damn him. Will Miss Lottie be joining you? Rain asks. I nod. Yes, she's just finishing up on something. I glance down at the homemade pizza and say, this looks amazing. Thank you. I also made some dark chocolate raspberry mousse for dessert. I'll bring it out when you tell me you're ready. Until then, it's chilling in the fridge. Thank you, Rain. He takes off, and I reach for my phone. I texted Lottie 5 minutes ago, letting her know dinner was ready. I haven't seen her since I've been home. From what I could tell, she came home and went straight to her room, where she's been hiding out ever since. There's no doubt the last thing she wants to do is eat dinner with me, especially after everything that happened today, but she needs to eat. I'm about to stand from my chair and get her myself when she descends the stairs. She's wearing one of the silk robes I had purchased for her. This one matches her eyes, a deep jade green. As she takes the last few steps down, I watch the slit of the robe ride up her tanned bare leg. My eyes travel to her waist, where the tie is cinched tightly, accentuating her petite frame, and then my eyes land on her breasts, which gently sway as she makes it to the main level. There's no mistake, she's not wearing anything under that robe. When her eyes meet mine, she says, "I was taking a bath when you texted." Her voice is monotone, devoid of any life. Her eyes are sullen, and even though she looks tempting in that robe, she isn't strutting with confidence like she normally does. Breaker's words come back to hit me hard in the chest. You have to show her you're human, or else it's never going to work. Lottie pulls out her chair and takes a seat. She doesn't acknowledge the place setting, me, or even the food. Instead, she unfolds her napkin, sets it on her lap, and then picks up her fork and knife and cuts a small piece of pizza. I watch as her lips form an O shape and she blows on the steaming pizza. There's no humor, no anger, just nothing to her personality. It's almost as if the bath she just took washed away any remnants of the Lottie I've come to know over the past few days. The spice is gone. The hatred is gone. The arguing is nowhere to be seen. She's hollow. Did I do that to her? And even though she's grated on my nerves for what's felt like every goddamn second she's been around, I'd take that over this Lottie any day. I think today broke her, and that doesn't settle well with me. I may be a ruthless bastard at times, but this doesn't feel right. The rules I've set firmly in place when it comes to business waver as I feel an inherent need to tell her what happened today, to bring back some of the life that's vanished from her eyes. It was an important phone call I needed to take. My eyes fall to her, looking for any sort of reaction. "I'm sure," she says quietly, but her tone has an edge to it, as if she doesn't believe me. I don't need to explain myself. I don't owe her any sort of explanation regarding my work and how I conduct business, but I still find my gut churning. I want to see that fire in her eyes again. "Aren't you going to ask what could possibly be more important than your sister?" She glances in my direction, those cut-down eyes moving over my face for a brief second before they return to her food. Why would I ask that? I already know the answer. And what would that be? I ask. That it's none of my business. She sets her fork and knife down and says, "I know where I stand in your scale of importance, Huxley. Explanation is not needed." She pushes from the table, stands, and heads toward the stairs. "You're not done with your dinner." "I'm not hungry," she says as she walks up the stairs, her robe billowing away from her legs. She's just going to leave like that? With nothing else to say? No fire? No snarky comment? No furious glance in my direction? That won't do. Eyes still fixed on the stairs, my mind whirls with what to do. I've never dealt with emotion when it comes to business, so I'm in uncharted territory here. But I hate to admit Breaker might be right. I need Lottie to be a solid participant in the scheme, and if she's upset, I'm not sure she'll be willing to work with me the way I need her to. But how the fuck do I make her happy without getting too involved? I blow out a heavy breath of frustration and then push away from the table and charge up the stairs behind her. Not sure what I'm going to do, but I can't let her walk away like that. She's almost to her room when I catch up to her. You can't go to bed hungry, I say, unsure of what else to say. I can do whatever the hell I want, she says, a touch of that edge coming back to her voice. That's what I wanted to hear. A snappy response. Keep pressing, Hux. Reaching out, I take her hand and pull her back before she can go any farther. She whips around to face me, her expression registering shock. What the hell do you think you're doing? She asks, that spark in full force now. Better. Reminding you who's in charge. She attempts to yank her hand away, but instead of letting go, I lift her hand up and press it against the wall behind her. Her eyes widen as I keep her hand held tightly above her. No need to remind me who's in charge. Your obscene inability to care about others is quite clear. What you say, goes. Is that so? I ask, wanting to push her further, wanting to drag that personality back out. So, I grip her hip with my free hand and steady her against the wall. Then how come you're always testing me? How do I test you? She asks. Her chest heaves as it rises and falls at a more rapid rate. Do you consider this proper dinner attire? I ask her, playing with the tie of her robe, gauging her reaction as something comes over me. Something primal. But this primal side seems to draw out her personality. It seems to breathe life back into her snarky self. And that's what I want. I want Lottie back. I understand this is crossing the line, touching her, pinning her against the wall like this, but seeing her so sullen, so defeated, awoke something inside of me. I don't handle situations like this well. I don't know how to cheer someone up. That's obvious from the way I'm pressing her buttons rather than showing empathy, but my brain doesn't seem to work the way it needs to. Wasn't aware there was a dress code for dinner. She glances at my suit pants and rolled up dress shirt. Was it business casual? Would you prefer it if I wore my dress instead? I would prefer it if you came back downstairs and finished dinner. I told you I wasn't hungry, she shoots back. Talking sternly, I say, and I see that as an excuse to not be around me. It was business, Lottie. Nothing you need to take personally. Not take personally, she retorts. Jesus, I'm so sick of you saying that bullshit. She goes to move, but I hold her in place. It's hard not to take everything you do personally when there's emotion attached to it for me. I can't be so black and white like you. I have feelings, Huxley. Then tell me what you're feeling. Her chin lifts. You can't handle what I'm feeling. Try me. She pauses. Studies me. Then she wets her lips. Fine. I'm mad at myself for getting involved in this mess. I'm mad that I fucked up my sister's meeting today, one that she worked hard preparing for, given the short notice. I'm furious that I don't have enough courage to tell my mom that she was right, that I never should have taken that job with Angela. I hate that my pride is more important than the truth. And most of all, her eyes scan me up and down. I've never despised someone as much as I despise you. I think you're cold, baseless, and have no regard for anyone but yourself. I hate that I have to rely on you, that you need to rely on me, and most importantly she catches her breath and her fingers curl around my hand that's pinning her arm to the wall. I hate that I think you're even remotely attractive. A light sheen of sweat breaks out at the nape of my neck as I feel this urge to pull her forcibly toward me. I've seen the way she looks at me. I've noticed her wandering eyes, but she's never voiced her appreciation before. And, fuck, it makes me feel weak. Weak enough to succumb. You don't need to be angry. Your sister will get another chance. I told you, the phone call was important. My tone is clipped as I watch her lips part ever so slightly, just enough to entice me. Enough to drive me wild. Just enough to make my will slip. I don't believe you. Her voice is firm yet soft, and the sound of it pounds another crack into my wall. My hand presses harder against her hip. My thumb strokes the soft fabric of the robe. And to my satisfaction, a low, almost inaudible moan falls past her lips. Carla should have already contacted your sister about setting up another meeting. The push and pull between us intensifies as my fingers itch to touch her more, to slip under her robe. It's done. As for your guilt about not telling your mom the truth, that's on you and none of my goddamn business. I grip her hand tighter, the one that's pinned against the wall, and when her fingers curl around mine, another part of me becomes unhinged. The need for this woman pummels me, and I can feel myself holding on by a thread. Continuing, I say, and your hatred for me. You should know that hatred isn't mutual. Her piercing eyes match mine. Her voice wavers as she says, you've only ever expressed distaste for me. But that waver in her voice doesn't match the boldness in her actions as she takes hold of my hand resting on her hip and slowly shifts it inward. Until my fingers tangle with the tie of her robe. Don't fucking tempt me. I may be able to separate business and pleasure, but when the line starts to blur, when my mind feels foggy and confused, there may not be any stopping me. And I feel confused. I feel so goddamn foggy. My body hums with indecision, the wrong decision pulling me closer and closer to her. I've expressed annoyance, frustration, irritation, but not hate. You're the one who has expressed hate. My finger toys with the silk ribbon. I have no problem with you. Liar, she says. Why don't you trust me? You haven't given me reason to, she says. Her hand glides up my chest, stopping at my shoulder, leaving a trail of heat in its wake. My teeth roll over my bottom lip as I gently tug on the tie of her robe. She doesn't protest. Instead, her body moves closer to mine. Fuck. My control is barely hanging on, it's teetering, ready to snap. Ready to combust. Have I gone back on anything I've said? No, she says breathlessly, her chest arching away from the wall. The movement pulls at the fabric of the robe. My eyes slide down to her chest, where the lapels of the robe dance dangerously open. Hell, what do those gorgeous tits look like bare? Are they sensitive? If I brought them into my mouth, would she moan in satisfaction? Unable to hold back, I tug on the tie one more time, loosening one end. The small opening teases me, tempts me even further. It ignites the fire pulsing through my veins. Fuck, what are you doing, Huxley? Something you shouldn't be doing. But, fuck, She's so tempting. I know there's nothing under this robe, nothing but her smooth body. I glance down at her breasts, and I'm rewarded to see her pebbled nipples rubbing against the silk of the fabric. They're so small, so goddamn sexy. Attempting to focus on our conversation, I say, so if I've never gone back on anything I've promised so far, why no trust? Her hand floats to the back of my neck, where she slowly plays with the short strands of my hair. Because you're deceitful. Normally, I'm not. My fingers itch to tug on the tie one more time so the robe opens. But I hold still. Excuse me if I can't take your word for it. Rolling my teeth over my lips, I ask, okay, so how can I prove it to you that you can trust me? Her eyes become heady as she removes her hand from my neck and runs it up her body, to the gape of fabric barely covering her chest. Tantalizing me, her fingers caress her cleavage. My goddamn mouth waters. Don't go back on your promises. But I haven't. Her eyes connect with mine, and she says, even your silent ones. Then, to my surprise, she undoes her robe, the sides fall open, exposing the center line of her body. Fuck. Fuck me. In seconds, I grow hard. But instead of walking away or mauling her, I decide to torture myself and slowly take her in, starting at her chest, where the robe hangs onto her breasts, barely covering them, tormenting me. Then my hungry eyes move down her taut stomach to her completely smooth pussy. My mouth waters from the sight of her. She's only offering a brief preview, but it's enough to drive me crazy. To push me over the goddamn edge. She's testing me. She's seeing how far I'll go. Little does she know. I started this. I was the one who pinned her against the wall. I was the one who pulled on the tie. And I'm the one who should finish this. Just what I thought, she says. You can't follow through on what you start. Like the business meeting. I told you, I couldn't prevent what happened today. You could've, you chose not to. My teeth grind. And right now, I'm standing here, almost completely naked in front of you. Isn't that what you wanted? To control me? To control my body? And instead of following through, you go still. Is she fucking kidding me right now? She thinks I'm all talk. How little she knows me. Not still, Lottie. I step closer. Stiff. I go fucking stiff. With that, I slide my hand onto her bare hip, continuing to keep her hand pinned above her head. She gasps from my abrupt touch, and when I slide my hand to her backside and down that sweet ass of hers, she nibbles on her bottom lip. And I didn't start this, I say, even though I did. You showed up to dinner, wearing nothing but this robe. I showed up yesterday in a negligee. How is this different? I float a finger near her crack as I move my hand north, to her lower back, where I grip her tightly, pulling her close to me. This was intentional. As much as you'd like to believe it, Huxley, it is not my intention to try to turn you on. It's to spend as little time with you as possible. Then why aren't you leaving now? I ask, bringing my hand to the front of her body, and I smoothly drag my fingers to just above her pelvic bone. A wave of lust hits her, it's in her eyes, in the way she gently shifts, spreading her legs slightly. Calling your bluff, she answers. You'd never touch me. Touch you like what? I ask as my finger slides over her aroused slit. She sucks in a sharp breath as her head falls back to the wall and her pelvis sticks out. Touch you like this. I sweep another finger, but this time I slide deeper, connecting against her clit. Fuck. She's so soft. Because never underestimate what I won't do. Watching how responsive her body is to my touch, I say, tell me you want more. She shakes her head. No. I'd never give you that satisfaction. I see. Two can play this game. Keeping her pinned, I stare down at her smooth pussy as I bring two fingers together and slide them up and down her slit, allowing her clit to catch between them. I gently squeeze and pulse. Oh God, she whispers. Her head whips to the side and her grip on my hand grows tighter. I pulse my fingers, teasing her entrance. She spreads just a little wider for me and I take that as an invitation. I slip one finger inside her. Fuck yes, she's tight. And wet. Really fucking wet. Moving in closer, my lips are tempted to press against her heated skin, but I refrain. This is about proving a point. This is about showing her exactly what I can do to her body with just my hand. I drag my finger out and then smooth my thumb over her clit. She sucks in a hiss of breath as I apply more pressure and make small, circular motions. Yes, she whispers, her hips begging for more. But I keep my touch light, allowing the gentle pressure I have on her to drive her nuts. Slow circles. Round and around. Building her. Climbing her. Driving her crazy. Her teeth drag over her bottom lip. Her chest heaves, her robe barely covering her tits now. Any sharp movement and I'll see all of her. And the grip she has on me, on my hand, is so tight that there might be bruises in the morning. But it'll be worth it. Because watching her like this, submitting to me, letting me touch her, bring her to her peak, it's all fucking worth it. More, she whispers. Give me more. Just what I wanted to fucking hear. I release her hand, and before she can protest, I turn her around so she's facing the wall, both hands splayed out as her cheek lands lightly against the white surface. From behind, I cup her pussy and pull her ass against my crotch so she can feel how hard I am. Her raspy gasp brings me pleasure as I slide my finger across her clit again and again. Do you hate me right now? I ask her, toying with the little nub, making her entire body tremble against mine. More now than ever. Because I know how to bring you pleasure. I ask, my lips pressing against her ear. Yes. I slide two fingers inside her now. She lets out a low moan. You wish that I wasn't fucking you with my fingers right now. I start to pull them out but she lets out a protest. No, I do. You do, what? I ask, my cock so goddamn hard that it's pressing painfully against the zipper of my pants. Fuck me. I want you to fuck me. With my other hand, I smooth up the column of her neck and tilt her head back so I'm talking directly into her ear. So, you hate me, but you want to fuck me. My thumb presses down on her clit and she lets out a strangled gasp. How close are you? Close, she whispers, her body shaking under my hold. So close. Good, I say, just before removing my hand from her pussy. What are you doing? Her confused gasp gives me great pleasure. Why should I give you an orgasm, Lottie? Why should I finish you off? Because you're a bastard if you don't. Her palms flatten against the wall as her head bends forward. Every muscle, every fiber of her being is tense. I work my finger over her clit again, watching carefully as she tenses more, her back arching. I want to bring her to the edge, to the point where she's about to fall over. You already think I'm a bastard, so what does it matter? You think the worst of me, Lottie. If I let you come, you will still think the worst about me. But at least I'll know you can command my body. And isn't that what you want? Control. She knows how to talk to me, she knows what I like to hear, and that's scary. Because, yes, I do want control. I want her to lay her eyes on me and heat up. I want her to crave me when I walk into the room. And I know I shouldn't, I know this is strictly business, but she unleashed something inside me tonight. And now I feel desperate. Tell me. I pinch her clit, evoking a loud moan from her. When I walk into the room, does your body heat up? She doesn't answer right away, but takes a second to catch her breath. No, she finally says. Pressing my entire body against hers, I ask, why the hell not? Because, she gasps as I rub her clit between my fingers. Fuck, she mutters, her breath heavy. Because I don't know how. How hard you can make me come. Is that a challenge? I ask her, releasing her clit and causing her to nearly collapse against my chest. Her entire body shakes, and I know she's right where I want her to be. She's right where I need her. It's a request, she says, her voice so full of vulnerability that my idea of edging her to her orgasm and leaving her there to finish herself off slips from my mind. Although I'd love to see her beg, plead, and then storm off in anger knowing she'll use one of those vibrators to make herself come, I want her to know that she's right, that I do command her body. I move my hand back to her pussy, but I just cup her, making sure to keep my hand still despite the way she shakes beneath me. Listen to me, Lottie. When she doesn't acknowledge me, I grip her tighter. Are you listening? Yes, she answers breathlessly. I wasn't going to let you come, I was going to edge you out until you were crying, begging for more, but your lack of trust or even regard for me is disconcerting. I press my lips right against her ear as I start to pulse my finger over her clit. I'm a good man. You might not see it now, but you will. This won't change anything, she says. That's a bold-faced lie, I say as her legs tighten around my hand and her body stiffens even more. This will change everything. You might still hate me, you might still not want to look at me, but you'll damn well know, you fucking crave me. I apply more pressure and move faster and faster until she clamps around me and moans against the wall as her pelvis rocks across my finger. She comes. And she comes hard. My hand is soaked by her arousal, and she grinds against me, her moans muffled by the wall. She rides out her orgasm and every spasm until there's nothing left inside of her to give. I pull my hand away and spin her back around, planting her back against the wall. I tilt her chin up so her eyes meet mine, and that's when I drag my finger that was just teasing her pussy across my tongue. Her eyes turn heady as she watches me taste every last inch of my fingers. "You're fucking delicious." I reach for the sash of her robe and tie the two ends together, closing off the view of her delectable body. "If Carla doesn't set up another appointment with your sister, let me know. I'll make sure her pitch is heard." I cup her cheek, studying those mesmerizing eyes of hers. "Have a good night, Lottie." Still hungry now for the fucking incredible taste of her, I release her and return to the dining room. I can smell her on my fingers. On my hand. I can taste her on my tongue. As if she's still millimeters from my lips. And I want to taste her some more. I want to fuck her against that wall. She's not for you. My mind races with what she might be thinking. Does she want me? Does she still hate me? Do I still want her to hate me? Chapter 12. Lottie. Taking a deep breath, I knock on Kelsey's door. Coffee and donuts are in hand as I wait nervously outside. I didn't text her last night, I didn't even bother contacting her, because I know how my sister works. When she gets mad, she needs time, and she needs space. I'm hoping a night away was all she needed, because, Jesus Christ, I need someone to talk to. I need someone bad. After what happened in the hallway with Huxley, I need to get it off my chest, and Kelsey is the only one who knows what's actually going on in my life. Last night, I felt defeated. I felt as though I let down my entire family, and the last thing I wanted to do was have dinner with Huxley. I knew if I didn't show up, he'd make a big deal about it, so I did the absolute minimum. And then I left. I didn't think he'd chase after me, and I certainly didn't think he'd attempt to take off my robe, let alone make me come all over his fingers. I'm not really sure if wearing the robe had been to tease him, if I'm honest. I nibble on my bottom lip, still thinking about the way his strong, commanding voice felt right up against my ear, how his hand felt so large on my body, how desperately I wanted his lips to trail up my neck and across my jaw. I truly do hate the man, there's no question about that, but, oh my God, is he hot. He knows exactly how to use his voice, his body, in a way that will make anyone fall at his feet, me included. And that orgasm. Christ. It was with just his fingers, and yet, it felt as though he attacked me in a way I can't even describe. I felt as if I were under a spell and the only way to snap out of it was with an orgasm. And that orgasm delivered. It was so good, so satisfying, that I was still turned on when I went back into my room, and I had to ride it out on Thor one more time with the memory of Huxley's dominant voice playing over and over in my head. But what's really rocking my world is not only what he said after, but the way he said it to me. Gently, holding my chin so I was forced to look him in the eyes, he made sure I understood that he'd take care of my sister. That he'd make sure she was heard. When he left, I stood there, stunned. There was no harsh tone, there was no sarcastic jab, it was as if I was back in Chipotle, talking to the man I first met. It was confusing. It's why I need Kelsey to forgive me and open this door. Impatiently I shift my feet until the door unlocks, and I hold my breath. Kelsey appears on the other side, but instead of wearing her usual boss lady attire, she's in a pair of cotton shorts and a tank top. Oh God, what happened? I swallow hard, smile, and hold up the coffee and donuts. I'm sorry. She eyes the items in my hand and then opens the door more to let me in. Step 1 complete, I'm inside the apartment. I go to the kitchen, grab plates, and set everything out on her dining table. She takes a seat across from me, pulling one of her legs against her chest, and watches as I carefully take out each donut, put it on a platter between us, set the bag on the ground, and then hand her the coffee. I know she loves a house blend with frothed milk and a splash of caramel. She takes a sip and I hold up the plate, which bears a giant bear claw, an apple fritter, a maple long john, and of course, the classic Boston cream. As predicted, she picks up the apple fritter and I go for the Boston cream. I'm really sorry, Kels. Yesterday wasn't my best showing, but I promise, it won't happen again. I worked all day on the website, and I have some things to show you, some things I think you'll. Carla called. I pause. Why do I know that name? Carla. Carla. Huxley's assistant, she offers. Oh. Oh. She did? Huxley said she would. Did she set up another meeting time? Kelsey nods. She did. This Friday at 3. We have more time to prepare, which is nice. We can come up with a great presentation now, fine-tune everything. That's great, I say, feeling excited. But I'm sensing Kelsey isn't as excited as me. What's wrong? That's great, right? It's wonderful. Then why is your tone of voice not matching your excitement? She sets her coffee down and asks, do you know why Huxley left that meeting? I shake my head. He didn't say why, just that it was important. Oh God, was it not important? I lean forward. Figures he'd go and lie about something like that. He wasn't lying, Kelsey says. It was important. One of their properties in New York City had an electrical fire. 2 men had third-degree burns, others some smoke inhalation. Oh. God, really? I ask, feeling myself shrink into an incredibly small version of myself. He wasn't lying. He'd been needed for something critical. Essential. Yes. Carla apologized for taking so long to get back to me with rescheduling, because she and Huxley spent the rest of the day on the phone making arrangements for not only the victims themselves but also the families of the victims. Kelsey leans forward and says, apparently he personally called every one of them. Then he sent their favorite meals to the hospital and to the families. I blink a few times, attempting to comprehend what Kelsey's telling me. He did. She nods. Yes, he did. She picks up her donut. Do you know why I'm telling you this? To make me feel like an asshole. She shakes her head. No, I'm telling you this so you can lighten up around him. He's a good guy. There might have been some head-butting between the two of you, but at some point, you need to let that go. He's helping you, he's helping us, and that's something you need to be grateful for. Yesterday should have never happened. You know I love you, but it was completely unprofessional. There's no way you'd have done something like that if you were still working for Angela. I stare down at my untouched donut and swipe at the frosting with my finger. You're right. I never would have acted that way in front of Angela or in front of prospective clients. I've had a lot of time to think about my reactions throughout the night. Well, before the orgasm, of course. And when I considered objectively how insanely ridiculous and unprofessional my behavior was, I was more than mortified. My wish had been to put my studies to use, to help Kelsey grow her business to the next level. All I could attribute my behavior to was shock. Misplaced anger. Immaturity. I think I built this whole situation up in my head, and instead of breathing in a deep breath and taking everything thrown my way one step at a time, I'm reacting without thought. I sigh and lean back into the chair. I hate to throw out excuses, but this whole thing with getting fired, I think it's fucking with my head. Instead of giving myself time to mourn, I'm taking out my anger on everyone around me, Huxley included. Kelsey nods. That makes sense. You've been rather edgy lately. I smirk. I'm always edgy. How about more irritable? Okay, I'll give you that. I reach across the table and take her hand in mine. I'm really sorry, Kels. I promise, from here on out, it'll be nothing but professionalism from me. Okay. Okay. She takes a bite of her donut. Now show me what you've done with the website. After I take down this donut. I didn't eat dinner last night and I'm famished. Wait, so we can sell the sustainable products straight from our website? Kelsey asks as we both hunker down at her computer, staring at the screen. Yes. I just have to install this app, and we can convert all sales through the website. Mind you, we won't make a huge profit, but it'll be nice supplemental income, while clients get the chance to browse the products we work with. And we can sort it by how you'd use each product, so, bathroom storage, pantry, etc. This is great. Kelsey sits back. Would we purchase the product wholesale? I shake my head. No, I sent an email to your supplier yesterday asking if we could set up a contract where we not only use their product for every project we do, but we also become an official supplier. I explained that we have some major projects in the works and want to make sure we have a solid product base to turn to. Seriously? I nod. And I know it's a small percentage, but I said if we land this big client we've been talking to, we would like to start talks about our own product line. Stop, Kelsey says, grabbing my hand. Our own line. I grin from ear to ear. Yup. Mind you, it's a pipe dream, but I wanted them to know that we were going places and they're our first option when it comes to partnering up. Kelsey waves her hand in front of her face. I'm sweating. I'm legit sweating. She faces me. Lottie, this is huge. Holy crap, where did this all come from? Well, when you feel like a failure, it's a nice, swift kick in the ass to get moving, and that's what I did. I got moving. Wow, Lottie. I'm really impressed. Whispering, she asks, have they written back? I chuckle. Not yet, but I did send it late last night and it's only 10 in the morning. True. She sighs. Wow, 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 I'm really impressed. Impressed and grateful. Thank you for working hard on all of this. I'm invested just as much as you are in this business. I've seen you bring it to where it is today, but I know there's so much more potential, and when I have my head out of my ass, I know I can really help build it. With a chuckle, she asks, how were things when you got back to his place? I shut the laptop and lean back in my chair. I'm not sure you're ready for this story. She crosses her legs and rubs her hands together. Oh, I don't think I've ever been more ready. And this is what I love about Kelsey. We can have a fight, resolve it, and then just like that, we're back to our normal selves. We don't harp on disagreements, we don't drag them out. We apologize and we move on. Another reason why I think, in the long run, we'll be great business partners, because we'll be able to read each other well. But that doesn't mean I'm not incredibly thankful for the second chance. So, when I got home, I was obviously in a really sour mood. I got straight to work and buried myself in the computer. Before I knew it, it was getting late and I needed to take a second to relax, so I drew a bath. Oh, I'm sure he has a really nice bathtub. Really nice. Jets and everything. And bath bombs. I dropped a lavender one in the water to calm me. It was really nice. But I smirk. But he texted that dinner was ready just as I was starting to release tension. And let me guess, he expects you at dinner. The show must go on, I say. Because I was lazy, I dried off quickly and then just threw on a robe, making sure it was properly cinched at the waist. Her brow raises in suspicion. Just a robe, nothing under it? I shake my head. Girl, were you asking for trouble? I was just trying not to have a moment in front of him after everything that happened. I didn't put much thought into what I was dressed in, and believe me, I was more covered up than the night before. The robe was a step up. Okay, so you show up to dinner in a robe. Was he aware nothing was on underneath? It's as if he has X-ray vision. I swear he sees everything. Anyway, we started getting into it again, because that's what we seem to do. Naturally, both of you like to be correct, both of you like to be in control. Sparks will fly when personalities clash. Boy, did they clash. I think back to last night and it feels like a black hole in my head. I can't really tell you what we were fighting about. I know I was quiet and he didn't seem to like that, so he provoked me. I told him I didn't trust him, I think. I tap my chin and then shake my head. All I know is that I couldn't sit at the table with him any longer, so I got up and went back to my room. Oh, I bet he didn't like that. He didn't, and he made it known. Did he send you a nasty text? I shake my head. Worse. He came after me. Kelsey sits taller. Oh, tell me more. Getting into the storytelling, I say, I was inches from reaching my room when he snagged my hand from behind. And before I knew it, I was pinned against the wall. Kelsey gasps, hand to her chest. Like. In a sexual way. I slowly nod. Lottie, what the hell did you do? I did absolutely nothing. He was the one doing all the things. Kelsey nibbles on her thumb. What kind of things? He tugged my robe open. He did not. Her eyes widen and then she whispers, did he? He did. But it never fell open, just was undone. Undone enough for him to, you know. Lower his hand. Kelsey slaps the table. Stop, he did not. He fingered you. I nod. Yup. He did. Hands by her head, Kelsey pretends her head is exploding. You went from fighting, at each other's throats, to him touching you in the hallway. How the hell does that even work? I don't know, and for the life of me, I couldn't stop it. I didn't want to stop it. I wanted him to keep doing what he was doing, and I wanted it to last all night. I cover my forehead with my hand. God, Kelsey, am I a whore? She laughs. No. You aren't a whore, but you are confusing, that's for sure. I never would have thought you were interested in doing something like that with him. Not with the way you two seem to hate each other. He said I hate him, but he doesn't hate me. But I guess even if I think he's an asshole, I still want his fingers inside me. I shrug. I'm pretty sure that means I'm fucked in the head. They always say there's a thin line between love and hate. Oh no, don't start with that. There's no love involved. Lust. Yes. The man is a dream, I'm not going to deny that. From the way he talks with such a filthy mouth, to his strong hold, to the domineering stance of his body and how he uses it to his advantage. Yeah, everything about him screams amazing, drop everything you're doing, ear-piercing sex. One look at him and I'd believe that. And his brothers. Makes you wonder what their parents are like. Oh, imagine an older man that looks just like them. A man in his 60s, salt and pepper hair, slaps you on the ass when you're naughty. I cock an eyebrow. Excuse me? Is this some sort of fantasy you've never told me about? Old guys can be hot too. 60s. That could be our dad. I never judge. Love is love. Lust is lust. As long as everyone gives consent, let people live. Okay. I chuckle. That's fair. So. Did he finish you off? I bite my bottom lip and nod. He did, and it was explosive. Kelsey, I've never had an O like that before. I was shaking after, and I know this is TMI, but when I went back in my room, I had to get off again because I was so geared up from having him that close, touching me, talking to me. It was too much. I can imagine. I can't remember the last time I even kissed a man, let alone have someone do that. Feeling slightly awkward, I say, he sucked his fingers after. Stop. Kelsey yells and clutches her chest. Oh my fuck. I know. I cover my eyes. It was easily the hottest thing I've ever seen. And then he grabbed me by the chin, forced me to look at him, and told me that he promised you'd get your chance to pitch the business. In that moment, when he was speaking to me, it felt as if he was the same guy I went to Chipotle with. He wasn't an asshole, he wasn't provoking me, he was just being normal, sincere, likable. I looked Kelsey in the eyes. It confused me. Confused you how? Like you might be feeling differently about him. I look away. I mean, maybe. But just differently in the way that maybe I don't hate him as much. I still think he's an asshole, and I think one wrong thing he says to me will set me off, but that gesture smoothed out some of the rough edges, if that makes sense. It does. My phone beeps and I snag it from the table as Kelsey continues, see? Maybe there's a chance for you too. Maybe you'll have a proper working relationship. Maybe, I say as I see a text from Huxley. Speak of the devil. He just texted me. I open the message and read it. Huxley, are you at your sister's? He wants to know if I'm here with you. I text back. Lottie, yes. He's quick on the trigger, and the dots appear right before his text message. Huxley, I'm sending a car to get you. What are you wearing? Lottie, leggings and a crop top that was provided in my approved wardrobe. Do I need to borrow something from Kelsey? Huxley, no. See you in 15. What's going on? Kelsey asks. I have no idea. He said he'll see me in 15 minutes. Something with Dave and Ellie probably. I feel like if he's going to spring these things on me, I need more context so I can prepare. Agreed. Ask him what's going on. I shoot him another text. Lottie, can I have some idea about what we'll be doing? Huxley, Lamaze class. Hope you're good at breathing. Oh shit. What? Kelsey asks. I look up at her. Lamaze class. She snorts and covers her nose. To be a fly on the wall. I take a seat in Huxley's car and turn toward him as I buckle my seat belt. What on earth? Hey, baby, Huxley says, leaning over to kiss me on the cheek. How's your sister doing? Oh yeah. There's someone driving us. Act like the fiancé. When in doubt, from now on, always act like the fiancé. She's good, I say in a cheery voice. Excited about Friday. Wanting to get some information about what the hell we're doing, I say, this is an unexpected surprise. I know how much you like surprises, Huxley says and then turns to his phone. Okay, so I guess that's that. I'm about to say something else to him, just to keep the conversation flowing so we don't look like a lame couple, when my phone buzzes in my hand with a text. I glance down and see Huxley's name on the screen. Oh, secret communications. Huxley, this will be your first pregnancy class. You're going just to try it out, and then we'll get ice cream with Ellie and Dave after. I'm glad he's handing out information. The more I can prepare, the better. Lottie, can I ask how you got us wrangled into a pregnancy class? Huxley, ran into Dave at the coffee shop this morning. He told me he and Ellie were going to a class. I asked him which one and said we were thinking about taking that one. He told us to join and get ice cream after. Lottie, what class was it? Huxley, no fucking idea. I chuckle and text him back. To listen full and free a not so meet cute, please access website, novelsaudio.com and search keywords, a not so meet cute or click the link in the description of this video.